Welcome to the cybersecurity course by Intellipaat. Now, before we get started, do you remember the show Money Heist? It showed us how one smart plan and the right skills could break into the system seamlessly. Now, imagine, not for a show, but in real life, hackers doing the same, silently through the computers with extreme precision. And that's exactly what happened in Cosmos Bank cyber attack in Pune, India, back in 2018. Here, hackers used malware to access the bank's systems, created over thousands of fake ATM cards, and in just 2 days, over 94 crore was stolen through the ATMs that and from the accounts from 28 countries, and at a single time, without even entering the bank. And no, this wasn't a movie or something. This was real, and that is why cybersecurity has become one of the most important skills in the world today. Every system we rely on today is digital, whether it's banking, health records, business data, or even your social media. Thus, it needs protection. And with that, the need for cybersecurity professionals is growing rapidly. And not only that, do you know that currently over 3.5 million cybersecurity jobs are expected to be unfilled globally this year? In India alone, the demand for cybersecurity experts has doubled in the last 2 years. For the roles like security analyst, ethical hacker, cloud security engineer, and many more are offering high paying salaries and with stable careers. Thus, this course is designed to help you understand the real world side of cybersecurity, not with just definitions or theory, but by understanding how cyber attacks actually happen, how to defend against them, and how to build a career in this space. So, whether you are a beginner, a student, or someone just curious about how this thing works, this course will give you a solid foundation. Because honestly, cybersecurity isn't just for techies anymore, but it's for anyone who wants to stay safe online and explore a future proof career path. So let's get started without any kind of further ado.
So how do you get started in this high demand, high paying field? If you are wondering how to become a cybersecurity engineer and be on the front lines of this digital battle, you are in the right place. In this video, I'll walk you through the roadmap starting from the basic and moving into more specialized cybersecurity skills. It's a journey that will take you from beginner to expert, and trust me, it's a path worth taking. So without any further ado, let's get started. Before we dive into the details, let's take a quick look at this roadmap to becoming a cybersecurity engineer. This structure path will help you understand the key skills, certification, and hands-on experience needed to enter this field. It all starts by mastering operating systems like Windows, Linux, macOS, along with learning of programming languages like Python, Rust, Go, and security tools like Kali Linux, Metasploit, and encryption technologies are crucial for ethical hacking and threat analysis. Certification also plays a major role. Beginners can start with CompTIA Security Plus, while advanced professional can go for CEH, CISA, or CISSP. Networking and cloud security knowledge is essential as companies shift towards cloud-based infrastructure. Understanding concepts like zero trust, the CIA triad, and different cyber attack types strengthen your security foundation. Finally, real-world experience through bug bounty programs and projects like password analyzer or user authentication system will help you build practical skills. Now that we have a roadmap in place, let's move on to the presentation where we will discuss each step in more detail and guide you on how to start your cybersecurity journey. So starting off with the very first pointer of who is a cybersecurity engineer. So a cybersecurity engineer is a professional who is responsible for protecting computer systems, network, and data from cyber threat. So type of cyber threat includes hacking, virus and malware, phishing, denial of service, and Trojans. Moving ahead to what does a cybersecurity engineer do? So as a cybersecurity engineer, your main job is to keep systems secure and protect data. But what does that actually mean? Let me break it down for you. First, network security. You will set up firewalls and monitor network to prevent unauthorized access. Second, threat detection and response. You will identify cyber threats early and take action before they cause damage. Then, security testing. You will run penetration tests to find weakness before hackers do. Then we have incident handling. If a cyber attack happens, you will be the one who is fixing it. Then we have compliance and policy enforcement. Many industries have strict cybersecurity rules and you will ensure that companies follow them. Then we have security awareness and training. You will also educate employees on how to stay safe online because let's be honest, humans are often the weakest link in the security. So now you are clear about what a cybersecurity engineer do. Let's talk about how much can you earn in being one. So cybersecurity is just not exciting, it really pays well. Here's a rough idea of what you can expect. So entry level salary, less than 1 year, can expect a salary of around 4.7 LPA. Mid-career of experience between 5 to 9 years can expect a salary of 10 LPA. Then one having experience of 1 to 4 years can expect a salary of 8 LPA, and 10 plus years experience can earn a salary of 20 LPA. So as you gain experience, your salary jumps significantly. Now talking about the skills you need to become a cybersecurity engineer. Alright, now let's talk about what you actually need to know to become a cybersecurity engineer. It all starts with technical skills like programming knowledge, operating system, ethical hacking and penetration testing, web security, cryptography, and networking. First and foremost, you must understand how network work. Why? Because most cyber attack target network. You will need to know about firewalls. These act as a security gate, intrusion detection system, IDS. They help detect suspicious activity. Then VPN or virtual private network, which is used to secure internet connection. Then networking protocol like TCP, IP, DNS, HTTP, and HTTPS. These are the rules that allow data to travel on internet securely. Then we have programming knowledge. Yes, coding is important in cybersecurity. You don't need to be the hardcore developer, but understanding these languages can make your job much easier. For example, Python, C or C++, widely used for automation, malware analysis, and penetration testing. Then we have SQL, which is critical for preventing SQL injection, attacks, and securing databases. Then we have Bash and PowerShell, which are useful for scripting and automating the task. Okay, moving ahead, we have operating system knowledge. So cyber attack can happen on any system. So you must be comfortable with Windows, Linux, and Mac OS. Learn how this system work and how to secure them. Then installation and configuration, GUI versus CLI, get hands-on with both the graphical interface and command line. Then we have permission and access control, managing user privilege to prevent unauthorized access. Then performing CRUD operation, this means handling file and database securely. Operating system knowledge is crucial because many security threats exploit OS vulnerabilities. Moving ahead, we have ethical hacking and penetration testing. Alright, now here's the fun part. Hacking. Ethical hacking is all about simulating cyber attacks to find security weakness before real hackers do. It all helps in identifying and fixing the vulnerabilities before they get exploited, strengthening system defense, preventing data breaches and financial losses, ensuring companies follow cybersecurity regulation. If you are into ethical hacking, here are some of the key areas to focus on. So like fundamental of hacking and security, networking and protocol security, penetration testing methodologies, web application security, system and network exploitation. Sounds exciting, right? Moving ahead to the next skill you need to master is web application security and cryptography. Many attacks happen on web applications, so securing them is a must. This includes common web vulnerabilities like SQL injection and XSS attack, writing code that isn't easy to hack, then authentication and authorization, making sure that only right people get the access, then session management, protecting user session from hacking, web application firewall, filtering out malicious traffic. And then there is cryptography, the science of securing information. So cybersecurity engineer use cryptography to encrypt and protect sensitive data. You should learn about encryption algorithm, hashing and integrity checks, public key infrastructure, or also known as PKI, secure communication protocol, password security. Now let's talk about cybersecurity tools and technology which you need to master. First is firewalls, then we have antivirus software, then we have encryption technologies, Kali Linux, Cain and Abel, Nikto, John the Ripper, and Metasploit. So moving ahead with the last component for this particular topic, we have cybersecurity project ideas. So a project is the only way by which you can make yourself stand out from the rest of the crowd and gain hands-on experience. So talking about the very first project, we have Python Keylogger. So Python Keylogger project is a cybersecurity tool that records keystroke on a system using libraries like PyInput. Then we have password analyzer. So a password analyzer is a tool designed to evaluate the strength and security of the password. Then we have image encryption. The image encryption project uses algorithm like AES, DES or RSA to secure image requiring a key for decryption. Then lastly, we have user authentication system. The user authentication system project focuses on creating a secure login system with features like multi-factor authentication, biometric verification, and password logins. Becoming a cybersecurity engineer takes effort, but it's a rewarding and high-paying career. With cyber threats increasing, organizations are actively seeking skilled professionals to safeguard their system. If you enjoy problem solving, ethical hacking, and protecting sensitive data, this could be the perfect career for you.
Let's start with a question. When you hit that send button, what really happens behind the scenes so that your message reaches to a friend who is sitting on the other side of the world? Like, where does your message go? Does it go through space or air or under the ocean? Before making this video, I asked my friends to draw an internet infrastructure. Yeah, some nerds had an exact and vivid idea about it and they drew crazy detail infra. But some drew the internet flying through the space, as in like literally flying, while some drew it as one tower to another, just like electricity, but in the form of radio waves. It's kind of funny that 90% of the internet traffic is still being run by these cables. You see this small strand of glasses as tiny as our hair? This is the thing, an optical fiber that runs our messages, data and video from one side of the world to the other in the form of light without any sort of delay. Let's try and understand how data travels, how the internet runs behind the scenes with this particular video in detail. Let's say that I'm sending this message to a friend sitting in Europe from India. Now, you know what? My phone or even the internet itself doesn't understand my language. The basic language they can understand is made up of zeros and ones. So when I hit that send button, first of all, this message of mine gets converted into string of zeros and ones. But wait, how do we transfer 0 and 1 through this wire? And some time ago, I just casually told you guys that we transfer data in the form of light. So how do we convert these numbers 0s and 1 into light? Well, we do that by manipulating light signal. Wait, let me show you how. Consider this paper here as a cable and I can just turn on light on and off like this. Right? On, off, on, off, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, right? Now this way, by just cutting off light on and off, we can give signal in the form of ones and zeros. Now imagine doing this thing a million times faster down a tiny glass fiber across an entire ocean and you have got the basic idea about the internet, right? The science behind internet is crazy, right? Humans are wild and science is definitely elegant. Now that our message has been converted into form of light, it will be propagated through these optical fibers to the other side via sea route. Yes, all these optical cables are sitting in the ocean and are handling almost 90% of the traffic. Let me show that to you in just a second. So here on your screens right now, you can see optical cables and how they are creating this web around the entire world. These are basically the wires and infrastructure through which your message is going to go through. Now what happens is this message, which has been converted into light, first has to reach to the WhatsApp server located in Europe. And from there, it will be sent over to my friend's device. But the thing here is how the cable will know where is WhatsApp server. That's where IP addresses come in. Every device connected to the internet, be it your phone, your Wi-Fi router or a WhatsApp server, has a unique IP address. It's like a digital postal code, but instead of something easy to remember like 17th main HSR 560102, it looks like this 172.217.3.110. Definitely not easy for you to recognize, right? But it is for the machines. And to help you make sense of these numbers, we have something called as domain name system. It's like the internet's phone book where you type google.com or whatsapp.com and your phone doesn't know where that is immediately. It asks the DNS, where can I find WhatsApp? The DNS replies with the exact IP address, like giving you the correct address. With the IP in hand, your device can now send the request to the server to carry out an action for your sake. Once the message reaches WhatsApp server, They take care of delivering it to my friend's device using a persistent, secure connection that's already open between their server and my friend's WhatsApp app. This connection of the WhatsApp server with you or your friend follows HTTPS over TLS protocol. What it basically means is WhatsApp servers do not decrypt the message because it's end-to-end encrypted, but they still know who it is for, that is for your friend's user ID. The server looks for an active socket connection associated with your friend's device or ID and sends the message over. If your friend is connected to the internet, he'll immediately receive a message. Otherwise, the message will be queued and he'll receive it once he's online. Think of it like a secure pipeline between your friend's phone and WhatsApp server. If the pipeline is open, the water or message flows immediately. If it's closed, the water, that is message in this case, is stored in a tank until the pipe reopens. At the end of my friend's system, the message will get decrypted and will turn back into a text it was when I clicked send button. So this is the entire journey or the process through which a WhatsApp message goes. The same process occurs when you access videos, movies or websites online. Every action you take sends a request to a server which then responds by sending packets of data. These packets are reassembled on your device into the videos, messages or web content you are trying to access. Okay, now that being out of the picture, let me ask you something. Do you think the whole world or every person alive on this earth has access to high-speed internet via optical fibers? On your screens right now, you can look at the share of the population using most of the internet. And you can see here at these dark regions that most of the internet is being consumed by less amount of people, right? In many locations, high-speed internet is still not available. Though if you're watching this, you might already be having a really good internet, but the fact is lots of people don't.
सबकी नहीं होती.
Almost 2.9 billion of them. In some places, it's prohibitively difficult to lay cables. In other words, crucial ground-based services might be threatened by either politics or war. And during peacetime, companies might decide it's not financially worth it to lay cables because there aren't enough users who would pay for the service. Think about it, roughly the same amount of cable in city with hundreds of people paying for it versus in rural community with much fewer people paying for the same. And if they do lay the cable, they might have to charge more for these consumers. And that right there is a problem. Now take a look at this another data point from the United Nations, an international organization made up of 193 member countries. According to them, 2.9 billion people around the world still lack access to high-speed internet. Given how important the internet is for just participating in society today, we have to solve this problem of unavailability. Access to the internet brings jobs, knowledge and connection alongside, which is kind of absent in the moment for almost 1/3 of the population. And when you look at it, it's actually two problems wrapped into one. It's accessibility and affordability. Well, that's where a new revolution in the internet era comes up. It's basically the idea of making the internet fly through space as you might have dreamed already. At this point in time, I believe you're gonna say, hey man, how can we make the internet fly through the space? That's crazy, right? Well, the answer is radio waves. We turn those ones and zeros into radio waves this time around. Now, how do ones and zeros become waves? The way to think about this is you could change the amplitude or the height of the wave so that every tall wave is 1 and every small wave is 0. So like 1, 1, 0, 1 and 0, right? Or you could change the frequency of the wave so that you could say long wave is a 1 and every short wave is a 0. For example, this is 1 and this is 0. It is way more complicated than just, changing the frequency and amplitude. Companies combine different methods. They develop new ones by playing around with frequency, amplitude and wavelength to convert zeros and 1 into radio waves. However, to communicate via satellite, radio waves with binary information have to make this massive trek up to the satellite. It's a big limitation for satellite internet. So far, cables carrying visible light have generally been faster, cheaper, and more reliable than satellites using radio waves. To understand what we are comparing, you can think about a water pipe. Now, in water pipe, there exists a concept of bandwidth. Bandwidth is the width of the pipe or how much can go through in set period of time. Like this, megabits per second. Just to really tie this together, a bit is one of those ones and zeros. So 250 megabits here is 250 million ones and zeros per second. Damn. Coming to the next term, latency. This is like the length of the pipe, the time it takes for the information stream to travel from one end of the pipe to the other. It's measured in milliseconds. Low bandwidth, high latency means worse internet. High bandwidth, low latency is equal to better or faster internet. Can we achieve the same via satellite connectivity? Well, normally satellites are placed at a distance of 36,000 km away from the surface of Earth. If radio wave has to travel that sort of distance, obviously the latency will be high and the internet speed will be very slow. But if you could broad those satellite lower, you can reduce the latency, and so in turn you can reduce the time it takes to travel to the space. But in that case, you would need more satellites to cover the same area, and to stay at the altitude, they'll also have to orbit around the Earth. This is what all Elon Musk Starlink is doing at this moment right now.
3, 2, 1, ignition. Off go SpaceX, go tracers.
Starlink.
ये है Starlink.
Starlink.
Elon Musk. These days he's making headlines.
Elon Musk's satellite internet service, Starlink.
Satellite communication is extremely important.
Starlink uses thousands of low Earth orbit satellites flying just 550 kilometers above the planet. Here is how it works. When you send a request like opening a website, the data first goes to your home dish. From there, it will be converted to a radio wave and transmitted to a Starlink satellite close by. The very first Starlink satellite converts that data to a light signal again. Now you'll think, why would it do that? Well, you might have already learned that the highest speed that we know till the time is the speed of light in a vacuum. And what space? Well, it's nothing. It's empty and kind of vacuum. Which means these satellites actually have an advantage over cable. They are faster because the speed of light through glass is less than that of speed of light through the vacuum. Now, this first Starlink satellite beams your data up to the nearest satellite. That satellite then communicates with others in space using light beams until the signal reaches one position near your target location. Then the data is converted to a radio wave there and sent back down to a nearby ground station. And finally, from there it reaches the server. The server's response follows the same space route in reverse order. So yes, your cat video before reaching you travels through the space if you are already using Starlink. The optimistic take here is the Starlink could challenge not just other satellites but fiber itself, the goat of the internet. The most likely scenario is that Starlink wins in some places, but fiber still wins in the vast majority. But just look at your screen right now. This is a site that tracks where Starlink satellites are already. This is so cool to look at, right? But if you're an astronomer here on Earth, those 7,000 Starlink satellites orbiting above can seriously get in the way, disrupting observations and making it harder to discover something new out there in space. That's why it's crucial for both governments and us to find a balance. In our pursuit to connect people across the globe, we shouldn't lose sight of our ability to look up and explore the universe. We need to find ways to do the both. Hope this video helped you understand both the existential internet infrastructures in better way. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Just a quick info guys, Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Alright, now before directly getting into cybersecurity, we need to understand first what is the need of cybersecurity and from where does it even arise from. Also, for that, first we need to understand the fundamental building blocks of cybersecurity, which is networking and security. Okay, so let's start from the root. What does the word cybersecurity even means? Okay, so here cyber means all the things that are carried out online or are related to the internet, and then the security stands for securing all the internet activity or online activity and protecting your assets that are already on the internet, such as documents, files, websites, whatever it is. From whom? From hackers or like script kiddos or anyone who has malicious intents about your online data or online privacy or online security. Alright? So, the core part of whatever that is hosted online or need to be protected online or security related to the online things, the core or the foundational part to all of that, what is that? Internet, right? We just saw the video like how the internet works, and now I guess that you have a clear idea about what are the things that are need to be taken care of. And let's see that what is internet and how does this actually works from the perspective of cybersecurity. All right, so now let's begin. So as you can see on the screen, internet at its core is a giant or a massive global network of interconnected devices, computers, servers, satellites that can communicate using a set of predefined rules called as protocols. Okay, and these machines talk to each other using the protocols or simpler rules that define how the data is sent, perceived, and is interpreted across the networks. Alright, now let's see how does this internet actually works. Like we saw how does it exactly works. Now let's see that from the perspective of cyber defense and cyber security as well. Okay, so again I will just give you a quick overview of how the internet works. So first what you do is you're a client or suppose a user browsing on your internet, and then you ask the browser for any kind of results such as, hey browser, load this Canva site or Miro site for me. Then the internet will like, okay, let me see if it is available from the servers. Then it goes to the servers. Then from there it takes the request for whatever website or URL or whatever the website you want to fetch. It takes the server's request from there and then analyzes that request first from the internet. Then it says, no problem, here the sign-in page, ask client to authenticate. Like this client has made a request, for example, a Canva or a Miro website itself. So the internet goes to the server and then the server retrieves whatever the required website URLs or files that are need to be fetched. Then it goes to internet again. This is the information that you asked for. Now ask your client to authenticate it with the credentials. Alright, and then you can start using your Canva or whatever website that you're using here. So basically this is what is the flow that we know until now. So now let's see how does this massive widespread system actually works behind the scenes in terms of cybersecurity. Okay, now for that let's walk you through from the very first point of connection, that is the user. Firstly, you are here a user connected to the internet. So this is our entry point towards this vast network of interconnected devices, that is internet. Okay, like whenever you use a device, that is a laptop, a phone, which is connected to a router, which further is connected to the, like these are the routers and these are the further connected to the ISP or internet service provider to be specific. So a router, it is basically a networking device which can connect the local devices to the internet. That is the work of the router. As you can see this, the local devices includes this your PC number 2, PC number 3, PC number 4 and even your PC number 1. That is the entry point for your connection. So a router connects all of this inside a LAN or local area network, which is then further connected to the internet, which has a DNS server, a web server, a database server, and this all makes up for the internet service provider. Alright? I hope this is clear to you. Now think of it like a gateway or an entry point to the vast network of internet. Alright? That was it for the internet. But now here comes the catch. This entry point, it is vulnerable. And why? Because whenever you're connected to a PC or any device, you're mostly using a router, like a Wi-Fi router or a Wi-Fi network probably, which if it is unsecure, like if you're using a public Wi-Fi or a Wi-Fi link that you're not very acquainted from, like from where it is, like what is the source of it, etc., then there are a chances that you can be sniffed by the attackers. Alright? Attackers or someone who has malicious intents over your information or whatever the activity that you are being carried out on the internet. Alright? And apart from that, even your ISP or internet service provider might track your activity over the unsecured Wi-Fi if the traffic is not encrypted. Alright? Like whatever traffic is coming and going, like receiving and then sending from user to ISP or ISP to user, they can track your activity with the help of that traffic if it's not encrypted or secured with the proper systems. Alright? So in this way, there are many of the loopholes where there are chances for us to be attacked or can be sniffed or tracked by some malicious hackers, sniffers, or even the people who just want to watch out for us, which is really dangerous. Now, it's like whenever you send a request from your entry point, the data transmission begins, right? But now, what can happen here is, if you want to visit a website, what do? You just go onto your browser and type the name of that website like www.example.com. Or to be very specific, let's take a real life example, that is www.canva.com, okay? Now, with the help of this, your device sends a request to a DNS server, right here, DNS server, to find the IP address of that domain name system or like the name of the website that you just clicked, like www.canva.com. What it does it, your device sends a request to the DNS server to find the IP address of that website, right? Then your request is converted into data packets that travel across the routers and servers across the globe, like throughout the World Wide Web or internet that we call, right? But what can happen here is, as the intent here is, you typed the website, the name of the website, and now you want to access that website so that you can create the designs on Canva, right? This is your simple intention behind it. But what can happen here is, this is vulnerable to DNS spoofing. So what DNS spoofing is? Basically where the attacker gives you a fake address or changes the IP address of that website. Now, as we took the example of canva.com here, the canva.com or www.canva.com is supposed to redirect you to the Canva website. Now, through the DNS spoofing, what the attacker does is, he will redirect you to a false website or worst, a maliciously active website where if you log in for your credentials, like to log in into your account, and you entered your login credentials such as your username and password, so your username and password will be leaked to the attacker, and maybe that was his intention, to retrieve your username and password to carry out whatever intentions he had for you. That is obviously the wrong intentions. Apart from that, this is also vulnerable for another type of attack known as man-in-the-middle attack or MIM attack, where someone else can read your data and change it in the middle, right here. So here you can see that the unsecured entry point can invite much more disruptions and attacks that you are not even aware of that you are being targeted for. So man-in-the-middle attack is what basically, so where someone else can read your data, like whatever the data you are passing, change or manipulate the data in the middle and send it to the other end or the receiver or whoever is sitting on the receiver end, causing the wrong information or miscommunication between the two parties. Like suppose there is an online negotiation going on in between your bank and you, and there you need and you agreed on certain points, and then there's someone in the middle of you, like this is you and this is your bank, okay, and then there's someone in the middle who is watching whatever you're like talking or communicating with each other on the negotiation basis. And suppose that you are closing a deal or signing up for a loan that includes crores of rupees, okay? Then the man in the middle, that is why it is named as man in the middle, because this party number one, party number two, you and bank, right? And there's another person in between you who is reading whatever you both are communicating or negotiating. And once you're agreed, what he will do is he will change the data or whatever the interest that is added onto you on the signed loan is just an example. I'm just letting you know how these things go. So it will change the amount, the interest, and then maybe the account number too, because he want all of it to be transacted on his account, but the name, the victim who is responsible and is going to take up all this damage is you, the user. While he gets all the money, that is in crores, the bank blames you and you are responsible solely for that, even if it was not you who has received the money. So I hope that you understand what man in the middle basically is. These are the major vulnerabilities that can be used to target you and harm you in a major and worst ways. Alright, now let's move forward. Now after that, once the transaction begins, then the target's website gets your request, like whatever the target website you was aiming for. It processes it and sends back the required web page, which is again broken down into packets, right? So I hope you understood this layer, that is was the DNS layer. So the vulnerabilities that are present in the DNS layer are this one, DNS spoofing and man in the middle, okay? Now let's move forward and understand what is the fourth step, okay? Now once you have like entered the URL or address of that website, then the target website server gets your request, like my target website or the website that I was going to open was Canva, right? Then the target website or Canva gets the request, it processes it and sends back the required web page, like the login page or the home page, whatever it is, okay? Then, which is kind of broken down into packets again. It doesn't directly send that. The data that is required to open that web page is again broken down into data packets, which is once done, then your device reassembles all those data packets sent all togetherly and displays the web page, the home page or login page, whatever you are being asked to enter your credentials on, okay? But now, again, here your system is vulnerable to the server compromises where the attackers could inject the malware into your system if you're not using the firewalls or spoof the responses. Now what happened here is, again, here your system is vulnerable to server compromises where attackers could inject malware into your system if you're not using firewalls, or like even they can spoof the responses. Spoof in a sense to read and change the responses. So that is what spoofing is. Or something like phishing can be also carried out over here. Or worse, data breaches or data leaks if the data is not properly secured and encrypted. Right? So now I hope you understood this data transmission layer. Then comes the web server request. Once the page loads, you interact, you click buttons, fill forms and make payments. This dynamic flow is made possible with the help of the protocols known as HTTPS, TCP/IP or FTP, SMTP, etc., including the APIs and databases. Now here, there are chances of attackers performing the cross-site scripting attacks or injecting malicious scripts, SQL injections, or even the session hijacking. In this part, web server receives request in that part. Here, the attackers can like cross-site scripting, injecting malicious scripts that can corrupt your web page, or even with the intent to gain the access over the server, right? Or even injecting the SQL injections, as here in this layer, you also have your databases present, right? So what happens after this is, the data storage, like accounts, passwords, messages, which are stored in the servers and databases somewhere, again, this is also stored mainly on the internet itself, right? Like your browser data, cache, cookies, or your password manager, right? And not only this, even your cloud databases, servers. And if this stored data is not secured properly, attackers can get in through the security concerns like database leaks or insider threats, right? So this was the layers and the vulnerabilities that each layer has and the kind of attack that is possible through each layer of the internet. Okay? I hope you understood this. So now that we have seen how the internet works and how it is vulnerable to various attacks, now let's see the layers of the internet. Like honestly, internet isn't the only thing like we can access or see. It is much more vast, wide, deep and intense than that. So let's see what it is actually. So the first layer we see here is the surface web, okay? And just below the surface web, we have this deep web. And below the deep web, we have the most researched topic or the most curious topic about everyone who is curious about cybersecurity. That is the dark web. So now let's understand this all layers in details. All right. So first we have this is the surface layer. So as you can see on the screen, surface web or first layer of the internet is basically the public face of internet, which means we can basically access it, and this is what 90 to 95% of users interact on daily basis, as everything here can be indexed by search engines like Google, Bing, Yahoo, etc., which includes the public websites, news articles, YouTube blogs, social media, etc. And we can access it using the secure protocols or network protocols such as HTTP, HTTPS and web technologies. But this layer being the most topmost layer, and as much more users access this layer, it is also a common target for phishing, drive-by downloads and browser-based exploits, and can easily be scraped for the data leaks or open source intelligence attacks. Alright, so that was it for the surface web. I hope this is clear that why it is called as surface web, and this is what we have access to and this is what we browse mainly, okay? After that, then we have this deep web, alright? So deep web or the hidden ocean, it is also called as the hidden ocean. Now why it is called as hidden web or hidden ocean is because anything here cannot be indexed directly by any kind of search engines, okay? You cannot just access them with Google, Yahoo or any kind of web browsers because they are forbidden. Like you're not allowed to just go and search about the things that are there in the deep web, okay? Now why we cannot index or get the information that is stored or is available on the next layer of internet, that is deep web, because it is mainly password protected or even paywall protected or even dynamically generated content, and that is why it is not easier or it is not easily available, or the content on the deep web you cannot index or search it or get the search results and retrieve the data whatever available in this layer is because of this reason, that is they are password protected, paywalls protected, and the most of the content is dynamically generated. Alright? Now what it contains is whenever you send an email or whatever the data that you interact with, no matter how secure it is still available on the net, right? But the thing is, if anything is available on the internet, why we cannot access it? Because it is always and always protected by some kind of security measures, prevention measures, and that is how we cannot access anyone's email, or like all the data is available on the internet but we are still not able to access it, or it is kind of hidden, forbidden and layered in a way that it becomes difficult to access it just for an average users. But if you know how these things work like the internet, then you have the knowledge about all the tools regarding the cybersecurity, then you can access. But for the average users or the common users, it is not possible to access it. So what does it contains? Like what is the content that is present in the deep web? So it contains the email inboxes, online banking portals, transactions, academic databases, government portals, or the corporate intranets that use the firewalls, authentication, backend servers, or even the cloud APIs. Everything here is protected and is available over the deep web. Alright. So let's see how it actually works. Even though the deep web or the hidden ocean is basically less accessible, but of course for the obvious reasons, or deep web or this layer is said to be holding the sensitive gold because it includes the financial data, medical records, academic databases, which hackers can access easily using an SQL injection, brute force, and even the credential stuffing, which is why it is deeply protected into the deep web and this layer is not accessible just for anyone until you are pro, of course, in the cybersecurity. So that was it for the deep web. Okay. Lastly, we have the most dangerous but also the most exciting layer, that is the dark web. I can bet on it that you guys who are cybersecurity enthusiasts have already searched about it or already been curious that what is it, why is it so forbidden, why it is such a big thing, etc. Because after all, mysterious and unreachable things are always full of surprises, and thus we all get fascinated by them, right? So as you can see, the dark web is also a part of a deep web only, but it's intentionally hidden so that you can't access it through the normal browsers like Chrome, Safari, or search engines like Google. Now, why is it hidden? Because the dark web itself were designed for the anonymity, okay, both for the users and for the websites. Unlike the surface web, which can be accessed easily through the web browsers, the dark web, it uses the encrypted networks like Tor, which means the onion router, which bounce your data through several nodes to hide your identity. Like, you know how an onion looks? It is layered. Like when you are going to peel it off, there might be 50 layers inside, right? And that is how your information is hidden in between the layers. So even if you want it to get the access or to read the data, whatever is available, you need to go through that layers, and that will take time. And also it is not easier to break into the dark web or go through the layers, and that is what the Tor does or the onion router does. Alright, so as you can see here, the tools used to access the dark web are the Tor, that is the onion router, PGP, that is the pretty good privacy tool, and then there are the hidden services like .onion extension they have. So most of the tools heavily rely on PGP or pretty good privacy encryption and the hidden services, which mask the identity of both the user and the server they are connecting to. Alright, but as it was designed totally for the privacy or anonymity to stay anonymous, anonymity always isn't good, right? So it attracts both the good people like the heroes and the bad guys like the hackers, sniffers, attackers, right? Now what I mean by this is, in the world of cybersecurity, the dark web is a double-edged sword. On the one side, it helps the whistleblowers, journalists, and political activists to use it to stay safe in repressive regimes. But on the other side, it is a breeding ground for the digital hackers and attackers or the malicious anonymous users. So basically, we can say that the dark web itself is the birthplace or origin for most of the cyber crimes. Like, are you aware that it has entire marketplace over here where you can also get zero-day vulnerabilities? Now, what zero-day vulnerabilities means? They are basically those security flaws into the existing systems, maybe in your phone, in your laptop's Windows version. It exists. Like, those are the vulnerabilities. Now, what I mean by vulnerabilities is like the loopholes which you can exploit to get the access of it, or to plan some attacks, or to install some malwares inside the device. So all the vulnerabilities or the loopholes which are like loose in the security are said to be vulnerabilities, and zero-day vulnerabilities means no one knows about them from day zero. Okay, and that is why it is known as zero-day vulnerabilities. Don't worry, we are going to see that in the further part. For now, just understand that the dark place itself is the trading ground or a playground where you can get all the tools, all the things that are malicious or that are harmful from the security purposes. And these zero-day vulnerabilities are sold and traded for large amounts of money and trades in the dark web openly. And attackers can purchase the ransomware as a service, DDoS attack tools, then malware kits, apart from that phishing templates, also the stolen credentials and personal data from the recent data leaks or data breaches. So now I hope that it is clear that why dark web is such a dangerous and the most darkest layer of the internet, because it is open to all and it also helps you to stay anonymous, and that is why it is impossible to trace the identity or information or any kind of data of the attacker, and that is why it is a safe place for all the hackers, making it the breeding ground for attacking, hacking, or cyber crimes mostly. But again, as I said, it's a double-edged sword. Means if it has the bad side, there are some of the good side as well. Now, what is that? We'll see. So, on the other hand, cybersecurity analysts or ethical hackers also use the dark web to their advantages. They infiltrate the forums, monitor the transactions, and gather the threat intelligence to predict and prevent the attacks, kind of like the defenders and security officers of and in the dark web. Alright? So I hope you understood the role of dark web in cybersecurity and why it is hidden. Because it has to be hidden. Because its very design aims to protect the freedom of speech, anonymity, and censorship resistance. But when it is used with the malicious intent, it becomes a sanctuary for the cybercrime. And the dark web isn't legal by itself, but how you make the use of dark web is all makes the difference. Again, here's an important tip. Do not just go blindly and try to access the dark web, because if proper security measures are not taken, it can expose your entire identity to the whole internet. Alright? And it is also dangerous to go there without knowing anything of it. So I'm here not advising, or we are not advising you to go and just check on the dark web. Okay? It is dangerous. Means it is dangerous. Okay? So be careful about how you do things, because honestly, if something hasn't performed or done properly with proper things in the mind, it can be really harmful for you as well. Alright, so that was it for the internet. Now let's take a look at the most important concept of cybersecurity. That is, first thing is networking. Because if you don't know how the network works, how the connections or how the devices are connected, what are the protocols they are using, you cannot break them, right? There's also one proverb regarding this. If you don't know how the rules perform or work, you cannot break them properly. And that is why we need to study networking basics first. So, as I said, it helps you to know the whole system, like whole internet and how the devices works. Alright, so now why do we need to study basics of networking? That I told you already. Apart from that, it also helps us to understand how the whole system of the internet actually works in perspective of networking and cybersecurity. Because to protect anything, like we are studying the cybersecurity, which means we are going to protect the cyber or online things that we perform online, right? So now that we have looked into the layers of the internet, let's see and understand how this whole system actually works in terms of networking and cybersecurity. Because to protect anything, you first need to know how it is built. And that is why networking is really important. Alright? So networking is just about how computers are connected to each other, like how they communicate, share information to each other. In simpler words, think of it like all your devices, including your laptop or even your iPad, trying to communicate, share the files, or even ask questions before proceeding to the respective task or whatever the task they are going to perform. But for the communication to go on smoothly, there needs to be some set of the rules or protocols or some kind of guidelines, right? Like we cannot just pass any kind of information to just anyone. We only share specific information with the specific people and according to what is needed to be shared, right? Or the assigned task or the request made by the people, like they want to know about us. And just like that, networking protocols also works the same. Now, to understand this in more simpler way, let's take an example just for you understand that why protocols or networking rules are important. So suppose you are in the office and you are assigned with some of the tasks, okay? And you are asked to report to the boss after your task is done. Now, will you report that your work is done to your mom? No, right? You cannot tell your mom that, okay, I have completed this work and this is the task I have finished in the entire day. Will that work? That sounds so stupid, right? Now, in the similar manner, would you tell your boss that you ate in the lunch, like what sabzi you ate or what kind of meal you had or what kind of dessert you had? No, right? In front of boss, we are supposed to discuss all the formal things. While in front of our parents or friends, we can discuss the informal things or like casual things. So just like that, we are supposed to share our information or whatever our thoughts are only to specific people and in a right way. Like when you're speaking to your boss, do you just speak anything? No, right? There is some kind of construct in the sentence, there is kind of intonation, there is kind of frequency in your voice, all that, because we know that we cannot be disrespectful or we cannot be just like casual in front of our boss. because we have some ethics that we have to perform in front of the boss, while in the other case, that is our loved ones or our friends or our parents, we can be frank, casual, and talk things about like just about anything, right? Just like that, we have to follow some protocols in the networking guidelines or in terms of networking guidelines. So these protocols and models are designed to make sure that they can communicate over certain rules and guidelines. And that is what protocols are. They decide how the data should travel, how devices should talk, and what gets the priority to be delivered first. Like the priority queues, just like that. So the most important ones in the cybersecurity. So the first one is IP or Internet Protocol. So think of it like the digital numeric address for your device. Like each device has a unique address on the internet, and which is used for the identifying and routing of devices. Like if you're supposed to know the device IP, like whatever device you're using, what command you type? ipconfig, then you get the like whatever the internet or IP address you have, right? After that we have TCP. Okay, so we have a threat here that is called as IP spoofing. Like just we saw the DNS spoofing where your IP address can be changed. Same thing here can be done on the IP protocol. Your IP address can be changed or replaced with a fake IP address that can lead you to some malicious website or some kind of wrong site where you should not visit. Okay. And then we have the next protocol, that is TCP or Transmission Control Protocol. So this ensures that the data is accurately delivered and in proper sequence and order. So this is used for sending emails, websites, file transfers, because the main thing of this is reliable and ordered data delivery without any kind of mismatch. Now the threats here are SYN floods, TCP hijacking, alright, and this is how it works. Like let me show you the TCP one. Yeah, so here it is, and it is mostly used for web browsing, email protocols, etc. Alright, after this we have another protocol, that is UDP or User Datagram Protocol. This is the fastest network protocol you have, but there are no guarantees, because wherever there is like speed, there is a mess, just like that. But it is ideal for the video calls and gaming, because whenever you're gaming, you need all your features to work smooth and in a fast way, right? So it is fast and it doesn't need any kind of handshakes to be performed in between the data delivery. So the speed can be maintained as fast as it can. But it is also vulnerable to UDP floods, DDoS attacks. Okay, so our UDP is great for the streaming of the games and videos. But when it comes to like ethical things or like very, very important things such as banking or medical things, it is not considered as the most used protocol. After that, we have the HTTP or HTTPS, which are the web browsing protocols basically. So these protocols helps your browser to fetch the websites from whatever servers they want to fetch the information. Okay, so here HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol and HTTPS stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Securely. Okay, as you can see on the screen that it is just HTTP, which means Hypertext Transfer Protocol, and as the name suggests, Hypertext Transfer Protocol, it is in format of plain text and it is insecure because it is sent into the plain text format only. But again, we have another protocol, that is HTTPS, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Securely, and that is why it has the word secure, which means it also supports the encryption. And how it is encrypted? With the help of SSL and TLS certificates. They are the security certificates. They provide the extra security with encryption to whatever data you are sending over the web browsing protocols. Okay, now here it is vulnerable to MITM attacks, SSL strippings. Okay, after that we have the DNS protocol or domain name system basically. So it is like an internet phone book that translates the names into IP. Just like how you save the contact numbers of your friends into your phone, you don't have to remember it, but whenever you want to call that person, you just search the name of that person, then you can get the information and the contact number of that person and you can call them directly. Okay, you don't need to type the number directly on the keypad. You can just search for the contact name and you can talk to that person. Just like that, DNS also works. So in that way, it is an internet phone book that translates the domain name into IP addresses. Okay, and again, this is vulnerable to DNS spoofing, DNS cache poisoning. We will see these attacks later, don't worry. Just remember that what kind of threats are there at what protocol, okay? So HTTP looks like this. Then HTTP3 looks like this. It uses the UDP connection because it is the fastest, that's the quick. And HTTP uses the TCP connection or TCP protocols. Then we have the HTTPS, which supports the TCP connections over the public key and session key. And it has the word S, which means secure. It provides the data in an encrypted format. Alright? So now let's see the file transfer protocols. So FTP means the file transfer protocol. It is used to transfer files between client and server. But FTP is insecure and it sends the data into plain text because it is directly transferring the data without encrypting it. And that is why it is considered as insecure. Alright. After that, we have the secure file transfer protocol, also known as SFTP, which is same as FTP but is encrypted via the SSH, that is secure shell. Basically, SSH stands for secure shell. Now this is safer for sending confidential file because whatever data or whatever files that you are transferring, it is secure because they are encrypted via the secure shell protocol, okay? But again, it still needs the access control plus audit logs, like who has the access or who is auditing the logs, etc. Then lastly, we have this email protocols. So the first one is Simple Mail Transfer Protocol or SMTP, which is used to send the emails. But this is again is vulnerable for the email spoofing, spam injection or even phishing, right? Next we have is POP3 or Post Office Protocol. So from here you can download the mail to local devices in an easier way, okay? But it can be vulnerable to the lost sync, like just in case you have no sync for the emails, you haven't synced the emails properly, or you don't have the backup on the server, then there is a possibility that you can lose all the mails if not downloaded properly, okay? So this is outdated basically, but this protocol still exists. Then we have IMAP or Internet Message Access Protocol. Here you can access the emails on servers from multiple devices using this protocol, that is Internet Message Access Protocol, okay, which is also best for the modern use, but it also needs the strong author. Alright, so now that we have seen that like how the data flows and is delivered and what kind of protocols and rules it uses and where it is used, now let's see how we can protect the network flow or network into the system so that the attackers or intruders cannot cause the harm or something that can give us an enhanced security, okay? So here's how we can secure them. So first is firewalls. The firewalls basically acts like the security guards or basically security wall that decides what kind of data comes in and what kind of data goes out. They allow or block the traffic based on the rules and protocols that we just saw, and they can even block certain kind of IP addresses which seems to be like something fishy is there or kind of malicious, and they can even block the ports as well as the protocols if they detect something is wrong with them, okay? And that is why a good firewall can protect your entire system. I bet that you have heard about Windows Defender firewall, right? Yeah, that is the firewall I'm talking about. And so without a firewall, you are basically letting anyone come and go through the doors, okay? So the next thing that we have is IDS or IPS. Now IDS is basically intrusion detection system, okay? IDS stands for what? Intrusion detection system. Now what does the word intrusion means? Intrusion means any unwanted entry of an user, or like you haven't authenticated or like given permission to that user to let access your system or access your device, but still he's coming. Then who is he? Intruder. Intruder means someone gaining the access to your system forcefully or without your permission, alright? So that is intruder. And detection system means the systems which can detect if any kind of unauthorized access or any kind of user who has entered in your device without your permission or without you letting them access there, okay? So they detect basically, the work of that is detection. So they work like the alarming systems that detect the attacks, malwares, and block the suspicious activity. Like if they detected any kind of suspicious or like malicious activity, they detect it and they alert you about it. And then this IDS acts as a CCTV camera, like what comes and goes. And if suppose something happens, it watches like, okay, there's something suspicious going on into this port or like on this protocol, something unwanted traffic is coming there. So you please take the note of it. It alerts you with it, okay? And then we have the IPS. So IPS basically stands for Intrusion Prevention System. In the IDS, we saw that it can detect any kind of suspicious or malicious activity on our system, okay? What IPS does is, it basically prevents any kind of suspicious activity from happening itself, okay? To be precise, IPS acts like the security guard. It basically says that no, you cannot go inside, or you're not allowed here, you're not permitted over here, please go away from here, or you're not allowed, you don't have the access. It basically acts like that, and that is why we can call IPS as a security guard, okay? And it's a reactive system. Like if any kind of malicious code or maliciously programmed traffic is trying to gain the access or get inside your device, then it basically says no, you're not allowed, thus you cannot go further, okay? So that is how IPS behaves. Now both of this detects the malware, intrusions, or any kind of suspicious behavior, and then IPS prevents it, okay? So I have a line over here that is your first alert system when an anomaly strikes. Like whatever happens suspiciously on your device, so these two are the first one to detect it and make you alert about it, okay? Then we have VPNs or virtual private networks. So what they basically do is encrypt traffic so that even if someone spies on the network, they can't read the data. It also hides your IP and location, and it becomes really necessary on public Wi-Fi to avoid the snooping or anyone sniffing your data, okay? Now I bet that during the lockdown period, when the PUBG or BGMI were not allowed in India, it basically was banned. Many of you have used VPNs, basically Proton VPN, mostly it was used, right? So virtual private network or VPN just behaves like that. Even if some things are not allowed, with the virtual private network, you can still access them, okay? Next we have port and protocol monitoring. So ports are the virtual endpoint that allows communication between different applications and services on a network, okay? So ports are basically the virtual endpoint that allows the communication between different applications and services on a network. Like basically they act like the post offices, that if I want to send a letter to someone living so far away, then I need to communicate with that port. Like suppose I'm at A location and I want to send the postcard to B location where my mother is there, okay? That I want to tell her all about my updates, okay? Now what I have to do is first go to the post office near my location, and from there write the address or the port number basically in this perspective, that please deliver this message to this port number so that the receiver can receive it, okay? So it basically works like that. So then my mother on the other end, that is port B or like post office B, can receive that, and then she can read it and then pass the data again to me, just like that. Basically that are the ports. So ports are the virtual endpoint that allows communication between two different applications and services on a network. And every service uses a port number. Like port number 21 is reserved for the FTP, or we studied FTP, right? What is the full form of it? File Transfer Protocol. So File Transfer Protocol uses the port number 21 for that, okay? Then we have the port number 22, which is particularly reserved for the SSH, which means secure shell, okay? Secure shell. So with the SSH, you can gain the access of another device also, if you configure it right way. We have some stuff like putty and puttygen for that. With the help of that, you can access other computer remotely. So it is the most targeted port, by the way, port 22. Then we have port 80, which is responsible for the HTTP traffic. And then we have port 443, which is responsible for the HTTPS. Now what is the full form of HTTP and HTTPS? So HTTP stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, while the HTTPS stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol Secure. Now here, this S or secure word adds another encryption layer to it, making it more secure, okay? And these four ports are mostly targeted by the attackers. So you need to know how this works, how to work with them, and what kind of vulnerabilities this carry, okay? I'm here giving you just an overview. But if you want to study cybersecurity in detail, or you're really like enthusiastic about the cybersecurity, this port numbers should be studied by you. All right. And again, every open port is a potential backdoor which can monitor, reject, and defend. Now there's one tool called as Nmap. We will see that further. So Nmap is used to basically see how many ports and which ports are open. Okay, because open ports are the invitation to the attackers, which they can exploit by sending unwanted traffic on your devices. Okay, so this part, that is port and protocol monitoring, is really important with the perspective of cybersecurity. All right, and cybersecurity professionals analyze the traffic patterns, filter the suspicious IPs, and build rules to detect the threats earlier. That's why you are supposed to know each of these concepts in a detailed manner. All right. Now next we have, that is network OSI model or the OSI model. So now that we have understood how the internet works, how networking and the protocols connect devices across the globe, and how attackers find the cracks into those connections, now there's another important concept or important model that you need to know about, is the network OSI model, or which basically stands for Open Systems Interconnection Model. Okay, so let's see it. And we all know that to protect anything deeply, we must know how exactly it works, as I said before also. So let's see that how this data flows and what are the layers the data flows in, step by step. Okay, right from the moment you click something or send a text to someone, and not just across the devices but through the layers, we will see how it moves across. Okay, and that is where OSI or Open Source Interconnection Model comes in. It is a universal framework that basically breaks down or explains how different computer systems communicate over a network. So it was developed by the International Organization for Standardization, that is also called as ISO. You have downloaded certain files with the extension ISO, right? So this is it. To standardize the network communication across device and vendors. Okay. Now this OSI model is divided into 7 layers, with each having its own specific role and responsibility. From physical signal transmission to user interface application, we will see how it, the data that you send, like suppose you sent a hi message, how it travels layer by layer in the network's ecosystem and then delivers on your recipient's device. Okay, so we'll see that. So this layer structure makes it easier to manage the network traffic, diagnose and fix issues. Like if there are issues in between the layers, it gets fixed with the help of the automated things that we'll study. It also ensures the interoperability between different technologies. In short, it provides a universal blueprint for how data flows and how we can protect it. Alright, now let's see the layers in the details now. So first we are going to study about the last layer actually. It starts from the physical layer and then delivers it to the application level. But since we are going to see from the user perspective, we are going to start from the application layer. Okay, and this is the 7th layer in the OSI model layers. Okay, so application layer, this is the layer closest to the user. Like whatever we interact with the application, this is the layer that we interact with, that is the application layer. Okay, now why it is closest to the user? Because it acts as an interface between the user and the software. Like suppose how I'm interacting with this laptop. Now this is the laptop and I'm teaching you on Miro itself. So Miro is a software, or for now I'm using it on the browser though, but it's some software, right? So I'm interacting with the Miro itself. Now suppose you're interacting on the WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, whatever it is. You're interacting with the application, right? Not any kind of like physical layer, data link layer. No, you're interacting with the application. And that is why we need to study it from the application layer itself. And thus, it is an interface between the user and the software. Like I told you, you directly interact with the WhatsApp, Gmail, browser. You directly interact with that application. Okay, I hope this is clear for you. So it interacts with the software applications that implement a communication component like the browsers, emails, WhatsApp, or whatever the messaging apps that you chat with or use day to day. Now how this works is, you send a request to the server and then it goes to the server. Like suppose I'm interacting with the WhatsApp or like I'm browsing something. We saw already, like whenever you make a request on the browser, like suppose we took the example of canva.com, right? Now let's take some other example, like www.wikipedia. Okay, now whenever you want to study about or research about something new that you like encountered with and you have no idea what that thing is, what we do, we go on the Google Chrome, we type what is it, and then the first thing that we see is Wikipedia about it. So that is how. So what we are doing here, we are requesting that please give me the results on XYZ topic from the Wikipedia. Then it goes to the server, and then the server responds you with the help of this protocols, that is HTTP, HTTPS, simple mail transfer protocol, file transfer protocols. It depends like for whatever you are using. If you are using for the Gmail, SMTP will be used because it stands for simple mail transfer protocol. If you are asking it for a certain file or kind of like document, it will respond you and receive the request through FTP. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now this layer being the most interacted with, like the user interaction level is really high over here, or is it is what the user interacts with. Now let's see what are the attacks it is vulnerable to. So first is phishing, as it can directly be manipulated with the SMTP or Gmails using. Then we have social engineering, malicious attachments, like with the help of FTP, the attacker can send you some malicious attachments or documents. So now if the malicious documents are sent and you have downloaded them through your internet, then there are chances that it may contain some malicious code that can automatically run itself on your device to gain the access. Or if you have heard about some ransomware cases, you know how it works, right? So it is vulnerable to these attacks. Next layer we have is the presentation layer. Okay, now this layer is responsible for the data formatting, encoding and encryption, as you can see over here. Okay, so the next layer we have is the presentation layer, and in that layer it is responsible for data formatting, encryption and even the encoding of the data, and even compression of the files or data files if it is like mentioned over there. Basically what it does, it translates the data into a format the receiving application can understand by using the protocols like SSL and TSL. That is the security or encryption certificate basically. That is it. So what is the layer of presentation? It basically compresses, encodes and encrypts the data that is sent to a recipient. When it reaches to the recipient's device, it decodes itself or decrypts itself and transforms it into the format that user can read or can access it. Okay, and it is encrypted using these protocols, TLS and SSL. So which protocols are present on the presentation layer? TLS and SSL. Okay, now the next layer that we are going to study is the session layer. Now this layer, what it does, it maintains and keeps your session alive or like closes it when not needed. So who does that? Session layer. Okay, and this layer, all layers are must, they are always present in every application that you interact with, because without this not a single application can survive, and this are the inbuilt layers. Okay, so there's no chance that one layer is missing, other layer is there. No, this is a standard format and it gets followed everywhere. So it uses the protocols like NetBIOS and RPC, and even like it works in terms of sockets. Now if you're studied full stack, you know what sockets are. Okay, then it is vulnerable to the attacks like session hijacking, cookie theft or even replay attacks. Now what are those? We are going to see that in further sessions. Okay, so next layer that we have is the transport layer. Now what is the work of the transport layer is, it basically acts like the delivery layer, and that is why it is called as transport. So now once you have sent that hi message, it is transported within this layer. But how it gets transported? So it basically handles your end-to-end communication. It breaks the data into segments or data packets, ensuring the reliability, error checking and retransmission. If something breaks while the transmitting, it again sends the message like through that layer that wait, our message or data packets are broken or corrupted, we need to send it again, just like that. And that is why it is called as transport layer, because it carries the data that has sent from the sender to the receiver sent. Okay, and what helps it? The TCP and UDP protocols. So TCP itself stands for Transmission Control Protocol, And UDP is like user datagram protocol, and it is vulnerable to the attacks like S1 flood, that is DDoS attacks, TCP hijacking, UDP floods. Okay. After that, we have the network layer. So this network layer determines the best route for the data to travel across the networks using the IP address. It handles the routing, addressing, and even the packet forwarding. Okay, as you can see, it is transporting and finding the best part of the data to be carried and delivered to the address. Okay, and what kind of protocols it uses? IP, ICMP, and IP security. So we understood what IP is. Basically, it is the numerical address of any device. So it's like it decides what destination your data will go to. Like this is the address your data is going to be delivered to. Okay, and who decides that? The network layer. Just like the GPS routing that tells us which is the shortest and optimal path, just like that. But it is vulnerable to IP spoofing, ICMP flooding, that is ping of death, and routing table poisoning. Okay, now next we are going to see data link layer. Okay, now what it does is it basically handles the device to device communication in the local area network or local network. Okay, it handles the communication between the devices on the same local area network using the MAC addresses, which ensures the detection from the physical layer and organizes data into the data frames. Okay, now the protocols it uses are Ethernet, ARP, Triple P. These are the protocols that they use. So the attacks that the data link layer is vulnerable to are MAC spoofing, ARP poisoning, and switch flooding. Okay, then the last layer we have is the physical layer. Now this physical layer is the lowest layer, and it is concerned with transmitting the raw bits over a physical medium, like the optical fiber cable, which carries all our data, which includes the cable, switches, radio signals, voltage levels, anything that is related to the hardware. And that is why it is called as physical layer, because it actually exists, like the wires, the cables. You can see and perceive them, right? So it is called as physical layer. Now, what this physical layer is vulnerable to is wiretapping, jamming, or even cutting the cables. And I'm pretty sure that you are aware of what this cutting cables and jamming are referring to, right? Okay, so that was it for the OSI model. And OSI model is considered to be the most important thing with the perspective of security, networking, and cybersecurity. Okay, so make sure you know all the protocols and in which layer they are present and which layer is responsible for what. Okay, basically this is the reason why cybersecurity professionals monitor these layers very carefully, because these are the layers our data travels through. And making it vulnerable, it means that any attack on even if a single layer, the data corrupts or gets damaged or can be leaked even. Alright, so now let's take an example and see how the data flows actually through these layers. Now suppose that you're sending a hi message to your friend and you have already clicked this message. Now for example, like on the application layer on the WhatsApp, you type like hi, hello, how are you? Now that message, hi, hello, how are you, then moves to the presentation layer where it gets encrypted and encoded, which means no one else in the middle of it can even read it. And even if they are able to, all they will see is some random characters together. And there's no chance that they can make sense out of it because it is encrypted using the TLS and SSL protocols. Okay, then it moves towards the further layer, that is the session layer. Now here, a chat session is maintained with the other user, like the user on the receiver end. This chat session is maintained with the help of session layer, like the chat is on and whatever you're sending, it is delivering. So that constant thing is happening because of this session layer. Okay, and then the message moves towards the transport layer, and here that encrypted message gets broken down or segmented into the data packets. Okay, now that data packets are sent to the network layer where each segment is given an IP address for the destination. Like what we saw about the network layer, it finds the best route across the networks to deliver the data packets. Now here, since our data packets got like broken down into segments and packets, this here is assigned with an IP address for each segment. Like suppose you have 10 data packets. Now each of these 10 data packets have their IP address written on it, so that can be delivered on the destination or like desired location. Now when it moves the data link layer, here each packet gets a MAC address of the local router, so that they can have the network, basically intra-network communication for that. Okay, then when the message is finally at the physical layer, it gets converted into the bits, and these bits are converted again into the electrical wireless signals that are transmitted to the user's or receiver's cable, and then you can see that message again as it is in the plain text without the encrypted format. Okay, I hope that this is clear how your one "Hi, how are you" message travels through all of these layers to reach the receiver's end. Okay, so on the other side, like wherever your user is sitting, this process is reversed back from layer 1 to 7 again, and that is how we can communicate with each other or send and receive the data. Okay, and cyber attacks can happen at any layer, like sniffing at the second layer over here, then DDoS at the level 4, that is the transport layer, because here your data is being converted into data packets, right? And that is why it is so important to understand how these layers work and how the data is converted and everything about this flow. Okay, so now you understood about the networking, like how networks talk using the protocols, how data travels through the layered systems like OSI models, and then how attackers can explore and attack the networks by studying them properly. Because honestly, it's the first rule. If you want to break the rules and protocols, you need to study them thoroughly and then find the loopholes and attack on them. And that is how you break the rules. Well, I'm not here guiding you about doing something wrong. I'm just telling you how you can be a cybersecurity expert and what kind of mindset you should have. Okay? So now that you understand how the internet works, how the networks are structured and protected, it's time to see and focus to what really are they trying to protect. That is the data on the internet. Whether you're securing a giant network or even a small device, or even your personal sensitive data like every message, password, file, or even the online transaction, data is the new gold. And just like the gold, it needs to be protected as well, right? So how do we protect this data? And that is how it brings us to the core of cybersecurity, that is the data security. So data security techniques are the methods we use to safeguard this digital gold from the unauthorized access, corruption, or even the theft. Okay? And even the misuse of it. So there are multiple ways to secure data depending on what needs to be protected and how you're going to protect it and where it lives. Okay? So the common methods or techniques to protect your data is first is encryption, and we saw how it is done. Then we have the access control, like who has the access, or you should never give the access or admin privileges to anyone. Just give them access for what they are required and what they need to be done. Okay, then you should always have some backup and recovery, like just in case your data corrupts or gets stolen or is leaked, you should always have the backup and recovery. Okay, and then it is masking is specifically like masking the data with something else. We'll see that in the further things. And then we have tokenization. Okay, now let's see these methods into the details. So first we have is data encryption. Now what data encryption actually means is it's simply like turning your data into unreadable format or code, something like a ciphertext in cryptography, if you know that, unless it have the right key. Like you cannot decrypt the encrypted data without the key. Okay, and that is how we can protect the data, by locking it. Then we have the access control. Here you can restrict who can view or modify the data, like password protections, biometrics, or even multi-factor authentication, ensuring that only the right people get the access to the specific data. Okay, then we have backup and recovery, where you need to regularly store data copies in a safe place so we can recover them after like some kind of breach or loss, or even if your data is corrupted, you still have the backup that you can use, right? And that is why this is an essential practice that we need to practice even in our daily day-to-day life. And then we have fourth is masking. So masking basically means like hiding or masking the sensitive information like the card numbers or personal details from directly exposing it. Okay, And then lastly, we have tokenization. So tokenization is basically replacing the sensitive data with the non-sensitive tokens, and it is heavily used in the payment options or like banking gateways. Okay, and think of each technique as a layer of armor around your sensitive data where it lives, flows, and rests. And that is how you don't need to be worried about your data being stolen or hacked or even sniffed around by attackers. Okay, so these tools are your first line of defense. Like, you should know how to secure them, right? As each of these techniques works like a layer to protect your data in advance. So in simple terms, the data security is about keeping your information safe, private, and usable only by those who are supposed to use it. And to do this right, cybersecurity professionals follow a few golden principles, or known as security frameworks, that we are going to study now. So there are 3 triads and frameworks basically that we need to study. So first is CIA triad, second is DIE triad, and the third is AAA framework. Okay, now let's see them in details. So the first one we have here is, that is CIA triad. So this is the classic triad for the data security purpose, as this is the foundation for all data protection strategies. So what does it stands for is, the C in CIA triad stands for confidentiality, which means only the authorized people should access the data. Not everyone should have the access to it. Okay, and then next is I for integrity. The data should remain accurate and untampered. Tampered means changed or modified. No one can change that. The integrity or authenticity should be preserved at all the cost. Then we have availability. The data should be accessible whenever needed. Like, high availability should be there at all costs. So this is the classic triad for the data security, which stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. And it makes a CIA triad, as you can even see here. So as you can see, the confidentiality, protection of sensitive information from being accessed or disclosed by unauthorized individuals. Then we have integrity, the protection of data from unauthorized modification or destruction. That is, it should remain untampered. Then lastly, we have availability, which means it assures of timely and reliable access of data and systems by authorized users only, which again points to the confidentiality. And that is how it revolves around each other, making it a triad. Okay, now to understand this in a simple manner, think of it like if someone steals your data, there is a breach of confidentiality, because now it is accessed by some people who are not allowed to access it. Okay, then we have a breach of integrity when someone changes it, because once it changes, it becomes tampered. And what is the rule of integrity? The data should always remain accurate and untampered at all costs. But now it has changed, so there is a breach of integrity, right? Then lastly, you have, if you can't access your data during a cyber attack, the breach of availability is already happened. Like, suppose your data has got stolen or probably locked due to the ransomware that was programmed on your laptop, then you cannot access it. The availability of data is gone, and now you cannot access it, right? So there is a breach of availability. All right, and if there is a breach, the data is no available, how the data's integrity and confidentiality even matters. And that is why it again revolves around each other. Okay, so that was it for the CIA triad. Then we have the DIE triad, which is the modern cloud risk basically. So D here stands for distributed, which means systems should not be centralized. They work across multiple nodes like cloud services or even the blockchain. Like, blockchain itself is a decentralized system. So it should be distributed. What does it mean in a simple languages? There shouldn't be a central hub or something that is making it reliable on a single endpoint. Because if that single endpoint is attacked or like tampered by some attackers, then you lose all your data. And that is why the method should always be distributed. Like, whatever the data is there, it should be distributed. It should not be on the one system. And that is why systems aren't centralized. They work across multiple nodes. If your data is distributed over multiple nodes, you cannot lose your data, or even if something happens to your data, like whatever the crisis, it can be still be retrieved. Okay. Then the second is immutable. Once written, the data shouldn't change, just like the blockchain. Once the blockchain is created, that block is chained and you cannot even access it now. And the most interesting fact about blockchain is you just have 5 seconds to change a block. And in between that, if you don't do that properly, you are suspended from the blockchain authorities or whatever the members are there into that distributed network. All of them get alerts about it, and everything about you is tracked instantly. And that is why blockchain is one of the most secure framework in the entire internet. So it highlights the property of immutable, like you cannot change it, and the data shouldn't change. So this is what we should maintain, okay? And the third is ephemeral. Now, what ephemeral means is systems and services should be temporary and not always on. It helps us reduce attack surface. Like for example, ephemeral means for a short time it should be on, and after that, once your work is done, shut down your systems, close all your files and folders, make sure that they are secure, and just reduce the attack surface. Like suppose if my laptop and the internet of it is not on, or whatever the work I'm doing is totally off when I'm not working it, and all the systems that are working behind has also been turned off by me, the attack surface is reduced because the number of openings they were getting before is now closed. And that is how we can reduce the attack surface. I hope that you understood it. And why it matters is because the DIE or DIE triad is super useful in the cloud native environment and modern infrastructure environments where security needs to be baked into fast moving systems. Because we all know that the most vulnerable system for the cyber attacks is the cloud native infrastructures. And why? Because there are multiple services running that carry your data. And if one of the services crashes or something happens to that one, even the cloud provider itself, everything on that cloud platform crashes permanently until, of course, you can retrieve it. And that is why distributed, the data shouldn't be centralized or like only located at one node. It should be distributed across multiple nodes. Then the data, once written, data shouldn't be changed, because changing again and again can make the data messy and can cause some issues that can further be used for the exploitation by the attackers. Alright, and last is ephemeral. Once you are done with all services and systems, close it right away. Don't keep any kind of attack surface open. And again, so once it is distributed, the DDoS is also cannot be performed, because if the data is available over multiple systems, what the attacker will do with the DDoS? So basically DDoS is distributed denial of service. So here what the attacker does is, we are going to see that further, but still I'm giving you just an understanding of what DDoS is. It will target you with the help of bots. Like suppose your user limit is restricted to 50,000. Now what the attacker will do is, he will try to send you request 50,000 plus, and your system is since programmed to handle only 50,000 users. If there are users that are going to be more than 50,000, your system will be crashing. It will crash no matter how powerful your system is. So if the systems are not centralized or like distributed, even if one system, they like DDoS attack happens on my system, or my colleagues have the systems which have the same data, that is protected. And this way we can resist the DDoS attack. And it is the best solution against a distributed attack is a distributed service. The diamond cuts diamond, just like that. A distributed attacks cannot do any kind of harm to the distributed service. Alright, and now for the immutable, like the changes easier to detect and reverse. If there is any change into your current file directory or whatever the code you have or software you have, and all the logs, like whatever the changes you have made are there, then they are easier to detect. Like, okay, I have changed the URL or I have changed the token. Now what the attacker can do that, if he saw that here is something changed, and now we all know that, okay, XYZ person is supposed to change that data, so he has changed that. So we might overlook that, or it might give an opening to the attacker to change or replace that proper token with the fishy or maliciously programmed token over there, and that can cause a real harm to the organization. And it prevents us from unauthorized changes stand out and can be reverted to known good. Like it may be overlooked, just what I say. That is what is explaining basically. Then we have ephemeral. So this drives the value of assets closer to the zero. Now what does it mean is, it makes the dagger persistence hard and reduces the concern for assets at risk, like we just discussed how it works. So I'm not going to explain it again. Now then we have the last framework, that is AAA framework. Now this is also known as the identity gatekeeper. Now why it is known as that identity gatekeeper? Let's see that. It is basically used especially in the network and identity security. So A in this framework, first A in the framework stands for prove who you are, like authenticate. Just like we have biometric authentication to pass into some of the confidential rooms or even our offices, so that it proves who you are, that you belong to that community, that you belong to that group, or you belong to that team or organization. Okay, so first we need, that is authentication. Second, we have authorization. Check what you're allowed to do, like what is your authority. This is only, like suppose your authority is looking only up to this one team, and whatever the resources that are allotted to that particular team, you're only allowed and authorized to access that kind of resources. You cannot access other teams' resources, and that proves the authorization. And third is accounting. Track what you did. Basically, it is accountability. Suppose you went to the office, what kind of work you did today, and which services you used, what kind of resources were utilized by you. It tracks everything, and that is why it is known as the identity gatekeeper, or it tracks the identity of a person, like who he is, what he is allowed to do, and what he did today. So it keeps the person in the check inside a network. Okay, we have an example over here. Suppose you're logging into a secure portal. The first thing it asks you, like who you are, prove that you belong to this portal or organization, or you are the member of this. So for that, what do you do? Log in. Yeah, that is authentication. Then you are only like privileged to access certain files. That proves the authorization. And like in the portal, you cannot access all the files. You can only access the files that you are authorized for. Then we have keeping logs of the activity, that is accounting. Whatever the activity that you do on that account secure portal, everything is audited with the help of logs. Okay, so that was it for the 3 triads. I hope you understood this. So these 3 triads shape how we think, what we monitor, and what we secure. Okay, from personal apps to the enterprise level systems, these 3 triads are must that you need to implement in your working and security frameworks. But now we need to know the right tools and techniques to implement what these frameworks were built to address. And that is where the cryptography arises from. Okay, like this is the major tool that encrypts your everything that you do on the internet or networks basically. So cryptography is the art and science of protecting information by transforming it so that only the authorized or right eyes and hands can access it or even change it. Okay, and why is it so important? Because cryptography provides us with the encryption. Basically, encryption is what protects our data. Like we saw the presentation layer. At the presentation layer in the OSI model, all the data that we send gets converted or encrypted into a ciphertext or a unreadable code. So who does that? Cryptography itself, or the encryption, right? And that is why it is so important in cybersecurity, and proving it a core pillar of data security as well, as it helps us to achieve all the 3 pillars of CIA triad that we just saw. CIA, that is the confidentiality, integrity, and availability. Now how does it support it? Let's see that. So the first pillar we have is confidentiality. So the first pillar of the CIA triad is confidentiality. Through encryption, it provides us with the confidentiality, like our data is converted into an unreadable format, keeping it confidential, like no one can read it or access it with the help of this ciphertext that we saw already, right? And you cannot decrypt it until and unless you have the right key to decode or decrypt the data. Alright, so integrity or hashing. Now the second pillar is integrity. Now how it provides this integrity? With the help of the hashing. Like what hashing is? Hashing, it means like even if a single change is made into a file, then the hash of that file, hash is basically ciphertext or some gibberish code that is generated when you convert the data from plain text to the encrypted format. It generates the hash. So hash is basically, it is labeled, like basically it's name of that file. Whatever the encrypted file you get, it has some hash. Hash is basically a numerical name given to that file. It is basically starts from SHA hyphen the numerical address of that file. And even if a single change is made into that file, the hash of that file changes, which means the name of that file changes in terms of cryptography. And that is how the cryptography tells you that okay, the hash is signaling a mismatch, which means the integrity of this file is breached. Like someone has changed something and the data is not tampered. It is not the authentic one. And that is how we get to know that the integrity of this file has been breached. Okay. So last thing that we have is authentication and authorization. So how does the cryptography supports the authentication pillar? With the help of the digital signatures and certifications, which again is possible with the help of public key verifications and signed messages. So through the digital signatures and certificates, your system can verify that a user's identity is similar to what he is trying to prove. Like suppose I'm pretending to be someone, suppose with the person XYZ, so that the digital signatures and certifications provides that authentication that hey, she is pretending to be XYZ person. Please check with the help of digital certifications and signatures that is she the same person exactly. And that is how it supports the authentication feature of CI-TRAD. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Then again, we move forward to the types of cryptography. So first we have a symmetric encryption, which is same key for the encryption and decryption. So the encryption here and decryption, basically encoding and decoding, is done with the same key. The key here is same, no different keys. Only one key is used for both encryption and decryption. And the standard example for this is advanced encryption standard. Okay. Now, what does it mean that suppose that you have sent a data and that is encrypted using a secret key at the encryption level, and you have provided a ciphertext out of that. When it reaches to the receiver, the same key is used to decode or decrypt the message that was sent here. The same key is used and then it is converted to the plain text that the receiver can read. Okay, so that is why it is called as symmetric encryption, because the key here is same or similar to it. Okay, now where this is used? In the fast bulk encryption like file level or disk encryption. Now the analogy for this is locking a box with the same key the sender has and the receiver has the same key to unlock it. That is how it works. Okay, it's not so hard to understand, so you might be understanding that. Now the next type of encryption we are going to see is asymmetric encryption. The only difference here is here there are different keys, one that encrypts and one that decrypts or decodes. Now how this works is whenever you send a message or a message is sent or a file is sent, it is encrypted or gets coded with an encryption of public. So it uses a public key to encrypt a message, and then when it is like the messages are there at the destination or like receiver's end, a different key, that is the private key, is used to decrypt the message, and then it is decrypted into a plain text that the user can access. So the best example for this is RSA, that is mostly used in our Windows as well for the encryption purpose. So that was the difference. In the symmetric encryption, it uses the same key. In the asymmetric encryption, it uses two different keys. And the data gets encrypted with the help of public key while it gets decrypted with the help of the private key. Okay? And it is used for the secure communication, for the email, HTTPS handshakes, etc. The analogy here is public mailbox. Anyone can drop a letter that can be encrypted, like no one can read it. But only the owner of that mail, like whoever the mail belongs to, that can decrypt it or read it or access it. No one else, even the postman, cannot read it until and unless he is the one who should receive that letter. Okay. Now the last one is hashing, which is one way. So what it basically does the data that you send it gets converted into a fixed length digest, like some kind of one-way fingerprinting of data. The best example is hash that I told you, SHA. So SHA basically stands for secure hashing algorithm using the 256 bits. So there are different kind of algorithms for this. So this is SHA 256. There are more to this like SHA 32, 64, etc. So in which case it is used? In case of password storage, file validation, integrity checks, where everything is like recognized or authenticated with the help of some systems and not some users or receivers. Okay, so the best analogy for this is like a fingerprint, unique for each input, and it is irreversible, and that is why it is called as one way, because it cannot reverse or like request response. No, it only works in the one way. Like suppose you have a file named as dinosaur, and this is your input file. Now if the hash function is created out of this file, it will only give a hash value. Okay, now it is like locked, secured. So that was it for the types of cryptography. And cryptography is how we make the data unreadable to the hackers, traceable for the audits, and reliable for the users. Alright, so now that you understood how organizations protect the systems at scale using the frameworks and cryptography, what about you? How you can stay secure, right? That is also something that we need to discuss, isn't it? So let me tell you how we can stay secure now. Because honestly, that is the main intent here, how you can stay secure. And that is the main intent of cybersecurity itself. So let's see how you yourself can stay safe. So first is the digital hygiene practices, that is regular things that you should do. That is regularly updating your applications, browsers, operating systems, because patches can fix the known vulnerabilities. Like whenever your operating system has a new update your system as soon as possible, because it has been upgraded, because in the previous versions there were some vulnerabilities that need to be fixed. Okay, and that is why it is very important to update your application, browsers, and operating systems regularly. Then you need to audit the app permissions and revoke any kind of unnecessary access to mic, camera, location, or even your settings, so that no one can use it against you. Okay, then be cautious with the attachments and downloaded sources. Whatever that you interact with, like the attachments or downloads from the internet, you should be always cautious about it. Because if you're not aware and alert about it, there might be some of the URLs or links or some decrypted or zip files that once they get their suitable or required environments, they can start downloading or behaving in the manner that can be harmful for your device. Okay, then conducted monthly digital cleanup for the unused applications, expired logins, unnecessary cookies. Yeah, and you should always clear your cookies and unwanted caches. Okay, because they can store some unwanted information that can give out your data to the other third party applications. Okay, then it comes to passwords and authentications. So you should use pass phrases instead of passwords. Now what I mean this is, when we set a password, we send it in the word format. Like for example, pass at the rate 123, the most common password everyone has. So it's a word form. So for the better security, you should always use pass phrases, which means full sentences with special characters. Okay, then you should test the password strength on sites like Password Monster. So there are some sites like, this is a website. If you go to that www.passwordmonster.com, it can help you test your password strength. Okay, then you should always enable the two-factor authentication or 2FA on all the important accounts. And if you want to check your credentials that are compromised during the data breaches or data leaks, then you can go to this website, that is https://haveibeenpawned.com. There, if you find your email address, that means oops, you are compromised to the internet. Repeat, your credentials are compromised to the internet. Then lastly, avoid password managers for like highly sensitive accounts, not like for general things, like whatever the sensitive accounts you have where you think that your data is really sensitive. If it got exposed, then there might be issues. For that, always avoid password managers for highly sensitive accounts only. For basic needs, it's okay. as they are the single points of failure. Like if someone got your email access and they went to the password manager, and there you have all your websites, credentials, passwords, everything. So just imagine what kind of risk you are in. That is why you should be careful about using password managers. Don't avoid it, but be careful about what you're storing over there. Okay? Apart from that, you should be really careful about browsing and privacy as well, because not all browsers promise you with the privacy, and that is why I'm not taking a name of any browser here. I'm just letting you know which are the most secure browsers that you can use for more privacy and data protection intended. Okay, so for that, use secure browsers like Brave, Firefox, and LibreWolf. Then avoid storing passwords or enabling autofill on browsers, like we just discussed. You should not store it on the Google accounts or email accounts. Then regularly clear your browser cache and cookies. That also we saw, and how they can store your data, and third party websites can access them, right? Also use the virustotal.com to verify suspicious link before clicking. Like suppose that you have downloaded any movie from an cracked website or something that is not fully hosted, like shadow hosted websites. If you want to see that if the link is secure, just go to virustotal.com and it will show you if the link is suspicious or not. Okay, then apart from that, limit the personal information shared on websites and social media, because let me tell you guys, open source intelligence is the easiest way to get the information about the targeted victim, from your LinkedIn, from your Twitter account, from your any kind of social media like Instagram, Facebook, etc., whatever you use. Okay, so limit your personal information or be mindful of what you share. And this is the most important tip I would like to share: stay private as much as you can, because we all know, like recently we are hearing a lot of cyber breaches and all those things, information breaches and etc. So be mindful about what you share on social media and open source websites. Then we have next is public network safety. Whenever we speak about public network safety, the first thing that we come across is avoiding public Wi-Fi for private or financial activities. Like suppose you are doing some bank transactions, or sending money, like huge money to some, like negotiations that you have made, like closing a deal, something like that, or sharing some private information, you should always avoid the public Wi-Fi, because it has the potential risk, and this is commonly happening cyber attack, that is sniffing attack through the Wi-Fi. Okay, trust me, it is really easy to crack your Wi-Fi and sniff on your phone, so you should always avoid it. And if necessary, always use a trusted VPN, that is Proton VPN or NordVPN. Okay, also never access banking or sensitive portals over unsecured networks. Like you should never use your banking portals or the applications like BOI or any kind of banking applications or secure sensitive portals over unsecured networks or public Wi-Fi. Okay, so apart from that, we have some encryption tools. Now suppose you have some really important, confidential, and sensitive file on your device, and it is in kind of a space that is shared with your colleagues or your friends as well, and there you cannot be like, no, you cannot access my files. Simply encrypt it with the help of VeraCrypt. So VeraCrypt is a tool that can be used to encrypt the selected files and folders. Alright, and apart from that, we also have another tool known as BitLocker, which is help to encrypt your entire drive, which is also available on Windows Pro. It can seriously encrypt your entire drive so that no one apart from you can access it. Okay, so make sure that you are aware of all of this, and trust me guys, there are a lot of information available on the net. So being in this era, don't stay blind to anything. Okay, and again, we have security tools to use, that is antivirus. Use legit softwares like Kaspersky, Byte Defender, Windows Defender, that is already there for the firewall purpose. And you should always avoid the cracked antivirus softwares, as they are cracked which means anyone can again crack them. That's why there are chances that they might carry some malware or malicious software inside it. And then always use a firewall. Basically, we all have, if you're using Windows, we all have Windows Defender firewall. Just make sure it is on, okay? Apart from that, you can also use tiny wall for the enhanced control over the firewall. And lastly, for staying anonymous and secure browsing tools, use the Tor browsers that can give you much more privacy by keeping you anonymous, and you can securely access, especially when you're handling sensitive information. Or you can download the browser extensions like uBlock Origin, which is basically a blocks tracker, and it also blocks the malicious ads as well. So uBlock Origin is helpful for blocking the trackers as well as the malicious ads. Then apart from that, we have SquareX, which can help you shield against suspicious files and URLs. Like suppose you have downloaded any kind of suspicious files and you have no idea that it is suspicious. The SquareX will automatically alert you that, hey, there's something suspicious on your device. Please check through all these files. Then it will give you the suspicious files and you can delete it if you feel that it shouldn't be on your system. Lastly, this is the favorite extension of every cybersecurity enthusiast, that is DuckDuckGo Privacy Essentials. It blocks all the tracking scripts and also it provides you with some additional features as well. Well, I'm not going to disclose that. You will install it, you will get to know what it provides. Okay? So that was it, guys, for the staying secure purpose. Alright, now that we have a complete picture from the internet to how things work behind the scenes, including the security and networking aspects as well, now you might be wondering, how can the attackers even pass all of this network security, data security, and even the advanced techniques? So to answer this, let's go by a phrase. Every system, no matter how perfect it is built or how robustly it has been designed and created, every and each system has a loophole, a weakness, or a fault, or a tiny crack. And that is called as vulnerability. And that alone is enough for the attackers to exploit your entire system just with that one loophole or vulnerability. And again, that exact loophole is said to be the weakness or even the vulnerability, okay? And thus, we need something beyond the existing or surface level security. And right there comes the cybersecurity into the picture. So now let's see how the cyber attacks works or being operated. With the context to the things that I mentioned earlier, let's take a real life analogy so that you can understand the things and how things in the cybersecurity actually works, okay? So now suppose that you are at home and everything is locked up tight with the doors, windows, the security alarms are also set up, and everything seems like, okay, everything is secure or my house is safe now. But what if just one small crack in the system, just like an unlocked window in the house, like the window is closed but not locked. It is not locked but it is closed, like there is no lock to that window, which means that if anyone who has the intention of robbing your house or stealing the precious jewels and cash from your house, what they can do is just open the window because it is not locked. And right there, that unlocked window becomes your vulnerability. Alright, and that's exactly how the cyber attacks work. Now in this, the unlocked window case, here you're thinking that you are secure and you're safe because everything is locked up tight. But that one unlocked window was enough for thieves or robbers to get inside your house, take the control of your house with the weapons they might be carrying, and then they might steal all the precious jewels, cash, even the important property documents and whatnot. And that's how they gain the access over your house and they do whatever the intentions are there of them, right? And that is how cyber attacks are carried out. Now with the small window, I'm here aiming or referring towards the vulnerability or the thieves getting inside of the house. They are basically the attackers or the hackers. Alright, now you understand what I mean by this. So this was the real world analogy. Now let's see how it relates to the cybercrime scenario, cyber attack scenario. I hope you understood that no matter how perfect a system might seem, there's always a loophole or a vulnerability that the attacker can exploit. It could be a misconfigured firewall, an outdated software patch, a careless password left unchanged, and even that tiny weakness, no matter how small the vulnerability might sound, it's those small cracks, those weaknesses are what attackers and hackers are looking for to exploit your entire system. Attackers don't need to bring the whole system down at once. What they need is just that one loose brick of your house or even a small crack to just get the information of what is happening, and then they can plan the attacks. Just like that. And once they find it, boom, you're hacked, you're attacked. Just like that. And that is why cybersecurity is not just important, it has become an essential need nowadays. So, cybersecurity is the practice of protecting the systems, networks, and data from digital attacks by anticipating the threats, then identifying the vulnerabilities, and defending against the intrusions. Intrusions, basically unwanted uh, strangers, attackers, hackers getting the access of your system. That is what known as intrusions. We saw this before also. And before they can cause any damage, we are going to take the defensive or preventive measures, and that is what cybersecurity refers to. Then cybersecurity itself is not just like about setting the passwords or building walls or just enabling your firewalls. It's about building the intelligent defenses that can detect the unusual patterns, respond in real time, and evolve as the threats do. Because with the threats evolving, the cyber defense and cybersecurity should be evolving. And with that, it's more of like an entire living ecosystem designed to protect everything we do online or perform the activities online. From your Instagram login to your bank transactions to even your company's confidential data, cloud services, or even national infrastructure. Everything needs a solid protection, and that is provided by the cybersecurity. And cybersecurity here covers multiple layers of defense. It's not a one-time setup that you can just like it's done now and you can take it for granted. No, it doesn't works like that. It's a continuous process of prevention, detection, and response. So right on the screen that you can see that first in the ecosystem of defense for the cybersecurity, first level we have is network security. So this is the front line of the defense that includes the firewalls, IDS, IPS, VPNs that we already saw. Like it comes in the network security, right? It keeps your network safe from the hackers by blocking the unwanted traffic and blocking the ports as well, and then detecting any kind of suspicious activity on your device and then filtering the traffic based on which is allowed and which is not allowed. Okay, so that is how network security works. Second we have is application security, which makes sure that the apps we use from browsers to payment gateways are free from vulnerabilities and preventing the attackers from injecting the malicious code or even stealing the data. After that we have the endpoint security, which is used to protect the devices like phones, laptops, and servers using the antivirus or endpoint detection and response systems. Alright, after that, the most important thing we have is cloud security and identity and access management. And with today's world where everything is shifting to the cloud infrastructure, this is the huge security measure that everyone should follow. Cybersecurity here means protecting the cloud infrastructures like AWS or Azure, where there can be chances of misconfigurations, data leaks, and even unauthorized access. And this, like the cloud security and identity and access management, ensures that only the right people have access to the sensitive information with the help of IAM. And that is why it is called as identity and access management. Alright? Then lastly, we have the data security. Since today data is the main thing we aim to protect, and for that we use the techniques like encryption, access control, data masking. All these techniques ensure that your sensitive information doesn't fall in the wrong hands and it doesn't used in a wrong way. Alright? And there are many more layers working together apart from this also that I'm not going to cover because those are the basic and not so important layers, but they help the digital things to be secure. Okay, so this is a sticky note that says cybersecurity isn't just a wall or a password, it's a living system built to sense, which means detect, respond, and adapt in the real time. Because with the attacks evolving, the security should too. After that, Now we have how the cybersecurity actually works. Okay. To explain this, I will start from the prevention or insight. Insight like the organizational understanding to manage the cyber risk to systems, assets, and capabilities. Like, what are your insights on how the cybersecurity actually works? Like, every organization has their own agenda and own assets or own capabilities and the data that they need to protect. So, according to the insights that each company or organization has, they should manage the cyber risk according to that and design the systems in that way, particularly designed for the specific organization. Okay, after that, we have prevention. So, first, we need to stop attacks before they actually happen, because again, prevention is always and always better than the cure, right? So, prevention includes the firewalls, antivirus software, encryption, secure passwords, and multi factor authentication. It's like building the strong walls using strong locks and making sure every entry point is tightly secured. Okay, after that, we have detection, because let's be honest, no security wall is completely impenetrable. We already saw that no matter how perfect a system seems, it always has a weakness, it always has a vulnerability. And that is why even the security wall is not completely impenetrable. And that is where cybersecurity systems constantly monitor your environment, watching for anything that is suspicious or unusual, like someone trying to log in from a country you have never been to, or a user accessing files they shouldn't. This is where the real-time alerts and monitoring systems works. And with the AI behavior analysis and threat intelligence in the place, it becomes easier to detect any kind of anomaly or suspicious behavior into the system. It's like having a security guard 24/7 watching over your properties and your assets with a night vision, goggles, and a suspicious and smart mind. Okay? After that, we have response. And even if after all those, something like happened and something passed through your system and you detected that something unusual activity or suspicious activity is being carried out on your system by a malicious attacker or with the help of a malicious software, right there, it is the response time. So here, the cybersecurity teams launch their incident response plans that actually works by isolating the threat, shutting down the access, and restoring the systems from backups, and trace how the breach actually happened. Think of it like the knights rushing to the gate, like locking the door. Like, suppose you have watched in the movies, right, where they have kingdoms and the king is resting into the castle, and during night some thieves or intrusions or some luteras pass through the main gate and are trying to gain the control of the kingdom. What they do, the soldiers in the kingdom quickly go to that place, then make sure that they grab each and every attacker there and make sure that they de-weaponize them first, and after that they ask the attackers to surrender. But not exactly like that, but just like this the response teams also works. And after that they lock the gate. In the similar manner, whenever something happens like a suspicious activity into your system, the cybersecurity teams immediately execute the response plans, locking down the system and rebuilding anything that has got damaged before the another attack even happens. Okay, so that is for the response. After that comes the recovery, like business continuity, plans to maintain resilience and restore normal operations after a breach. Now, whatever the damage has been caused, it needs to be recovered, right? And once the damage is recovered, it's important to patch the system so that everything is recovered and is secure now. Okay? So, in simple terms, cybersecurity works like a smart, automated castle defense system that prevents the attack, detects the breach, responds faster, and makes sure this never happen with the more advanced security and recovering whatever the damage was caused. Alright? So that is how the cybersecurity actually works. After that, now there are all the security levels and high-end advanced techniques. Then, still, how does the attacker still make it possible to break it through? For that, we need to understand the model known as cyber kill chain model. These are the steps that the hackers follow to launch the attack. Now, why we need to study this is because it shows us how attacks can unfold step by step. It gives each phase a real world analogy of how attacks can happen, and help the learners anticipate, or the defenders, like we are going to prevent the cyber attacks from happening. And that is why we are providing the cyber security. So we need to anticipate and break the chain. It's like only diamond cuts the diamond. If you don't know how the attack is going to happen, you cannot prevent that. And that is why we need to study how the hackers actually approach the cyber attack, or what is their approach towards attacking a certain thing. Okay, so we will study that now. And again, why we need to study the kill chain? Because here each step offers a chance to detect and disrupt the attack. The earlier you break the chain, the more damage you can prevent. Obviously it is true. Let's see how it works now. So the first step here that is carried out is the reconnaissance. So here the attackers start gathering the information, scanning your website, social media and emails, anything they can use to build a profile. Like build a profile of yours by gathering the information about how the victim or how the target is behave, what is the routines, etc, etc. Okay, like the robbers watching your house for weeks and weeks before actually breaking into your house with their malicious intents. So before that, they check the routines, the lifestyle you have, where do you work, how do you work, who is your boss, how many family members you have, what is your profession, what are your contacts and connections, so that they won't fall in wrong situations. All right, so this all is called as the first step of cyber kill chain, and that is reconnaissance. Basically it is scouting for data like emails and user credentials, and what kind of system you use, etc, what is the version of your system, etc, etc. Okay, and the second step is weaponization. So this is where they build the attack by creating their weapon. Once they have studied you, they understand what kind of weapons might help them to gain the access of your system or whatever the target system they have. Okay, this could be a fake login page, an infected USB drive, or a malicious file, or even something customized to trick you or fool you, that they know after studying you in the phase of reconnaissance that you will do it definitely, as they already know your systems, habits, and that is enough for them to build a perfect bet on it. Okay, after that the third step is delivery. Now once the attack is ready or the weapon is ready, then the attack is delivered, usually through a phishing email, a fake links, or any kind of infected website, like the DNS spoofing we discussed, just like that. And all it takes to trigger the attacks is just one click or one moment of distraction, and you're doomed. Everything has been working according to the plan, and now they can easily step up to the fourth step, that is exploitation of your system. Because once the bait is clicked, the attacker starts exploiting the vulnerability in your system, whatever it could be, like outdated software, a weak password, or even misconfigured firewall that let them pass in through the system. Okay, so after that they install, like once they are inside the system or once they got the loophole to your system, the next step they carry out is the installation. They install the malwares or backdoors that keeps them inside the system to maintain access, quietly observing, stealing your data or information, and setting the traps for you to gain further more access or privilege escalation, which means gaining extra and extra permissions through the longer sustaining on your device. Okay, because obviously you cannot detect, like for the common users, they cannot detect like something is being happening or performing in the background that is leaking all their information, right? So they are unaware of it, and the more time the hackers get on your system, the more they can exploit it, just like that. After that, the sixth step is command and control. Now the attacker connects to the compromised system remotely, gaining the full control over your system, so that now they can move through the networks, escalate privileges, that like we just discussed, privilege escalation, or even exfiltrate the data without even being noticed about it or even leaving a trace on your system. So that is command and control. And now here comes the last step of the cyber kill chain, and that is executing the end goal like data theft or system management. So now finally they can carry out their end goal or whatever the intentions they have been using your system for. Like whatever their objective was to get into your system, like stealing data, locking systems, corrupting files, encrypting the files, deleting backups, or even just causing the damage. It's scary, right? How precisely, calculatedly, and methodically these attacks are planned and executed like cold blooded animal targeting the victim or prey and attacking it on a right time with a proper strategy. And just like the attackers, the cybersecurity teams need to study the cyber kill chain so that they can be steps ahead and break the chain before it reaches to the final step. That is, actions on whatever the malicious objectives they were having. Alright? So I hope that you understood how the attacks are being carried out in the real time or in the real world. Okay? So now that we know that cyber attacks, how they are carried out, let's understand what types of attacks actually happen in the real world. Because attackers aren't just breaking for fun, of course, right? They do have their intentions behind it. And to execute them, they use specific methods to steal, manipulate, and lock up the data, etc. And each type of attack has its own style, intent, impact, and a set of tools. So now let's see what kind of attacks are there. So the first attack that we are going to see is phishing. So I guess that we all have already heard about it, as this is the most common or most successful attack as well. So how it is carried out is the attacker sends a legit looking or a genuine looking email pretending to be your bank, company, or even a service that you actually trust. And then when you click a link sent by them and log in into the malicious account, that is masked to look like a genuine or a legit account. And just after you log in into it, they stole your credentials and simply trick you with the huge damage with that cost of just login page. And the easiest way they do is send fake emails to trick users into entering credentials. Example, a fake bank login email that users types with the real credentials. Okay? So what you can do to prevent this from happening is never click any kind of suspicious link. Check the sender and domain carefully and analyze it. Do not be blindfolded or in hurry, like I have some work, I need to get this done. No, never do that when you are working on something that is sensitive as well as costly. Okay? Apart from that, next we have is a malware. So as the word sounds, malware, which means malicious software, and the combination of that is malware, okay, which is designed to harm or take the control of your system. And the common malwares are trojans, spywares, adwares, which is used to steal, control, and spy over your system. So trojans are basically genuine or legit looking files, but they are not genuine. When you download it or open it, it might infect the system with some kind of viruses or some kind of malicious code running in the background that is giving all your information to the hacker or attacker. Okay? After that, we have the spyware that actually secretly records each and every activity that you do online. After that, we have adware. Basically, what they do is they start spamming you with the ads and gain money from that. So basically, this malware, once installed, it can steal your data, slow down your device, or even spy on you secretly without you even noticing it. And when it comes to malware, there's one greatest malware attack that happened in 2020, which was named as SolarWinds attack or SolarWinds supply chain attack, where there was one regular software update that when started installing, the malware looked like the logos of US agencies like Microsoft, Treasury, and Homeland Security flashed on the screen while installing it, making it looking totally secure and genuine or like a legit looking. And this was a completely sophisticated and authorized, sneaky, and advanced cyber attack in the whole history of malware. Hackers didn't just break into the systems directly. They infected a trusted software update from SolarWinds, a company whose software is used by top companies and US government agencies. And because of that, no one even suspected any kind of unusual activity happening to their system or even during the installation of that malware. So, when the users installed what they thought was a normal update, unknowingly they were letting the attackers take the control of their system. So, this malware gave attackers the secret access to these systems. And the most surprising part of this attack is no one even suspected a single unusual or suspicious activity on their device for like months and months. And that itself proves like how attackers and hackers are beyond smart to trick you, or even capable of tricking the great and huge US agencies as well. Because, and you cannot even imagine who were their victims. The big names like Microsoft, Cisco, Intel, and US federal departments were affected, being the victims to this solar supply chain attack malware. So just imagine what kind of huge impact a small update can cause. So, what we understand by this is even the most trusted tools can be dangerous if compromised. And today's hackers mostly target the supply chain itself, the tools, the vendors, and all the updates in our like devices that we use, we all rely on. They all are targeted by the attackers. Now, the third point that we are going to study is ransomware. So, you must have heard about it in the movies because this is the most exciting cyber attack in the movies. Like, it is shown in most of the movies. So, now this is the most brutal of all the cyber attacks because once it goes into your system, it basically encrypts your entire system and demands huge billion-dollar payments to unlock that, like to get the key to decrypt the files so that you can access them. And that too, you need to do all these payments, like billions and millions dollars, in terms of bitcoins. Now, why bitcoins? Because bitcoins payment can be done anonymously without the either side revealing its identity. And that is why they ask you to do it in bitcoins. And this ransomware is a huge risk if you don't have a backup to all the data, or like you haven't stored the backup on cloud or some drive. You are doomed because all your data is encrypted. Now you cannot access it without handing them the ransom they want. Ransom is basically huge amount of money being traded for this key to decrypt all your files. Okay, so for the ransomware also, there is a famous ransomware case named as the WannaCry ransomware that happened in May 2017, where a ransomware worm called as WannaCry sprayed across like a wildfire across 150 countries, and just within few days, oh, 150 countries, not a joke. And it targeted computers running outdated versions of Windows. And once that Windows were infected with the WannaCry worm, it encrypted all the files and demanded huge billion dollars in terms of Bitcoin to unlock them and to give them the key. And the most shocking part of this is it hit the hospitals in the UK, delaying the surgeries and locking the patient records. And you know how they were able to get inside the Windows system? So this all started by exploiting a single vulnerability known as Eternal Blue, which of course the Microsoft Windows has now patched it. But back in the time of 2017, it was unpatched. And that one unpatched vulnerability caused the loss of $1 billion across 150 countries. Just imagine how huge loss that was. So what we learn here? We understand here that we should always patch our systems, update regularly, because updates are not just about the features. They close the doors that attackers love to exploit, like the vulnerabilities are patched with the updates. And that is why it is very important to regularly update your softwares, your operating systems, your devices, everything. Okay? Alright. Moving further, we have another type of attack, that is DDoS. The full form of this is Distributed Denial of Service. So as the name suggests here, there is a denial of service. And just like that, to create that denial of service, the attackers sends thousands of requests at once on a website or a server with so much fake traffic that it becomes incapable for handling the real users, making all of its services down and crashing the website finally. So to explain this in an easier manner, imagine that 10,000 of people trying to get in through a single door, which means complete chaos and mess. While no one is able to get in, DDoS attacks often act as a distraction used to take down websites or distract the security teams while other attackers and hackers take the control of another thing that is their main objective in the background. So this way it acts as a distraction, like seeming to the main problem, but the main thing that is being carried out is somewhere else. So now the security teams are busy patching the DDoS or preventing the DDoS attack or taking the preventive measures or responding to it, while the hackers or attackers can smoothly carry out all their main objective intentions in the background. Smart, isn't it? So that was it for the DDoS attack. So this is the attacker. So he is targeting this system with the help of the Trojans, the malwares, the phishing, and these bots are carrying out this all malwares and targeting the victim systems. Alright? While the mastermind behind all this is just operating one system and from there controlling all of these thousands of bots. Really impressive and smart, isn't it? So apart from that, we have another attack that is man in the middle. We have already talked about this, right? So this is where an attacker secretly changes or potentially alters the communication between the two parties, often a user or like a website or even an application. The attackers essentially insert themselves into the middle of the communication flow without knowledge of the two parties, like the user 1 and the user 2, or the user or the website or any kind of organization, allowing the attacker or man in the middle to listen to the conversation going on over here so that they can steal the data or even manipulate the information by being changing it or providing the wrong information, causing miscommunication, information mislead, and many kind of attacks over here, like stealing the data. If a bank transaction is going on, then changing the account number and making sure that all the transaction is happening to his account, right? So this is really dangerous, and this attack is common and mostly done over the public Wi-Fi's. So it is advised that you should never use the public Wi-Fi for the financial or sensitive things. Okay. So after that, we have the zero-day exploits. So what it exactly is, hacking the vulnerabilities into the existing systems that no one knows about it yet. So basically this is the kind of attack that takes the advantage of or exploits a previously unknown security loophole or a vulnerability into the existing computer system, also known as zero-day vulnerability, which simply means like which is that vulnerability which is still unknown to even the developer or anyone capable of securing it with a patch. And since there is no patch or no one even know that this loophole actually exists, there's no protection to it, making it extremely easy to the attackers to get inside the system, and also making it extremely dangerous as it is used to plant the malware, steal the data, or otherwise cause the damage to the users, organizations, or even the entire system, and sometimes organizations if it is interconnected. And the zero day here refers to the fact that the software or device vendor has 0 days left to fix the flaw, because the malicious attackers have already took the advantage of that vulnerability and have started the exploiting it. And that is why it is called as zero-day exploits. Alright. So the famous example for this is in 2021, Chrome had a bug and basically called as zero-day bugs because no one knew that there was a bug, but hackers somehow found out and exploited it even before Google recognizes it and patched them. Okay. So what we learn here is use the behavior-based detection tools plus limit the exposures. Okay. So after that we have another attack like cyber attack that is called as insider threats. So the insider threats refer to the security risks originating from the individuals within an organization, like inside of an organization, and that is why it is said as insider or enemy within, like inside of the organization, such as the employees, the contractors, or even the business partners who have authorized access to the sensitive information systems and even confidential places or access to the confidential files, etc. So these threats can be intentional, like malicious data theft, misusing the access, leaking the data, or even unintentional, such as accidental breaches or introducing malware due to the carelessness, or even a human error leading to the significant financial losses, reputational damage, then legal liabilities and loss of intellectual property, as well as stealing of the documents or confidential evidences, proofs, etc. Okay, so that are basically insider threats. Now, the most famous example of insider threats is once Tesla insider copied and leaked the entire proprietary code, which was highly confidential and which caused them the loss of $1 billion. Though the Tesla recovered it, but it was already into the wrong hands, and their idea or the code, entire the code base was copied. Okay, for that there should be always an identity and access management systems or role-based access control management systems than the audit trails or activity monitoring, because a small negligence can risk the entire organization and put it into the door of bankruptcy, right? So now after that we have the attack called as social engineering, which means hacking the humans. Now, so this is the practice of manipulating individuals into performing actions or divulging confidential information that can be used for malicious purposes. And basically, it relies on the psychological manipulation rather than technical hacking or exploiting human vulnerabilities to bypass the security measures, so that they can target you to understand your habits, vulnerabilities, security protocols, and trick you into revealing the sensitive information or data that they want to know, or even to perform something that can compromise the security. And to get this done, they might pretend to be your boss, technical support manager, banking officer, or even an HR. And the best examples of social engineering are phishing, baiting, pretexting, etc. So, what we can do to avoid this is you can train the employees on phishing, impersonation, and awareness of what social engineering is and what kind of risk they are open to. Okay, all right. So we saw the major attacks here, from phishing to ransomware to social engineering, and all these attacks with different styles and targets, right? All right. So now that we have saw the major attacks here, from phishing to ransomware to social engineering, and all these attacks with different styles and targets, but how were they even carried out? Well, with a variety of tools that are designed with the target specifications, intentions, like the mix of scanners, sniffers, analyzers, and major software and tools to detect, penetrate the security systems and pass them through without even coming to notice of anyone. And this are important for both hackers as well as defenders to know about them. So let's see what kind of tools everyone should know, because it's as simple. If you don't know how the attack is done using which weapon, you cannot understand it. Just like the soldiers of both parties in a war need advanced weapons with the same technology and with the same competition. Only then and then they can defend themselves, right? Thus, weapons are for both, for attacking and for defending. So let's see what are some famous tools in terms of cybersecurity. Again, here's an important note. That is, one attack, it doesn't mean that it requires only one tool. Attackers use a blend of scanners, sniffers, spoofers, payload injectors, and even cloaking tools. Cloaking means hiding or staying anonymous, that helps them to stay anonymous, that kind of tools. So these are not just one, right? It is a proper mixture of all kind of tools. And that is why defenders need to know both of them, the tools and the psychology behind using them. So let's start with the reconnaissance tools before. So reconnaissance, it means like the tools that help them to gather the information and study the victim. Okay, so in this part, they just gather the information about the victim system or a user. Okay, so the first tool is Nmap. It is mostly used for the network and port scanning and reconnaissance. It shows you everything that is exposed, including open ports, then services, operating system, the versions of them, so you know that what an attacker might see first. And thus, once you know that what is the perspective of an attacker, you can protect it and take the needed actions based on the analysis. Right? So that was it for the Nmap. So after that, we have open source intelligence tools like Shodan and Maltego. So these tools help you gather publicly available data like the IP address, exposed devices, DNS records, and these are perfect for the reconnaissance phase of ethical hacking or threat detection or threat intelligence. Alright? And it is used to map the exposed public attack surface as well. Like, suppose that you are using a system and it has already been attacked. So it helps us to expose that public attack surface and how much the attacker can attack on the common surface of the system. Okay. So after that, we have something called as vulnerability scanners. So what they do is they basically search for the vulnerabilities inside your system. So now you're working in a bank or something which is confidential. So there you need to scan for the vulnerabilities again and again. And the tools that help for the vulnerability scanning are first is Nessus, which is also known and is famous vulnerability scanner tool. It is mostly used for scanning the weaknesses and vulnerabilities inside a system. It scans the entire system and application for thousands of unknown vulnerabilities and misconfiguration, which is perfect in case of regular updates and checkups for that. Right? It also scans for CVEs, patch issues, and even the configuration flaws. Apart from that, we have Burp Suite. So basically, it's a web app security testing framework used to find web app vulnerabilities. It is used by ethical hackers to analyze everything from login forms to cookies. Burp Suite is especially great at testing the things like cross-site scripting, SQL injections, then CRF testing, which is also known as web pen testing also. So apart from that, we have the tools for exploitation and attack simulators. So in the first case for exploitation and attack simulators, so these are the legal weapons that you use to test how strong or robust your system is and what kind of attacks are still able to penetrate it. Okay? So the first here is Metasploit. Metasploits acts as an exploitation framework used to simulate the real world attacks. Basically, it is used to simulate or carry out the simulation of real attacks, which helps the ethical hackers to test how the vulnerabilities into the system can be exploited legally because you are testing this. You can launch controlled attacks, test the defenses, and generate the reports based on them, which is again used to launch ethical attacks, test the patching of the system, and generate the proof of concepts like, okay, this is impenetrable, but this is penetrable, and thus this is vulnerable as well. Okay. Apart from that, we have the John the Ripper, which is a famous password cracker. And just like the name, the password cracker, it rips out the password until you actually have a really strong one. But it is also used for testing the password strength used in controlling the environment, also to test how secure the password hashes really are. And it also gives you a great reminder why you should never reuse the weak passwords. Okay. Apart from this, we have the detection and IDS, that is the intrusion detection system and monitoring. So basically, these are the digital security guards of your system. And the first tool that we are going to see here is Snort. It helps you monitor and alert you about the real-time traffic, which is mostly used in terms of IDS and IPS, that is intrusion detection system and intrusion prevention system. Snort scans the incoming packets and triggers alerts when it detects suspicious activity, kind of like a security camera with motion detection that can even prevent the intrusions from entering. Okay. After that, we have Wireshark. So basically, this is a packet analyzer. It is used mostly for the packet analysis. It lets you capture and inspect the network traffic in the real time. It's like having a proper X-ray of your network, like what network packets are going and what kind of flow they have, so that you can spot the weird or malicious behavior hiding into the flow instantly and smartly. Okay. And the last tool for our detection and monitoring is Splunk. So Splunk is used as a security monitoring and incident response tool because it collects and analyzes logs from across the systems, turning the raw data into powerful real-time security insights. Okay? And lastly, for the forensic and post-breach, like suppose something happened in your system and there is a breach in your system. So then we have a tool named as autopsy. So basically, it is a digital forensic tool, and by the name itself, you can understand why it is used. Yeah, for the forensic itself. I mean the digital forensics. It is used to investigate attacks after they happened. It also helps the forensic investigators to dig into compromised systems, track attacker movements, and even collect the digital evidences as well. And I hope that you have understood all kind of tools used in hacking purpose, like you can see over here. And that was it for the major tools in the cybersecurity. But remember one thing, a great cybersecurity setup isn't just about tools, it's more about the strategy, timing, and the teamwork. Defenders often use many of these tools together in terms of layers, just like how we studied about the cyber kill chain. Yeah, the attack also happens in chain. That's why we need a proper mixture and something that can crack the attack. So whether you are monitoring a network, scanning for threats, or testing the systems yourself, you need all of these tools together. Alright? Okay. So far we have seen how the defenders can stay sharp and what are the tools they should be aware of, what kind of attacks they should be aware of, and what is the cyber kill chain model is. Right. But do you know that the most valuable and smart defenders are actually the hackers itself? I mean the ethical hackers, or also known as the white hat hackers. They are the ones who use their attacking skills for the good, and that is why it is called as ethical hacking, which means they are legally allowed to hack or test the systems or even hack something just for the defense purpose. Okay? So let's see what ethical hacking is in a proper and detailed way. So ethical hacking is all about finding the vulnerabilities before the bad guys do. These hackers are actually given the permission to break into the systems legally and safely to expose the weak points, and that is why they are known as ethical hackers, ethically hacking or legally hackers or legal hackers. They think like the attackers, act like the attackers, but report their finding like whatever they understood by their attacking, and they report whatever the findings are after analyzing and simulating the attack or even attacking for the defense purpose. They help the companies to stay secure with this. Okay? Now what attackers does is they will scan the open ports, exploit the known vulnerabilities, try privilege escalation, map out the lateral movements, and report every single flaw, everything without causing any kind of damage to the system. It's like hiring a thief to break into the house just to see that if he is able to get inside the house or not. And if he does get into the house, that means that is one way how the another robbers or thieves can think. Alright? And that is our loophole that needs to be fixed. Just like that, ethical hackers perform in the same way. So apart from this, we have one more thing related to the cybersecurity, that is penetration testing, or also known as pen testing. So pen testing is a controlled simulated cyber attack on a system or an application or even on a network, and the goal here is to test how secure the system really is by simulating the attack that attackers can do. Okay, and that is called as pen testing. Apart from this, we have bug bounty hunters. So bug bounty hunting programs are where the big companies like Google, Meta, Apple run the big bounty programs by rewarding the hackers or bug bounty hunters specifically with the money for responsibly reporting the bugs or the security issues that they lie on their system. Okay, and with the help of bug bounty programs, some hackers can make a career out of this, because once you find a vulnerability or a loophole inside the systems, they reward you with millions of dollars and some extra privileges with it, because you help them secure their $1 billion, of course. And that was it for the most common cyber attacks. And as you saw, these attacks might look different and carried out with different intentions as well, but their goal is the same, and that is exploitation of the vulnerabilities and taking control and carrying out their malicious intentions. And we are the cybersecurity professionals. You are the one as a defense line, and you are the one who is going to protect and defend everything that is online from the malicious hackers or malicious attackers. So I hope that you are clear now about what cybersecurity is, how cybersecurity actually works, what kind of attacks are there, and what are the tools that are used to attack. And there is not a single tool for a basic attack. You need a blend of all the tools together to carry out or to understand how the real world cyber attacks are being performed. After that, we also saw how the cyber kill chain helps us to understand the approach or mindset of an attacker or an hacker. All right, so I hope that it was clear. And what are the like paths in the cybersecurity, that is ethical hacking, pen testing, or even bug bounty hunting. All right, so I hope you got the clear idea of how cybersecurity works, what is your role, how you can do that, etc. So I hope you guys are now clear with fundamental concepts in networking and cybersecurity. Now let me quickly summarize what you have basically mastered till the moment. So we started by understanding how data travels, how networks operate, what are the existing threats in cybersecurity, and how security layers are designed to protect the systems, etc. And that was a solid foundation for the cybersecurity, right? So I hope after this quick revision you are ready for the next step. So I'm handing over the things to one of our top industry experts who is going to walk us through ethical hacking concepts, how to defend systems against the cyber attacks, etc. So do make sure to practice and learn things alongside the video as well, so that by the end of this video you really have a strong technical comprehension and practical understanding.
All right, guys, let's get started with cybersecurity. So, first question is, guys, how much money are you carrying in your pocket? Zero, right? No, no hard money, right? Where's all your money? Your money, my dear friends, is online. You are using e-wallets. You are using e-banking, right? We hardly carry cash. Where is all your cash? Where is all your money now? All your money is online, my dear. Where is your bank? Your bank is online. What about your business? Just imagine, guys, if for the next 3 days there was no power, what would happen? Just imagine 3 days no power. Would your company continue to run? Would your business continue to run? Just imagine. Full chaos, isn't it? We cannot imagine. In fact, I had a session where we had big multinational CEOs and directors sitting in my company. They said, Jasmine, on the third day, I wouldn't have enough money to buy a packet of bread. That's the problem. Third day, I would be completely out of cash, right? We don't keep money anymore. Anything and everything that you own, my dear friends, is digital. I hope you agree. Absolutely correct, right? So everything you own is online, everything you own is digital. So unfortunately, everything we own is online. My wallet, my money is online, my business is online, and unfortunately, so are hackers. The hackers are also online. So now, how safe are your online assets? How comfortable or how safe do you feel with your online assets? The simple question is, can you be hacked? And if yes, why do we need cyber security? The scale of teaching is the same with the same method. All right. So why the heck do we need cybersecurity, and why is everybody jumping onto the cybersecurity bandwagon? We have some people from digital marketing background, some people from IT background, some people from this background, some people from that background. Why the heck is everybody, including me, jumping into cybersecurity background? The answer is simple. Okay, today we live in such a world where a hacker can steal all your money and can empty your bank account literally within minutes. Am I correct? A hacker could steal your credit card. A hacker could empty your bank balance. Within 5 minutes, your bank balance could become zero. Your hackers, just imagine, a hacker can crash the stock market. Once upon a time, Osama bin Laden wanted to crash the stock market of this one, USA. What did Osama bin Laden do? He had to use fighter planes, he had to crash the Twin Towers, and he had to bring the economy of the country down. Today, if Osama bin Laden was alive, believe me, he would not require anything. Osama bin Laden would not need, to crash the Twin Towers. He would not need aeroplanes to bring the economy of our country down. Today, all Osama bin Laden would need would be a hacker. Just hire a hacker and he would bring the economy of this thing crashing. So today, a hacker can stop the trains, can stop your aeroplanes, your traffic lights can be hacked. Okay, the aeroplanes can stop running because their computers are hacked. The roads could be jammed because the traffic lights are hacked. Imagine that there is no internet. Imagine that there is no power because the power grids have been hacked. Just imagine living in such a world where even for 3 days or even for 7 days, there is no internet. I can't imagine what would happen. It would be total chaos, right? Just a few months ago, I'm not sure, maybe 8 months or 9 months ago, we had, a Microsoft CrowdStrike attack. Remember the CrowdStrike attack? What happened is 75% of the world came to a standstill. And it was all because of one tiny little update coming from Microsoft. The CrowdStrike attack was not actually an attack. It was a simple mistake that somebody had made, it seems. And because of that, the entire, you couldn't take off in any planes. You couldn't fly. That was the airplane, you can say, planes. No aeroplanes can take off. Okay, that is the kind of the attack that we are talking about. Okay, so just imagine today a hacker can bring 75% of the world to a standstill. They can crash the stock market. They can steal all your money. You don't need you can say a gateway car. You don't need a machine gun to rob a bank anymore. To rob a bank today, what would I need? I just need your password. So all I actually need to rob your bank is a Wi-Fi, nice little laptop, and the most important ingredient is a cup of coffee. Isn't that right? Okay. Now let's talk about the Kaseya attack. The Kaseya attack was one of the biggest ransomware attacks in history. What is the ransomware, guys? What exactly is ransomware? So the Kaseya attack was one of the biggest ransomware attacks. What the hacker will do is hacker encodes, or you can say encrypts your database, and then the only way to decrypt the database is to pay ransom. You need a key. So now you'd be saying, sir, you are an ethical hacker. Why don't you decode it for us? The only problem is I would need the decryption key. Without the decryption key, it would take me around 400 years or more to crack your password. So we have no choice but to pay the ransom. What is ransom? You have to pay the hackers the amount, and in return for the ransom, in return for that money, that is nothing but blackmail money. So in return for that blackmail money, you would get, you can say, the key. The hacker will give you the key, and then you will be able to use that. So in simple words, this was the Kaseya attack. Kaseya attack was one of the biggest ransomware attacks in history. We are not talking about one or two. We are talking about 1,500 organizations. We are talking about banks. We are talking about the government sector, the army, Air Force. Who was attacked? You can say UK Treasury, the US Treasury, the US Department of Telecommunications, and so much more. Even hospitals and small and medium organizations. So these are the kind of people, or these are the kinds of organizations, they were attacked and ransom was demanded. Now just imagine your college, your government sector, your hospitals, suddenly their computers are hacked and the hackers are demanding money for release. Okay, just imagine we are talking about the hospitals, we are talking about the banks. Just imagine a patient is there in the hospital and suddenly the database has been hacked. What will happen? So the doctors, the nurses, they have absolutely no idea what kind of treatment is going on. Really scary situation, right? So 1,500 organizations had no choice but to give the ransom. Okay, how did the ransom get collected? No, they did not give cash because that can be traced, and no, did not accept checks or demand drafts. They collected ransom in the form of bitcoins, in the form of cryptocurrency, which is completely untraceable. E-wallets, which cannot be traced by anybody, right? So now, today, you can see that the world is entering into a very different age. We are talking about NATO, we are talking NASA getting hacked, we are talking about Pentagon getting hacked, we are talking about Russia versus Ukraine. How is the fight happening? It is a cyber warfare. Okay, they are knocking off each other's satellites. They are, you can say, shooting, those torpedoes and missiles at each other. No, you are not hearing about soldiers dying. You are hearing about missiles being launched. But this is basically how it was. What is the source before crypto? Before crypto came into picture, we had a lot of cyber, ransomware evolved only after crypto. That's a little more not really true. But earlier they used to accept cash, and they used to tell people to drop the cash somewhere, and then they used to run away with that. And sometimes they used to get tracked. Many times they did not get tracked. Or there was some concept called the Hawala concept. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the concept of Hawala, which again cannot be traced. But after, yes, but after that, the most popular one is cryptocurrency, which is making it virtually untraceable. All right. So coming back, we are talking about cyber warfare nowadays. We are talking about the world which has gone completely digital. We are living in a digital Hi guys, very good morning and good evening guys. Please let me know if I'm audible. Very good evening. Thank you guys. Yeah, great. Yeah, audible. Okay, great. Just give me a minute, please, to work all this out. Started with today's class, Laura, and in communicating cybersecurity and ethical hacking. And I can see that the participants are joining one by one. And thanks for the feedback there, Sheikh Mashroof and Ramesh and Sudhanshu and Manju, Satakshi. Very good evening, guys. Before we get started, hi Pradeep. It would be great if you could give me a little bit of introduction so that I know the kind of participants that I'm addressing. And hi Raghu, very good evening. Once let me introduce myself. My name is Jasmine Dauda. I'm in this cybersecurity and ethical hacking business for the last 12 plus years. So 30 plus years as a corporate trainer. And the last 12 years, I've been very actively involved with the cybercrime cell. I help the police catch the bad guys. I help you can say the corporates set up the infrastructure so that they do not get hacked. So I've been training with in almost 5 years, I guess now. So a little bit about myself and Sheikh Mashroof. It would be lovely if you could use. Are we looking at? Why are we in this cybersecurity class? Are you a digital tech? That's a lovely name. It would be okay. His name is Kunali. Clarifying that. My name is Shiva Prasad Reddy. 12 years in MS SQL DBA. Zero knowledge as far as cybersecurity is concerned. All right. Sumant has got fishing background. Sumant has got 3 years reputed MNC in Bangalore and needs to get practical knowledge on SOC and ethical hacking. All right, it's great to have everyone in the class and great. So nice, very nice to have. So welcome to day one of cybersecurity and ethical hacking. So this class is not going to be me speaking and you guys listening. This class is going to be highly interactive where you and me, we are going to talk. We are going to do a lot of hands-on. This is not going to be only, you can say, a theory class. Of course, in the initial stages, I will give you the theory. Some little bit of theory is just explaining, you can say, the background. And after the theory comes hands-on. So first I'll explain what we are doing and why the heck we are doing, and then we'll go ahead and actually do it. So this is not going to be just a theory class. We are going to have fun. We are going to learn, a lot of hands-on. It's going to be 80% hands-on. And there are certain modules where it's not possible for me to do practical. So around 20%, or I would say around 75% would be hands-on and 25% would be theory. That's how we are going to play it, guys. Okay. Yeah, great to have Ravi Kumar. He's got 6 years experience in IT system admin and he has very background as far as cybersecurity. So we have understood a little bit about ourselves, about each other. Now let's talk about cybersecurity. Let's talk about today's class and ethical hacking. Okay. So why are we in this cybersecurity class and what are we expecting? All right. So first of all, let's understand why cybersecurity. Why the heck is everyone crazy about cybersecurity? Vikas, welcome, Vikas. I saw you just joined. So, Vikas, my name is Jasmine Dauda. Okay, and I have got around 30 plus years experience as an international corporate trainer and over 12 plus experience as a cybersecurity expert. So I am not only a cybersecurity trainer, I'm also a consultant and I also help the cyber crimes catch the bad guys. So I work shoulder to shoulder with the cyber crimes help. I help the MNCs are not getting hacked. So I'm a corporate consultant as well as a trainer. So that's my introduction. And great to have the session with Vikas. with that, let's get started with today's class. Ready for Intellipaat? Yes, the Pat, and yes, I am. Oh, my voice is breaking, is it? Yes, I am teaching cybersecurity for Intellipaat. Absolutely correct. Right, right. Oh, want to become a cybersecurity and help your nation? Oh, okay. You were the advanced cybersecurity student last year. Okay, yes, yes, yes. Yeah, this is Intellipaat, and yes, I am training Intellipaat itself. I have been training with Intellipaat for 5 years, so we may have met. It's quite possible. Yeah, Vikas, great to have you in this session. All right, so let's get started with today's class. I'm just going to save this file on my desktop, and at the end of the day, I will be sharing this with you guys. Let's get started. Let's talk about why the heck we do cybersecurity. To understand cybersecurity, let's talk about, guys. First things first, what you can say, all right, Vikas, you're not getting. Okay. All right. How about now? Is my voice now? Am I audible now? Zero, right? No, no hard money, right? Where's all your money? Your money, my dear friends, is online. You are using e-wallets. You are using e-banking. Where is all your money? Digital tech, Kunal, that's Kunal, right? So Kunal is a rich guy. He's carrying 1,000 bucks. Raghuvaran is carrying 2,000 bucks. Rest of us are carrying 500 rupees, 200 rupees, something like that. Am I correct? I'm assuming almost everybody is from India. Some of you are not from India. Whichever country you are, how much cash are you physically carrying? Right? We hardly carry cash. Where is all your cash? Where is all your money now? All your money is online, my dear friends. Where is your bank? Your bank is online. What about your business? Just imagine, guys, if for the next 3 days there was no power, what would happen? Just imagine 3 days no power. Would your company continue to run? Would your business continue to run? I had a session where we had big multinational CEOs and directors sitting in my company. They said, Jasmine, my money is online, my business is online, and unfortunately, so are hackers. The hackers are also online. Are your online assets? How stable or how safe do you feel with your online assets? The simple question is, can you be hacked? And if yes, why do we need cyber security? Attended my class previously, is it? Okay. Rather than making them fall to sleep, interaction is a good idea. All right. So why do we need cybersecurity and why everybody jumping onto the cybersecurity bandwagon? As you can see in this class, we have some people from digital background, some people from this background, some people background. Why the heck is everybody, including me, jumping into cybersecurity background? The answer is simple. Okay, we live in such a world where a hacker can steal all your money and can empty your bank account literally within minutes. Am I correct? We can hack by phishing techniques. We need cybersecurity so that we can get protected. That's what Mohammed is saying. All right. Yes, fantastic, Mohammed. And great contribution. A hacker could steal your credit card, empty your bank balance. Within 5 minutes, your bank balance could become zero. Your hackers, just imagine a hacker can crash the stock market. So today, if once upon a time, Osama bin Laden wanted to crash the stock market of this one, USA. What did Osama bin Laden do? He had to use fighter planes. He had to crash the Twin Towers and he had to bring the economy of the country down. Today, if Osama bin Laden was alive, believe me, require is still giving trouble, is it? Okay, Sadakshi. Is it happening for everyone? Voice cracking in between? Is that so? Okay. Oh, coming fine. All right, all right. It's fine to Vikas. I think for some people it's a problem. Okay, my apologies, guys, if that's happening. Wait, let me just see if I can just stop my video. Is it better? Just with issue, not in my regular place. I'm traveling. So is my voice better now? I've just switched off my camera. Okay, so better for them. All right, so in that case, my apologies, guys. I will keep my, I'll just save a little bit of bandwidth, keeping my, and we'll start with the class. All right, so coming back, a hacker could crash the stock market today if Osama bin Laden was alive. Osama bin Laden would not need, to crash the Twin Towers. He would not need attack. Okay. As far as the airplane is concerned, what is there? So basically, you may be aware, Vikas, that just a few months ago, 8 months or 9 ago, we had, a Microsoft CrowdStrike attack. Remember the CrowdStrike attack, right? That was the airplane, say, chaos that we are talking about. No planes, no aeroplanes can take off. Okay, that is the kind of the attack that we are talking about. Okay, so just imagine today a hacker can bring 75% of the world to a standstill. They can crash the stock market. They can steal all your money. You don't need you can say a gateway car. You don't need a machine to rob a bank anymore. To rob a bank today, what would I need? I just need your password. So all I actually need to rob your bank is a Wi-Fi, a nice little laptop. You give me these, rob your bank. Isn't that right? Okay, talk about the Kaseya attack. The Kaseya attack was one of the biggest ransomware attacks in history. What is the ransomware, guys? So Sanjay is talking about ransomware. Great. So Sanjay is saying, would you like to contribute? What exactly is ransomware? If you can just help us understand this concept of ransomware. What the heck is ransomware, guys? WannaCry, yes. So it was the Kaseya attack was one of the biggest ransomware attacks. Yes, is absolutely correct. Rosanna, hostage like. Darren says demanding money after hacking. Yes. So what happens is, yes, Mohammad Asif, that's a great answer coming from all of you. What the hacker will do is hacker encodes or you encrypts, or then the only way to decrypt the database is to pay ransom. A key. So now we're saying, sir, you are an ethical hacker. Why don't you decode it for us? The only problem is, or more, to crack your password. So no choice but to pay. What is ransom? You have to pay the hackers the amount in return for the ransom, in return for that money, in return for that blackmail money. The hacker will give you the key. Who was attacked? You can say UK Treasury, the US Treasury, the US Department of Telecommunications, and so much more. Even hospitals. So these are the kind of people, or these are the kinds of organizations they were attacked and ransom was demanded. Now just imagine your college, your government sector, yours, suddenly their computers are hacked, are demanding money for release. Okay, just imagine. Okay, sorry, what happened? Vikas says, put some light on this. I think cybersecurity nowadays is all about tools. We don't have knowledge about the tools. We are nowhere good for the company. Okay, so don't worry, Vikas, this is day one. By the end of the last day, you will not be able to say that we are not good for companies. You will be good for the companies. Don't worry, Vikas. Yes, it's all about tools. Yeah, so don't worry about that. So today is the first session. By the end of the last session, you'll be completely ready. You'll be, a good ethical hacker. So we are just in the introductory stage. Don't worry. Today's class is a 1.5 hour program. We'll just be having a little bit of an introduction. You cleared your CEH, is it? Okay. If you already cleared your CEH, in that case, that's what we are going to cover in this class. So I think you are in the wrong session. If you've already done this, you are in the wrong session probably. Have a word with the team. Okay. So in that case, you are just sitting for you enrolled SOC, is it? Okay. Have a talk with the team. Okay. I'm really not sure. I think we'll discuss after the session what this is all about then. Okay. Coming back about, I think we'll just imagine we are talking about the hospitals. We are in the hospital, and suddenly the database has been hacked. What will happen? So the doctors, the nurses, they have absolutely no idea what kind of treatment is going on. Really scary situation, right? So 1,500 organizations had no choice but to give the ransom. Okay, how did the ransom get collected? No, they did not give cash because that can be traced, and no, did not accept checks or demand drafts. They collected ransom in the form of bitcoins, in the form of cryptocurrency, which is untraceable, which cannot be traced by anybody, right? So now today you can see that the world is entering into a very different age. We are talking now getting hacked. We are talking about Russia versus Ukraine. How is the fight happening? It is a cyber warfare. Okay, they are knocking off each other's satellites. They are, you can say, shooting, those torpedoes. And no, you are not hearing about soldiers dying. Cyber, ransomware evolved only after crypto. That's a little more not really true. But earlier they cash, and they used to tell people to drop the cash somewhere, and then they used to run away with that. And sometimes they used to get tracked. Many times they did not get tracked. Or there was some concept called the, I'm not sure if you're familiar with the concept of Hawala, which again cannot be traced. But after that, the most popular one is cryptocurrency, which is making it untraceable. So that was a great question, Pradeep. All right, back. We are talking about cyber warfare nowadays. We are talking about the world which has gone completely digital. We are living in a digital age. So everything that we own, as we discussed, is completely digital. And let's first talk about some of the gadgets used by hackers before we get started with today's class. Before we understand the concept of cybersecurity here in depth, let's understand gadgets that are being used by hackers. So let's talk about the gadgets here. Let me go to Google, and maybe I'll just search around. Sorry guys, I'm just not getting this blessed thing. Control Shift Q. Right, much better. So I won't be able to read your chats when I'm in this mode, but it'll be a little, clean. Control Shift Q, at least on needs is this thing, right? The hacker is going to need your 4-digit PIN code. So the hacker will get your 4-digit PIN code, superimposing a fake keypad on top of your genuine keypad, and 5 minutes later you check your bank balance. Your bank balance is going to be completely. This is how hackers are stealing our money nowadays. Okay, the method is, you can say, installing an ATM skimmer device. This one that you can see on the right hand side. This, okay, or maybe this particular, and on top of that they will be using a fake keypad. So we went and we talked to the you can say the cybersecurity companies. We talked to as a cybersecurity guy, as an ethical hacker. We went and told the credit card companies and the ATMs, using the skimmers, your account can be hacked. So they listened to us and they created 5 credit cards. Now using Wi-Fi has happened. Has it made hacking or more? After using Wi-Fi credit cards, is hacking easier or more complex? No NFC. Yeah, NFC again. Yes, hacking has become easier. Why? Because of the concept field communication. So now, if I am, and if I want to hack you, and just while passing by, I would ask you, excuse me, sir, can you please guide me to the nearest McDonald? And while you're guiding me to the nearest McDonald, my or Wi-Fi credit card that is there in your pocket. And so, in simple words, near field communication, it's you can say today's mobiles are using NFC for making payments, right? So, what is near field communication? Yes. So, what nowadays, Sumant? How are you paying your toll? Isn't it? It's Wi-Fi. You just you move around your car and automatically the payment is being made, right? That's Wi-Fi. The Wi-Fi technology uses just hover the card over, say, the credit card payment system, and automatically the payment is made, right? So you're not carrying a card; he's using mobile. That's equally. So what is happening here is your credit card can be hacked. If I just pass by, and I would just ask you, and while you are guiding me to McDonald's, I will be using my NFC phone to scan your card, and the cheeseburger that I'm ordering in McD will be. So that's basically how we can use the Wi-Fi simple pickpocket. Okay, so I don't have to be. I can be one away from you, around 3 meters to 15 meters, and I can steal all the money from your pocket. How scary is that, guys? Right? Only that, we also have something called hidden spy bulbs. Guys, this class is to scare you. Here is an example. Okay, I'm just taking you to Amazon, and here, guys, you can see that there is a spy bulb like this. So next time you're at hotel room, check whether there is a hidden camera. So this looks like a perfectly ordinary bulb socket. You can just search for hidden camera. So it could look like this. Okay, it looks like an ordinary CFL or an LED bulb, but it's a hidden camera inside. 360 degrees camera. So in short, I can spy on everything that is going on in your house. Okay, so that's the scary part. Look at this one, this socket. It looks like an ordinary socket. Okay, if you're in the hotel room, I will be able to see anything and everything that you're doing. All right. So and these are also unfortunately being used sometimes in the ladies' changing rooms for obvious reasons. In fact, there is a hidden spy hook in many ladies' changing rooms. This looks like a perfectly ordinary hook, but guys and girls, this is a hidden camera. This is kept usually in ladies' changing rooms, and most of the times the ladies have no idea that such things are even there. It has got a tiny little hidden camera. You can't even make out that it's there, guys. Isn't it? Okay. Or it could be you can say a hidden spy pocket. This one. Okay. Again, this looks like a perfectly ordinary socket in which you can charge your mobile phones, guys. Okay. But it contains a hidden camera in there. So just imagine. All right. Or it could even be right out of a spy movie. You can see just hidden spy button camera. This one. So this looks like an ordinary button that you're wearing on your shirt, and it contains camera. It could be spy glasses. They look like orders, but they are not glasses. It's available. It's available. You can press the button there. Check out. Most of them. So what do you buy? It's there. Do you want me to share the link with you? Because it's there. It's there. Yeah, if you want me to share the link, here you go. Okay, the button one. Oh my goodness. Okay, I think Vikas is in an interesting mood. Okay. Vikas has got certain things on his mind, it seems. I'm not sure about the button thing. Okay, it may be just temporarily unavailable, I guess.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
Okay, so starting security and risk management. So before starting, I think as we discussed, but every domain is interrelated. So it might happen that you'll cover the first domain and maybe in the sixth or seventh domain, there could be things which are interrelated. So even from an exam perspective, when you will be attending the exam, there might be questions which are interrelated and interlinked. So it could have combinations of multiple domains together. So it might happen that when we are covering domains, you would find that there's a lot of interlinked things between every of the domains. So that's something that we will see as we. So these are the basic highlights of the domain. What is security risk management and what all cover that would be doing. So this domain has a weightage of 15%. So in the exam, you will have 175, out of which 15% of weightage would be for this domain. And out of 175, so I'll tell you how the exam works. It's a 4-hour exam and 175 questions. And it'll basically it is called adaptive testing. So what it will do is when you start an exam, it will start giving you some basic questions, and if you give right answers, the question will start and it will try to test you in every domain by mixing multiple domains and identifying your in which domain that you're good at. And if you're doing very well, if you do very well in the exam from the first question till the 125th question, exam will stop because you've passed the exam. I mean, so there are two criteria. If you're doing very well, it will stop the exam at 125th question, stating that you're doing well and we know that you have knowledge in cybersecurity and you will pass the exam. So it stops. Or if you're doing very bad, for example, from the first question, your score is very low, and by 125th question, if you have answered very badly, even then it stops, stating that there's no possibility that you will be able to pass the exam even after 175th question. So that's how it stops. But if you're doing moderately well, in that case, you have you attempt all 175 questions. So that's where you get a chance that you have a chance of. So today we'll bring this domain. We won't be able to complete the domain entirely, but we the basics. So the domain highlights are as follows. Principle of CIA. This is a basic of security. So any security domain, this is CIA tried is something that we say is basic of cybersecurity. CIA stands for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So that's something that we'll look in the next slide. What are security controls? Security framework, security governance, threat modeling, risk management, personal security, security awareness and training, business continuity, which is also called as BCP. So anyone who's working might have heard something called as BCP, business. So that is something we'll be covering. Intellectual property. So is security an overhead? is the question. Yes, it is, because implementing security has a lot of cost, but it is justified. So the main goal for company is to do business, earn money, um, and uh, there's a common perspective or thing that they haven't seen any attacks. They haven't seen any attacks in the past in companies, and what is the necessary to implement so much of money in security. So that is how it is. But security involves a cost, but it saves the company's existence. So even one data breach or any cybersecurity attack can cause a company to die or go bankrupt. So there was a very famous example for a company called Equinox in 2017, which went bankrupt because of a cybersecurity attack. So this company basically had managed all the financial data, whether it could be around social security number, credit cards, and there was a data leak where 147 million data for 147 million users were leaked, and they had to pay an hefty penalty, which caused the company to go bankrupt. So yeah, security does come with a cost, but it makes sure the smooth running of your organization, the business, and security is always aligned with the business. Okay, so coming to the basic principles of CIA, what CIA stands for? CI is a short form for confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So as part of security, when we say cybersecurity, it is always related to security related to information. Now, where exactly the information resides? It resides on an electronic medium or a physical based. It could be some information which could be at rest, maybe on a equipment, on a system, on a laptop, on a server. It could be an information which could be in transit, maybe transferring of the information, or there could be some data or information which is in process. So we need to make sure that uh, data is always securely handled. Now, there are three things or three principles that we follow is confidentiality, which makes sure that the data is kept secret and only an authorized user has access to. Uh, so confidentiality means that there is no disclosure of data to an unauthorized. So it makes sure that the data is kept very securely in a secret place and only being managed by an authorized person. So that is the confidentiality principle. The next is integrity. This ensures that the data uh, is unmodified. So the data is reliable, accurate, and is not modified by an unauthorized system or a person. So for example, if you have a bank account and it has got some details into it, or maybe some transaction entries, integrity principle makes sure that there is no modification of data which is being done. So any data which exists should not be modified or alterated by unauthorized process, systems, or person. So that is integrity. And the last is availability. This principle ensures that the data is available whenever is required. It gives a protection. Uh, it makes sure that data is always available when required. So a good example of this is maybe a telephone communication. So you make sure that the telephone signal is up and available all the time. So it makes sure the availability of service. So that is the availability. So these are some principles that are being used in all the organization to manage cybersecurity, information security. But there is always a prioritization to any one of the principle, and this prioritization is based on the requirement of the organization or the purpose of the organization. So to just give you an example of confidentiality, as we discussed, confidentiality is basically keeping the information secure and should not be disclosed to an unauthorized person. So in instance of a military or in an army, air force, or navy, where you have security services, uh, it is very important to keep the data secure. You cannot have disclosure of any security related, maybe it's the artillery or war plans or all the maps, air bases. You cannot have the information leak. If it goes, if it's disclosed to an unauthorized person, then that could cause a heavy loss to the nation. So in military aspect, confidentiality holds more priority. Uh, as against that, if you look at the digital entertainment, for example, Netflix, uh, confidentiality is not very important as compared to availability, because once if Netflix goes down, then there is a loss of revenue. So for companies or organization that has, so even for, as I mentioned about WhatsApp, Instagram, or even telecom services, availability holds a priority over integrity and confidentiality. Again, bank. So if you consider bank, integrity is the most important principle in terms of banking, because there are a lot of transactions involved. They have a lot of bank accounts. So it could happen that they have millions and millions of dollars and uh, hundreds of accounts with millions of dollars, and any small modification of data that happens within the bank, that is not acceptable. I mean, a small change in the amount can cause a huge impact to the banking. So integrity is has a priority in this. But basically, looking at the security, so there is a balance that each organization maintains uh, with confidentiality, integrity, and availability based on its services goals and its requirement. So you could have less confidentiality, more integrity, less availability, or vice versa. So you could just have a complete balance of these three uh, principles to meet your organization's requirement. So this is the basic which, so if you refer to any domain or any process that we'll be covering, uh, all aspects of cybersecurity will have one of the three principles. So if you look at maybe, just an example that maybe just the WhatsApp service that we use, we always get a message that the communication is encrypted. So what basically it means is they are ensuring that the integrity and confidentiality is maintained. With encryption, the data that you are sending is confidential. No one else is able to access it. And also, encryption makes sure that the data integrity is maintained, that there's no modification that can happen, because no one is able to read it and no one will be able to modify it. So every control, everything that we would be learning in any all the domains that we would see, everything is linked to these three principles. This is the core of everything that we'll be learning today, or in the whole. There was something that we were just saying about BCP, business continuity planning, that works around availability. So you always have multiple locations uh, supporting the business. So you could have one office in maybe Hyderabad, one in Mumbai, one in Delhi, to make sure that if there's any natural calamity in one center. So we've seen a lot of flooding that happens in Chennai during rainy season. So if there's any business that goes down in Chennai, there'll always be another center which will be taking care of the process, and that's how availability is achieved. So it makes sure that your business is up and running and availability. So this is how the three. Okay, these are some basic security terminologies that we'll be going through. Now, this is only specific to. So let's go through this. Vulnerability. So vulnerability is basically a weakness in the system. Uh, so giving an example of a vulnerability is, for example, you have an application which is using communication, and this communication is very unsecure. Or maybe you're using a banking site and they have a weak encryption. So whenever you are entering a password, the communication with the server from your computer, the communication is unencrypted. So that's a weakness that anyone who will be able to track your communication will also have access to your password. So vulnerability is nothing but weakness in a system uh, that can compromise the security. And there's something called as threat. So threat is nothing but uh, a potential danger or the risk of a vulnerability being exploited. Now, referring to the same example, you're entering your username and password on a banking website. So there is a risk that someone will intercept your communication uh, and will have access to your password. So that is the threat. Uh, Threat is basically the risk of the vulnerability be getting exploited. And a threat agent is basically the entity who is exploiting the vulnerability by identifying the threat. So a threat agent could be a hacker or a software which is intercepting your communication from your computer to the bank website. So that is a threat agent. Now, this is a very basic terminologies that we are giving, but as we move ahead, I think you will have more. Uh, so the risk management entirely works around these terminologies. So we'll get to it, but just the basic of it. Vulnerability is a weakness. Threat is the risk of your vulnerability being exploited. Threat agent is someone who's actually causing a threat to the system or your asset. Uh, and the risk is basically the likelihood that the threat source exploiting a vulnerability and corresponding business impact. So threat, vulnerability, and risk are interrelated. Uh, so vulnerability is the weakness, and there's a risk associated that someone will exploit it, and threat is something that will actually exposure is the amount of damage that could be caused. So for an example, there's a bank with 100 accounts, and a user is trying to log into net banking using its username and password. But currently, when the hacker is trying to hack the bank website, it's only 10 users out of 100 users who are actually accessing it. And now the hacker has got access to password for 10 accounts. So the exposure that we can calculate is 10. So basically, exposure is nothing but what is the amount of damage that could be caused to an asset or to an organization is what is called as exposure. So out of 100, that 10. So 10 is the exposure, 90 is safe. So that is how 10 is considered as. And there's something called as controls. So when we've identified any vulnerabilities, threats, or risk associated to it, we minimize it. And that minimization is done using controls. So controls is nothing but implementing procedures or softwares or anything that could just remove the vulnerability and make sure your system is secure. Uh, so uh, in this example, if you have encrypted communication, a very secure communication, so encryption is basically a control which makes sure that your risk is reduced. There's no interception in between, and there's an end-to-end communication between your machine and the bank server, and there's no vulnerability. So basically, you fix a vulnerability with controls, or you reduce the risk. All right, moving to the next. Okay, so now we'll understand what security controls is in a very detailed aspect when it comes to controls. So there are three types of broad description of controls, what controls are. Three controls are administrative, or and second is technical or logical, and third is physical. So what are administrative controls? Basically, administrative controls are the controls which are in security documentation, maybe some policies and all the documents which defines how the process has to be run. So it could be policy documents which defines Okay, so for example, you're working in an organization, and there's a security policy which states that your password should have 12 characters and a special characters, numbers, and alphabet. So this is a security policy. Now this is defined by the organization. So the senior level executives define this uh, to make sure that the environment is safe. So, or it could happen that they define a policy stating that uh, you cannot use a USB drive into the organization. Only company authorized devices should be used in an organization. So these are some policies that are defined in organization, which we consider this as administrative controls. So administrative controls make sure that there's proper documentation or a framework that has been implemented to make sure that security is in place in the organization. So other example of administrative controls are risk management. So where there's a specific team which makes sure that they do a risk analysis. Uh, so they basically identify all the business critical processes, business critical assets, employees, uh, facilities, everything they do. They basically identify all the assets, all the valuable assets or valuable things to the organization. They perform a risk management. Basically, they identify what could go wrong and what could be an impact. What are the things that are threats or what are the vulnerabilities? They do a risk management assessment. Uh, so there's a dedicated team that works for the risk management team, and later, after risk has been calculated, they implement controls to mitigate the risk. Uh, so this comes under administrative control. Next is personal security trainings. One of the main aspect, anyone who's working in an organization are aware of uh, security related trainings. So all organizations conduct security trainings to make sure that uh, we do not uh, do anything wrong that could cause an impact to an organization. Uh, the basic trainings that we have is the password parameters, how the password should be handled. You shouldn't share the password. You shouldn't write down the password on a sticky note and stick it to the system. These are some trainings that we have to make sure the security is in place. So these are all administrative trainings. Uh, so one of the most important aspect in security is personal. So the biggest threat in security is considered as people, as because only humans can go wrong and cause a security uh, violation. So it is the most vulnerable thing that we consider. Humans are the most vulnerable in cybersecurity because you can just fool a human and make sure that you breach the security. So this is also one of the important point that talking about the second thing, which is technical or logical. Now, these are all technical implementations of security, which are implementing firewall, IDS, which stands for Intrusion Detection System. These systems run in the network and identify if there's any intrusion from or any network traffic that is entering the organization. So these system will detect it. There's also something called as IPS, which is intrusion uh, prevention system. So it makes sure that there's no traffic, unauthorized traffic entering the organization, network traffic. Encryption, again, as we discussed, making sure that the data is encrypted at rest, in transit, in process. Authentication. So always need to implement a username or password, a two-factor OTP, multi-level authentications to make sure that the systems are kept secure. Input validation. This is something that comes in software development. So, for example, if you have a online form or an online transaction, so it makes sure that there's a program or code written in backend which makes sure that there's no faulty input that goes in, which could damage the system or could expose the system. So there's something called as input validation. And the third is physical controls, which has controls like security guards, locks, fencing, lighting, CCTV, something that will restrict you from entering the building or accessing any computer servers. So you have a data center in an organization which has got locks on it. It has got biometrics, smart cards. So these are all under physical controls. So you basically implement multiple controls to make sure your business needs are fulfilled. So it is always a combination of all that happens. So if you're moving into an organization, the first would be the physical one. Later, the next would be a technical logical when you actually log into the system, and when you're working, it will always be that you need to adhere to the security policy and work in accordance with the security policy defined by the. All right. So these are security functions. So when we say control, these are three basic types of controls that we have. Uh, when we implement and control, that there are some functions that we have so I think as we go we would understand. uh, Preventive controls, so this is a control that makes sure that uh, that something will I mean uh, so antivirus or security guard, so this will prevent anything wrong happening to the organization or to the system. So now if you look at the examples that we have, security guard is something from the physical one, the physical control. Second is security policy, which is from the administrative control. Third is encryption. Third and fourth and fifth are actually from the technical or logical part. So these are categorized as a control which makes sure that any security threat is prevented, or it prevents any malicious activity on the system activity data on the organization. So this is considered as a preventive control. Detective is something that does not prevent, but once a malicious activity is done, it will notify, or it will let the people, the authorized person know that there's some malicious activity being done, and you need to take next action to it. So what are these controls? Are monitoring, CCTV, uh, job rotation, audit logs, and IDS. IDS is again intrusion detection system. Now I'll just give you a brief on what job rotation is. Job rotation is a control in which, so for example, in an organization, you have 10 process and 10 employees. Each employee is working on certain process. So when we say job rotation, you change the job roles for people within these 10 to make that uh, there's 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 no employee which is doing something wrong. So for example, I am someone working in a bank. I'm working at the front desk, who's doing the payment. Or okay, let's give an example of a theater. There's someone who is in a cinema hall. There's a person who is issuing tickets, and there's someone who is checking the tickets. Now the person who is checking the tickets uh, is not doing his job correctly. So he's making sure that he has some friends and he's taking money from them and allowing people, or he's taking money and helping people enter the cinema hall. When there's a job rotation, what we do is the person who's issuing a ticket is asked to check the ticket at the cinema gate of the cinema hall, and then that's how he gets to know that there are people coming and asking for money, and they're asking to let go, and they're informing that, oh, we were able to go before and we were able to enter the cinema hall. So that's how you identify. Now this is a very bad example that I gave, but that's how job rotation works, where you switch roles between the employees, and that's how you identify anything that has been run or done wrong in the organization, or any malicious activity could be captured. So that has been uh, identified as a detective control, because that just informs you of any wrongdoing in the third is corrective control, where you have identified uh, an issue with the system, and now you need to fix it. So there's no impact yet, but then you just need to make sure that uh, that the system is secure. So server images and patching. So I think we are all aware of what patching is. So I think in Windows we have heard this called as system updates. When we use your personal computers or in office, there's something called as we get system updates. So what happens is Microsoft identifies vulnerabilities or weaknesses within the system, and once they identify it, they create a small code to fix the patch, to fix the vulnerability. So that is something that the small piece of code is called as patch, which they install it on your computer, and that's how they fix the vulnerability. So that is a corrective control. You identify a vulnerability and you do a patching on your system to make sure that now there's no impact and your system is safe and secure to be used. Next is deterrent. Now this type of control will only discourage you from doing a malicious activity. So in an organization, so fences, dogs, CCTV, lighting. So for example, if there's a thief who needs to enter a data center and steal a server, but he can see that there's proper fencing done, there's CCTV done, so he's aware that he won't be able to do that. So that's deterrent is basically something that will discourage you from doing anything. Uh, in even in a computer, when you log in on any of the server, there's always a notice that you can see in few of the systems, anyone working in an organization, that this has been monitored and this system is under monitoring, and any malicious activity, there'll be uh, legal issues with if you do anything wrong. So that is something called as deterrent. Recovery is something that majorly works on the availability part. So DR facility, DR is nothing but disaster recovery. So in the previous example that we discussed, you have multiple locations to make sure your business is up and running. So when you identify a risk, so for example, I have my head office in Chennai, and my risk management teams identify a risk that it could happen that there could be a heavy rainfall and my business could stop. So in that case, we create another location which is called as DR, disaster recovery. In case if Chennai goes down, we have another setup that would be up and the business operations would be up and running. So that is a DR facility where you set up a different facility. Backups. So giving an example of backup, for example, you have a very critical system and some attack. Is everyone aware of what a right? So basically, there's a virus which will encrypt or lock, and then the hacker will contact you asking for money. So he'll say that I'll give you the key to open your laptop or your system only if you give me this much amount of money. So that is a ransom attack. So the best way to deal with a ransom attack is backup. So for example, you have a system which is very critical to your organization and there's a ransom attack on your system. Now your system is encrypted and your critical process is to an halt because you don't have access to the system. So what could be done? So the best recovery control that you can implement is backup. So if your system has already been backed up, what step that you can do is you can reimage the system or rebuild a system and restore the data from backup. So that's a recovery control that you again, high availability. Again, deploying systems in high availability so that one system goes down, the other keeps working, and make sure that your system is very similar to how. Now, compensating control is something that is very scenario based. Now, this could be combinations of all the uh, other controls that we've seen, which is preventive, detective, corrective, deterrent, or recovery control. So this could be combination of it. Compensating control is basically an alternative. Give an example. Uh, you're working on a critical system and it is recommended to implement end-to-end communication using encryption. So there are two servers which are critical and the communication has to be encrypted. That is a very mandatory thing to make sure that it is in compliance with the security. but it is very expensive to implement and it could decrease the performance of the system. So the organization will not be able to implement it. So what is a compensating control is, uh, it will implement some other control. Maybe it will add some access control list, or it could have some authentication implemented to compensate for something else, to compensate for encryption. So that is what we call as compensating controls. So it is an alternative to make sure you achieve the goal, but with a different control. You mix match something to make sure your system is secure, but you don't implement the actual required. So that is what is a compensating control. Clear that all the controls that we implement uh, has a the base of all the controls that we implement is the CIA triad. So as I was discussing on the recovery part, on the high availability, uh, is basically to do with the availability of system, or the confidentiality that we discussed was to do with encryption. So if you look at these controls that we have discussed previously, all the controls are associated with one of the security principles that we've discussed in CIA. So encryption is associated with confidentiality. So encryption is a control which makes sure that there's no disclosure of data. Uh, Data encryption in transit, when you're working on an internet on an HTTPS site, there's a SSL certificate that you have to make sure that the communication is secured. Access control is a control. Access control is basically something that tells you what level of access you have on a system. So if you're working on an on in an organization, you do not have the rights to install a software on your computer. So that is access control. So access control makes sure that so if there's a file, if there's a very critical data or file, access control makes sure that the unauthorized person is not granted access and he cannot view the data or modify. Integrity is hashing. So I'll just give you a brief of what hashing is. Hashing is basically a function or a security control. So what exactly happens in hashing is, consider that you have a data in gigabytes. Uh, when you perform a hashing algorithm, hashing is basically an algorithm which will convert large size of data into few bits. Uh, and the bit size remains constant based on the algorithm. So you could have gigabytes and terabytes of data, and the whole data is processed in one algorithm, and it will create a small string of bits. Now the beauty the hash or the string of bits that has been created after processing is very unique. So if you process terabytes of data, and if you just change one alphabet, one comma, one any even a space mark, if you make changes to it, the whole so it's a functionality that makes sure that the data remains unmodified. So I think I mean you can just view what is an MD5 value. So we work on softwares, right? Multiple applications that we work on. So every software that we run has got a something called as MD5 value. So MD5 value is the hash value. So the whole software, what company do is, so for example, I'm using Microsoft Outlook. Now the whole exe or the whole software is being processed through an algorithm, and a small alphanumeric value is created, which is which is called the hash. It could be as small as maybe 10 to 15 letters and alphabets. Uh, Alphanumeric value, which is a string of 15 to 20, and that remains unique. So in a code where you have hundreds and thousands of line, even if you make a small change in a space or a simple letter, the whole hash value will change. So this is always used when you compare. So for example, if I'm sending you a data and I have a hash calculated and the hash says 1234, and I send it to one of my colleague, and then he receives it and he processes it using the same algorithm, and the hash that he gets is 1235. So there's a mismatch. Like I have created it and I have 1234 and he's got 1235, which means that there was some change that was made in data which has caused the. Okay, so again, as part of integrity, you have something called as configuration management, change control. Now these are some functions that you make sure that when you, for example, there's always a versioning that happens, or developing a software and there are multiple versions of it. There's a version control that process that happens, which makes sure that so basically it makes sure the of. All right, and availability is again clustering, load balancer, RAID. So clustering is having multiple in any of the services that you have. Load balancing, RAID is again a way of storing data, redundant array of integrated disk. So this basically makes sure that when you store the data on a disk on any of the servers, if the disk goes down, it shouldn't happen that you lose your data. So there's a redundant array, which means there are multiple disks in place to make sure that the data could be recovered, even in case of failure. Again, as we discussed, backup, which is under availability, and co-location. Defense in depth. Again, this is implementing multiple controls in a serial way. So there are two types of controls that can happen. You can implement. One is parallel and one is serially. So a serial control is basically a security system or controls which are placed in serial, which means you need to bypass one security control. So you need to uh, pass every security control to make sure that you access the mission critical assets. So this is a diagrammatical description of how it works. A perimeter security is basically the outer layer of secure of the environment. It could also be a physical, technical, or a logical control. So we can see when you are actually connecting to any of the organization network, it will have IDS, IPS, honeypot, data leakage protection. These all are technical controls that are implemented to make sure that the data does not pass or enter the organization. So whenever there is data which is passed outside the organization is checked, and confidential data is stopped using multiple mechanisms. So DLP, which is data leakage protection, will monitor all the emails that you send, or the printers, any confidential data that you print. DLP looks at it and it makes sure that it doesn't go out of the organization. There's something called as network layer security, where you implement multiple controls in network. It could be firewalls, IPS. Endpoint security is again, it could be your viruses that would stop you from for any of the viruses entering the application security, and data security. Again, these are different layers of security that you have. Sure that the data is secure, so no malicious activity is done from outside. It doesn't doesn't allows you to enter the organization, and your confidential data or the secure data does not go out of the organization. So that is how defense in depth works, where you implement multiple controls, and for a breach to happen, it has to breach all the layers of security, which is very difficult. That any malicious activity will be able to breach multi-level. So this is just a diagrammatical description of how defense in depth looks like, where you have technical, logical, and administrative controls. So there's also policy management and operations that are done. Is all the list of tools and technologies which are implemented in different layers. To complete this one slide, security through obscurity. So this is basically an idea where you make a system so complex, assuming that the hacker will not be able to identify it. This is not something which is recommended, but this is a way where you can either hide the data or make it so complicated so that in an assumption that the hacker or anyone will not be able to identify it. So that's how you keep. So a good example that is mentioned here is keeping a copy of password under the keyboard. So you have written a password on a sticky note and you've just kept under your keyboard, thinking that no one is going to turn your keyboard and look at the password. So because so that's how you think, and it's a very bad idea, and that's how this is a basic of what security through obscure is, an assumption that the hacker will not be able to identify the weakness in. So moving to the next is security. All right. So basic question is, what is a framework? So a framework is a structure of guidelines, tools, principles uh, that help you develop or implement a process. So that is what is a definition of a basic definition of what framework is. So in terms of security frameworks, there are already few existing frameworks that exist that help you conducting the risk management across your organizations, implement controls, or help you build a process in your organization. So we'll go through some basic security frameworks. So when security framework, when done properly, will allow an organization to move intelligently, manage their organization information security risk. A security program is a framework. Organizations are free to plug in different type of technologies, methods, and procedures to accomplish the necessary protection level. So every company, every organization will follow a framework based on their requirements. So we'll go through some popular security frameworks that are being used wide across. So these are the list of different types of frameworks which are being implemented. So at enterprise architecture, the commonly used, these are the common used frameworks: Zachman framework, TOGAF, DODAF, MODAF, SAPSA. Security program is ISO 27000. So ISO stands. Yeah, so it's a non-profit organization in international standardizing organization. So ISO, you might have heard of a lot of ISO certifications. So this is what is the organizations comply to. Uh, they have multiple frameworks based on the industries that you work on. Security controls, again, COBIT. COBIT is a very popular, and NIST is a framework that is used for security controls. NIST is majorly used in in US based organizations. NIST, National Institute of Security. I just forgot the full form of it. And process management. I think most of you working in IT would be aware of what ITIL is, Six Sigma, and CMMI. So these are just basic overview of the frameworks that are used across different types of industries. We need not go in detail of what exactly are the clauses and rules and everything details about the framework, but we just need to be aware of what falls under which category, whether it's used for security controls, risk management, process management, enterprise architecture. So that's a basic of it. So ISO, you have different naming numbers for ISO certifications. ISO 27001 is a very common ISMS framework that has been used. So anyone working in IT would be familiar with the ISO 27001 audits. So these are different numbers of frameworks based on the industry. This is the Zachman architecture framework. So in Zachman, basically there are uh, 6 interrogatives and 6 perspectives. So what are the 6 interrogatives are? What, how, where, who, when, why? So these are the questions, and these are the perspectives, which are basically the roles that are designed. We did not go in depth of these models or the frameworks. It's okay even if you have an overview or a basic understanding of where exactly which framework is being used. So this is a matrix that has been created where you have the questions and the roles. So basically, when you elaborate this, this is a planner role where it states what are the most important thing in business, how are the business processes, where are the locations. So it's overview of the interrogatives and the perspectives of or the roles that you can. Again, this is SAPSA, Sherwood Applied Business Security Architect. So we won't go very deep in these models in well. COBIT is specific to controls on how the control implementation has to be done, control objective for information. So this tells you how to implement controls. So COBIT is specific for this. There are also some regulatory bodies that you might have heard of. For example, PCI DSS or SOX, which is Sarbanes and Oxley. So these are all regulatory bodies. So using these frameworks, you can make sure that you comply to all the regulatory part. Again, this is COSO. So COBIT was developed by Committee of Sponsoring. So COSO IC framework is a model for corporate governance, and COBIT is for IT governance. COSO IC deals more at the strategic level, while COBIT focuses more on the operational level. COBIT is a way to meet many of the COSO objectives, but only from IT perspective. COSO IC deals with non-IT items also in company culture, financial accounting principle, board of director responsibility, and internal communication structure. So in terms of CISSP, the examination or the questions will not be framed around it, but it's good to know about the framework so that in actual environment where you'll be working, you will be aware of different frameworks. It's when you actually work in an organization, this is what will help you. So every organization will comply to one where exactly the organization exists. So NIST framework is primarily used in the US. I think most of you would be aware of ITIL. Again, Information Technology Infrastructure Library. This is used. This framework is used for managing an IT process. So I've also done my certification in ITIL. I've done ITIL Foundation that tells you the best practices in IT service management. So I mean, most of you would be aware of, might have worked on tool called ServiceNow, the ticketing tool where you create service now, a request, or incident, a change, problem ticket. So this is all built on the ITIL. So refer to the ITIL framework when we use on the ticket. Again, CMMI model. Now, this maturity model was developed by Carnegie Mellon University. It's an American university. Now, this defines the state in which your process is. So there are 5 levels which are being defined as initial, managed, defined, quantitatively managed, and optimizing. Now, each level will define the maturity of your process or organization. So if you're running a service, you can evaluate on which level is your process running on. So level 1 is initial, where the processes are very unpredictable and there's no standardization that is in your process. So if you evaluate your process and you identify that the processes are unpredictable and there's no standardization in the process, that's when you fall in level 1. In level 2, the processes are more predictable. Basic project management framework is in place. Um, so when you have a better a proper project management framework work implemented, that's when you can consider yourself as managed. In a defined process, processes are very well defined, standardized, and are very consistent in delivering. So this is the level 3. This might be a little confusing right now in terms of all the security aspects that we've been learning right now, but we will learn about this more, and we will definitely have questions around the CMMI model. You might have questions where it will give of an organization, and it will elaborate some of its working qualities. Like it will define the process, and it will ask you which exactly state it is in and what would be the next step as per the CMMI model. So you can expect some questions around this, definitely some questions around this. So defined as a very well-defined process, well-documented and well-standardized and very consistent. Level 4 is quantitatively managed. Basically, this level uh, use quantified data to improve the process. There are KPIs defined in this. Um and the process is controlled using statistical methods. So there's a lot of documentation, and there's a lot of visibility around the process, and it is a very well run process. So that's when you can understand this is at level 4. And level 5 is optimizing, where there's a continuous process improvement that happens, and it is a very long-term sustainable process that you can classify this. The CMMI is very commonly used in service-based companies to evaluate the model. And there's basically a set of questionnaires that you have. It's mostly done quarterly, where there's a set of questions that you need to answer. As a process owner, you answer these questions, and there's an evaluation that happens, which identifies exactly which state you are in. And then you also need to write down some measures that will help you to move to the next step. So irrespective of which level you are, uh, you need to always be moving to the next level and make sure that the process is uh, getting mature by process. This is also used in software development. So this you will find some of this reference in the last. But you will definitely have questions around it, a scenario-based questions in CI. Okay, security and business. So as we discussed earlier, or when we started the session, so when we think of security, uh, as we mentioned, security comes with a lot of cost involved in implementing security across the organization. So security should always be in aligned with the organization's mission, goal, and strategy. So implementing security should always help benefit the organization, because when you implement the security, it creates a confidence in the organization to work securely. So security should always be aligned in with the business. And as we've always seen, you always implement controls as per your business requirements. So basically, I'll give you what is, goals and missions and strategies. So goal is basically for an organization is the big picture for the or the aspiration for the organization to move. Mission is the why behind an organization, and objectives are specific actions or targets to achieve for an organization. So this is a mission, goal, strategy of an organization, and security implementing security should always help the organization achieve goals, strategies, mission. A well-defined business case should always exist for a security related. Okay, now this is a very important point here, the last point. Security management is responsibility for upper management and should always be supported by senior executives. So this is a very um, uh, you might have some questions around this as well, and that security should always be initiated and is a responsibility for a senior management. It is the senior management's responsibility to create a framework and to create policies, guidelines, standards, and implement them. So always, even any security related risk has to be owned by the CISO. So CISO is Chief Information Security Officer. So management is responsible to ensure that security is in place, and it is their initiative. And the implementation should always happen from top to bottom. It should never go from bottom to top. So this is a very important point that we need to consider when we are studying CISSP or also attempting the questions, that uh, it should always be from top to bottom, and it's the high. Okay, security governance is again as in, it has to be implemented by the higher. So security governance is a set of responsibilities and practices exercised by executive management with the goal of providing strategic direction, ensuring that objectives are achieved, uh, ascertaining that risks are managed appropriately, and verifying that enterprise resources are used responsibly. So it's the management's or high management's responsibility. Security governance flow from top to bottom and should cut across all business. Third-party governance is a system of oversight that may be mandatory by law, regulation, industry standards, contractual obligations, or licensing requirement. Okay, so this is a very important point, third-party governance. So every organization, based on the domain that it is working, there is always laws and regulations that are something that the company needs to follow. Giving banks in India, all banks are being regulated by SEBI. So there are some laws which are being set, which every banks needs to follow. So RBI also has got issues laws. So what is a third party governance is? Okay, so basically when there are some regulations being told by the regulating body, the organization needs to comply it. And a third party is basically there is a regulatory body and there's a company A which needs to abide to the rules and regulations of the regulation. Third party governance is basically you involve other organization, a governing body, which is governing body named company B, which will make sure that company A is abiding to the rules and regulations given by the regulatory body. So something that we say as third party audit. Uh, so third party audit is similar to this, where you get an audit done. So um, in this example, we have a lot of auditing firms, big fours. So you get your company by other companies to make sure that and ensures that it complies with the regulation. So there is always a regulatory body, and a company needs to adhere to the laws and regulations. But to ensure that these laws and regulations are the companies adhering to these laws, uh, an audit takes place by an other company, which is called as third party, and that ensures that company A is adhering to the regulatory body. So the regulatory body will always trust B and perform an audit on company A. So that is how it works. So this is how third party governance. Yeah. Okay. So there's a detailed description on third party security governance. Third party governance is a system of oversight that may be mandated by law, regulation, industry standard, contractual obligations, and licensing requirement. It generally involves an outside investigators or auditors designated by governing body. So as we discussed, a regulatory body will involve an outside investigator and get an audit done, or the or the consultant hired by target organization. Another aspect of third-party governance is application of security oversight on third parties that your organization relies on. These parties needs to stay in compliance with primary organization's security stance. Otherwise, the present additional risk and vulnerabilities to primary org. So this is how third party works, where you have three bodies. One is the regulatory body. One is the one who does an audit or implement security governance and checks on the third body that whether they are abiding to or not. So the regulatory body will always trust uh, the one who's conducting an audit. So that is how it. Documentation review, again, this is part of the governance. It generally works on in two steps. One is the documentation, and the second is on-site review. So in the first phase, where it is documentation, when we describe about the administrative controls, so security policy guidelines, everything, these documents are being produced to the regulatory body, and there's an assessment which has been done. It's only a documentation review that is being done. There's no actual audit or review that is being done on the process or a validation check. Uh, so the first phase is only based on the documentations which are being exchanged, and once these documents are correct and fine, only then you move to the next phase where there's actual validation or verification done on site, which is called as on-site review. But if your documents are not correct, in that case, you don't move to the second phase. You need to make sure that your documentation and everything is correct. Only then you move to the second phase, which is the on-site review. So if the documentation is incomplete, inaccurate, otherwise insufficient, the on-site review is postponed until documentation can be updated and correct. So based on the review, a lot of, for example, licensing is one of the thing that happens. Only, I mean, there's a regular check or governance done on the licensing part as well. There's something called as permission to operate. Security management planning. Okay, so security management planning falls in three categories: strategic, tactical plan, and operational plan. Strategic plan is nothing but a long-term planning that an organization has set, which aligns with goals, missions, and objectives. So it's basically around the plan exists for around 5 years. It's a long-term plan where you have this is called a strategic plan, which is planned for a longer period of time. A tactical plan is a comparatively shorter planning, which is reviewed time to time. And it could have the plan could be around a year or a two. And there's something called as operational plan, which is a very short-term plan, very detailed and strategic, and which is evaluated almost quarterly. So this is how the security management planning works. There's a long-term goal because there's a lot of cost and everything involved when you do implement security. So there's something called as strategic planning. So giving an example, when your organization is on-prem and needs to move to a cloud. So this transition from moving an on-prem to cloud takes a long time, and there's a lot of cost and everything involved. So when you make a strategic plan, there's a lot of planning that is required to move the infrastructure from an on-prem to cloud infrastructure. What would be the costing required, and what are the benefits that you would get moving the infra? So that is how it is in strategic planning. And in tactical planning, the plan is evaluated, and based on uh, how the trend is, the technological development, everything, these plans are created, and the deviations could be made in this. Operational plans are very short-term goals, quarterly, where you set set a goal for a quarter and you complete it. So it's basically breaking down the tactical plan into small projects. And okay, so security policy. Now, this is a very important point in cybersecurity and a most important document that we can say. So every organization will have a security policy defined. and the security policy will have uh, a very detailed overview of how the security has to be implemented in this. Now, this security policy is created by senior management. Again, you have security professionals, CISO involved, uh, and to give you a high level generic document on how the security has to be implemented. So any organization, if you check, there is always a security policy that exists. And based on the security policy, everything is being implemented. So this is mostly generic, non-technical. There's a review that happens with the security policy, and it is always aligned with the business. But security policy is the main document that the organization will refer to. Uh, it is the main uh, file that you can say that is required. So anything that you implement should be aligned with the security policy, and security policy will have everything in it. Maybe it could be your uh, password rotation, password policy, uh, all the standards, everything. So all the frameworks that we have discussed before, the NIST and everything, security policy is basically developed or created using these frameworks. Okay, so when we create a security policy, so that could be for an whole organization as a generic document which the whole organization should follow. It could be a system specific details included or a issue specific. It can also be created based on the regulatory. So based on the industries that you're working in, your security policy will be defined based on the regulatory body that it refers to. There's also something called as advisory or informative policies. So advisory policy is that uh, is not mandatory but is advisable. Uh, so so basically, when you write a policy, these are the things that you include. So you can ignore, by scope and by enforcement or types here. But the security policy will have everything defined to follow by an organization, a system, an issue, or a regulatory that it has to follow. Regulatory policies are mandatory. Uh, it is mandatory to implement these security policies. Advisory is not mandatory, but it is advised. I mean, it is a good practice uh, if you follow that. And informative policies are something which will give you awareness about the security. So mandatory trainings is one of the informative. So it is required for you to complete security training in organization. Every year you have mandatory trainings. So these trainings is something that you can call as informative uh, policy. So the security policy defines that a training has to be conducted and that is to be completed by all the employees by this date. So that is how the security policy. So common security policies that you can find is access control, computer security policy, environmental design policy, data protection, physical security, remote access policy, user account policy. So these are some common policies that fall as security policies. So as I mentioned before, your password complexity, password rotation, after how many days you need to change your password, what should be its complexity, access control, who should be given access to what, computer security policy, which operating system has to be used, what should be the antivirus, uh, everything is defined. Uh, Data protection policy is one of the very important aspect. I think in GDPR also they have clearly defined the data protection policy and data retention policy as well. So even that falls that how much time your data should be retained and how to destroy the data, how to protect the data, how to classify the data. That is something is part of the data protection. Physical security policy, now this could be having biometrics implemented or access cards, everything is defined. Remote access policy, user account policy. So these are some basic that is used. Also, we have a link here. that will help you to understand how security policy. Right. Okay. So moving. So we've completed policies. Now there's other documents that are created, which is standard guidelines and procedures. So standards are something which are mandatory. These are some policies which are compulsory to be. So a good example of this is implementing a 12 character password. So standards define compulsory requirement for homogeneous use of hardware, software, technology, and security controls. Standards are tactical documents that define steps or methods to accomplish the goals defined by security policies. So these are documents which also help you to accomplish the security policy, and these are mandatory in nature. So standards are to be met. Baseline is a minimum level of security that every system should have. Now a good example of this is an antivirus. Antivirus has to be updated in every 3 days. That will make sure that your basic security is up to date. So baseline is a minimum security that has to be throughout the organization. Baseline establishes a common secure state on which all additional security measures can be built. So this is the bare minimum security that has to be implemented. That is the definition of a baseline. So the document defines baseline guidelines. Again, this is not mandatory, but recommendation. Uh, these are security guidelines which are not mandatory. So a good example this is using an encryption when you have a communication. So it is not mandatory, but it is good to use. So uh, based on your business requirement and feasibility, you can choose to implement or not. It's a recommendation on how standard and baseline are implemented. Guidelines are flexible, so they can be customized for each unique systems or condition based on your organization requirement. Procedures are detailed steps, step by step, how to document that describes exact action necessary to implement specific security mechanism control. So that is a detailed document which tells you on how to implement. All right, so I think we will cover the threat modeling today, which is just an introduction to risk management. We haven't started risk management yet. So we'll cover the. So as we have discussed earlier, like what is a threat? So threat is basically a risk that you have. So a risk of your vulnerability getting exploited. So there is a framework that has been created to calculate the threat part. So if you have a system running, you identify vulnerabilities and threat, and you identify risk using the threat modeling. So a security process where potential threats are identified, categorized, and analyzed. It can be performed as proactive measures during design and development or reactive measures once the product is deployed. So it's kind of a strategy that you can implement to identify threats and then mitigate those threats using different controls. Uh, so the first step of threat modeling is to identify a threat. Now the identification depends on three types. Now the threats could be focused on assets, attackers, or software. I'll give you an example. Okay, so basically focused on assets mean, so basically assets is something that has value to the organization. Anything that has value, for example, data, for an organization, data is the most valuable thing. Followed by different, for example, you can have servers, hardwares, your employees, your buildings. So these are considered as assets. So any threat that would be focused on assets, any threat on asset, for example, you have an organization and you have thousands of employees working in a building. So your employees and your buildings is an asset to you. So you will identify any threats that could damage the employees or the building. So now this is not specific to only the data, but the whole organization itself. So a natural calamity or a fire. So that is a threat that you can have. So there could be a breakage of fire, your building could catch a fire, and then that could cause a damage to your asset. Maybe your data center could be in fire, and you could lose the data or the process. It could also hurt any of your employees. So all the threats which are focused on assets falls under focus on asset threat modeling. Focus on attacker is something considering that you have identified the asset and you have a process, and it is prone that there will be an attack done by an attacker. So for example, you have a credit card, you are working in a credit card company. So it has happened that someone will try to steal the credit card. Someone will try to hack the payment gateway, a bank website, to make sure it carries out false transactions. So the hacker is something which is very prone. We are aware that there could be hacking done if you're running a website where you can make some transactions. So that is something which we called as focused on attackers. Sometimes it is possible to identify potential attackers and threats they represent based on their goals. So uh, if you identify such uh, the attackers, based on that you create a threat model and you implement controls to mitigate the risk. Focus in software is again only specific to softwares, where you identify all your critical softwares and identify if there are any backdoors, any vulnerabilities, any open ports that could that the attackers might hack or have access to your softwares or your website. Okay, so when you do a threat modeling, there is something called as reduction analysis. Now, this is a process where you basically granularize the whole software. So if you have, for example, an Amazon website, you have a user which logs in into Amazon, search for the product, adds it to the cart, and when he tries to buy it, navigates or it takes him to the payment gateway website where he fills in his card details, and now the payment gateway will connect with his bank. It will make a payment, and then the Amazon will place an order, right? So there are multiple processes that are involved. So in reduction analysis, what you do is each process is taken separately, and an individual process is considered and a threat modeling is conducted. You identify vulnerabilities around the process. So from a user end, if you refer to this diagram, on a user end, what are the processes that user can perform? So he'll be able to log in. There'll be a login response. So the interface is a user is being analyzed. What all things user can perform, which could be a threat to the website. As part of UI, the user interface that Amazon provides, what are the threats that it could have? What are the inputs that it could receive, and what are the output it has to perform? So based on the functionality, input, output, you do a threat modeling over or identify vulnerabilities on the UI. In the background you have your database. Again, you analyze uh, what are the data which your database needs to provide and what it has to store, and what are the risks associated with modification of the data. So this is how it works. So an application is breakdown into different components, and each component is thoroughly evaluated, and the risk around each component is mitigated. So it becomes more secure because looking at an application as a whole and granularizing it and then identifying it makes it a more tough analysis on the application. So that is what is the reduction. So this is just a modeling that or a strategy that is used for threat modeling. Again, this is a Microsoft developed strategy called STRIDE. Now, STRIDE is just a short form for spoofing, tampering, repudiation, information disclosure, denial of service, and elevated privilege. So these are the threats, and these are the desired property. So this is how it stands for, STRIDE. Spoofing is falsifying of identity. Someone falsifying the username or an IP address is what we call as spoofing. Tampering is again modification of data or modifying the system. And opposite to tampering is the integrity. Spoofing is authenticity. It's the opposite. Spoofing is falsifying, and authenticity is the original, the authentic source IP or the user. Repudiation. So repudiation is means that when a malicious activity takes place, if the hacker is able to prove that or to get away with it without any logs, that is something we called as repudiation. So if there are no audit logs or any activity, there is no log auditing anything, that is what we called it as repudiation, where he can claim that the hacker can claim that he hasn't performed the activity because there's no evidence. That is what is called as repudiation. And non-repudiation is exactly opposite to it, where the user or the hacker cannot deny that he has performed any activity. Let's not take this as hacker or anyone, even in the organization. If you make any changes to any system with non-repudiation, basically means that there are audit logs and there are enough evidences which can prove that you have made this activity and you cannot get away with this. So this is how non-repudiation. This is a new term. I think most of you have an elevation of privileges. So elevation of privileges is something where uh, so uh, there's something called as access control, right? Where everything is defined, who should have what level of access. That is defined. So when a hacker or anyone performs an activity or anything which will elevate the privileges is a threat. So even in an organization, it could happen that someone join as a fresher and is working with least privileges. Over a period of time, the employee grows and moves into multiple different departments. In every department, the employees gains some level of access to it, and over a period of time, it could happen that the employee has got access to each department's data. That is also something called as privilege creep, where you start getting privileges as you switch to different departments. So this is also something referred to as elevation of privileges. But in hacking, this is a little different, where you actually hack a system, elevate your privileges, and start navigating within the environment. Even that is elevation of privileges. And opposite of it is authorization. You are authorized to access the data. You have permissions. You have enough access, regulated access. So these are the desired property, and this is the threat model. This was developed by Microsoft. Also, there's a threat model called as DREAD. And again, it's a short form for this: damage potential, reproducibility, exploitability, affected users, and discoverability. Now, every risk aspect, this is a meaning of it. So when you do a threat modeling, when you identify what is the threat, when you do perform a risk management, you take these things into consideration, which is damage potential. So how bad the attack could be. So remember we had discussed something about the exposure part. This is something related to it. So what would be the impact? So if, for example, any of your server gets hacked, what would be the impact? What would be the damage to the organization? It could be in terms of monetary or reputation. It could be both. Reproducibility, how easy is it to reproduce the attack? Exploitability, how much work does it take to launch the attack? So exploitability is basically the efforts required to uh, to actually conduct an attack. That is what it means. So the amount of effort that is required. How difficult is it to exploit a vulnerability? Affected users, if there's an risk associated, what would be the affected users? How much would be the users, and what would be the impact? And in case if there's a threat, what are the chances that it can be discovered? So the last is discoverability. how easy is it to discover a threat? So these are some points that are being considered when you do a risk assessment, a risk analysis, and identify threats in a non. So starting with risk management, what is risk? So risk is something harmful or undesirable uh, that can happen in future. So risk is typically calculated as the probability of event occurring and causing an. So there are various types of risks that we can identify. So it could be financial risk, business risk, operational risk. So risk is a broader term, and you have a ISMS, which is Information System Risk Management Policy, which are as follows. So the objective of the risk management team is to identify all the assets. Again, as we discussed, asset is something, anything that has a value and valuable to the organization and can produce a positive economic value. So its primary job is to identify the assets, uh, uh, perform a risk assessment or a risk analysis, and based on the risk analysis, uh, it will identify what is the impact, and then it will implement security controls, and then the risk are mitigated. Okay, so the objective is formal process of risk identification. So before identifying the risk, it is important to identify the assets. So once you identify the assets, you perform a risk assessment and identify. And then once the risk is identified, you map risk with internal controls. So we've discussed what controls are. It could be administrative, uh, technical controls, or physical controls, or the other five that we've seen: corrective controls, preventive controls, deterrent, corrective controls. So these are the controls that needs to be implemented that can mitigate the risk. So once the implementation of controls are being done, uh, the entire controls are being approved, and you come to a conclusion where you have mitigated a risk to a level to an accept. So this is the flow of risk management process. Frame risk, where basically you identify asset and do a risk analysis, risk assessment, and respond to the risk, and monitor the risk once you've. Okay, so risk assessment and risk analysis. So risk assessment is a method of identifying vulnerabilities and threats and assessing the possible impact to determine where to implement security controls. So I think in the previous slide, we've just had a discussion. So when we identify an asset, maybe we identify any critical data, a critical service, which is required to run the business and generate revenue. So these are considered as asset. And in a risk assessment, what you do is you identify weaknesses or vulnerabilities. And once these vulnerabilities are identified, you also identify what could be the threat and the impact if a threat agent exploits the. And once that has been done, you do an analysis, impact analysis. You identify what could be the exposure or the impact to the business. And based on that, you identify controls that can mitigate the risk. So the last step would be to implement security control. Risk analysis is a detailed examination of component of risk used to ensure that security is cost effective, relevant, timely, and responsive to threat. It helps companies prioritize risk and amount of resource that it should apply to protect against them. So now there's a small difference between risk assessment and risk analysis. Risk analysis comes when you have identified a risk, and as part of the mitigation process, you do before that you perform an analysis to identify what would be the impact of it, what is the priority of it. So when you perform a risk assessment, you could identify n number of risks. You have a service running, and then you identify that there are 10 types of risk that could impact the business. So these 10 types of impacts are analyzed based on the impact and the priority. So it could happen that one of the 10 risks is likely to take place and which could cause a huge business impact. Whereas there could be two or three other risks which are less likely to happen and might cause less impact to the business. So risk analysis basically identifies the priority, the impact that it can cause on the service or an organization. Risk analysis also involves what would be the mitigation strategies uh, and what would be the cost involved. So the goal of risk analysis is to identify asset and their value to the organization, which is the first step. Determine the likelihood that threat exploits a vulnerability. Again, you could have 10 number of risks and out of which one could be vulnerable. Determine the business impact of these potential threats and provide a cost benefit analysis between the impact of the threat and the cost of countermeasures. So this is a very important point that we'll be discussing further, which is cost benefit analysis. To give you a brief of what cost benefit analysis is, maybe I have a asset which has value of $10,000. There is a risk that something wrong might happen and I would lose the asset. So for example, I have a facility, a building or a data center which has a cost of $10,000. And then there is a risk that there could be a fire in my in the building, in the premises, which could lead a damage to my data center. So it is a impact of $10,000 to my organization, to the asset. So as part of control, uh, I would be implementing a fire extinguisher, which would cost me around $2,000. And when you have a fire in the building, so uh, the the reduction of the exposure or the damage to the organization would reduce from 10,000 to maybe $1,000. So you also need to check the cost analysis. So I have invested $10,000 for a data center and $2,000 for the fire extinguisher. So my total cost comes to $12,000. But this in a situation of fire, it makes sure that there is a loss only for a $1,000. So it is always important to identify the cost involved in securing the asset. So, for example, a fire extinguisher costs me 9,000 rupees, $9,000, and my data center is of $10,000. And an instance in a fire, I lose $1,000. In that case, my total expense would be $10,000, which is equal to the actual asset. So implementing a fire extinguisher of $9,000 is of no use. It is better that I don't implement a control and let the data center uh, in fire, because there's no cost benefits. So this is something in detail that we'll be learning, but this is a major part of risk analysis that we take place. Value of information and asset. Okay, so how do you decide the value of an asset? So there are two ways that you can do is, one is quantitative and one is qualitative. Uh, Qualitative value is always a dollar value. So uh, anything that can be quantified in terms of money is considered as quantitative, whereas qualitative does not have a dollar value, but it could have an impact. So reputation is something which can be identified as an asset. Your company has a reputation. So if you lose the reputation, uh, then it is an impact to the organization. So that is something which is also considered as qualitative. So an asset can have both quantitative and qualitative measurement assigned to it. The actual value of an asset is determined by the importance it has to the organization. Okay, so when you say quantitative and qualitative measurements, this is how you evaluate the cost of the asset. So it includes cost to maintain and protect the assets, value of the assets to owners and users, value of the asset to adversaries, cost to replace the asset if lost, operational and production activities affected if the assets is unavailable, liability issues if the assets is compromised. So these are few of the points that are considered while evaluating the assets. You also consider the maintenance cost, the ownership cost, replacing cost, maintenance cost. So everything has been considered while identifying the value. Delayed loss is something which is secondary in nature. So basically, delayed loss is something which is experienced later once the damage has taken place. So basically, uh, reputation loss is something that can be considered as a delayed loss. So, given an example for which we recently saw regarding the Microsoft outage. So there was a Microsoft outage which had impacted 8.4 million users, and this was done due to a security company called CrowdStrike. So a CrowdStrike product caused this Microsoft outage. And once the damage was done, once there was an around time, there was a loss in the reputation for CrowdStrike, eventually causing their share price to drop. So this is basically a delayed loss where a damage is done, but the repercussions are being actually seen after loss. So that is something that we called as Okay, so risk analysis approach, as we just discussed, there are two types of approaches: quantitative risk analysis, wherein you have a dollar value. So quantitative risk analysis is used to assign a monetary and numeric value to all elements of the risk analysis. So when you identify an asset and its impact, so the impact is will always have a calculation and a dollar value associated. So that is what we call as quantitative analysis. Whereas qualitative analysis does not have any numeric value, but it has more of opinion and scenario based, which can have things like so it does not have a dollar value, but any impact to to the organization will eventually cause a damage and an impact to the organization. So qualitative risk analysis does not quantify any data or assign any numeric value. Instead, it is more opinions and scenario based and uses a rating system to rely the risk criticality levels. This is more of intuitive or intuition based or scenario based that so this is a risk analysis process. So which is more intuition based and not number based or and there is an approach called as automated risk analysis where you use different tools to collect data and using automation you calculate the risk and make decisions to uh, reduce the risk or apply the controls on it. So this is not majorly used, but what is generally used is the quantitative risk and the qualitative risk. Qualitative risk is more opinion based and all right, so we'll see how quantitative analysis works in identifying risk. So as we discussed, quantitative risk always has got a uh, monetary value, always a dollar value associated to it. So there are few terminologies that are being used while performing a quantitative risk analysis. Uh, so the first one is asset value. So once you identify an asset, you calculate the value associated to it. So value of the asset that you need to protect is an asset value. Exposure factor, again, as we discussed earlier, exposure is the amount of damage that could happen. So exposure factor is the percentage of loss a realized threat could have done to a certain asset. Now we'll take an example later on the same formula and we'll see what an asset value is, exposure factor is, and basically all the terminologies. Single loss of expectancy is cost associated with a single realized risk against a specific asset. So giving an example again of the data center. So you have a data center which has a cost of $10,000. And in a fire, your exposure factor is basically the amount of damage that a fire could cause. So if there's a fire in your data center, it could happen that it could cause a loss of maybe $8,000 or $9,000. So your exposure factor is 80%. So that is how it is calculated, and we'll see how. So exposure factor, the amount of damage that could be caused. So it could be number or it could be percentage. So exposure factor is percentage of loss realized. Single loss of is the basic amount that the loss that you can expect in a single occurrence of a fire. So for example, there's a data you have. Uh, if there's an incident of fire, in one instance, what would be the damage? So single loss of expectancy basically means what would happen if there's a occurrence in one time, in a single time. So that is called a single loss of expectancy. Or for example, in occurrence, even if it occurs for once, what would be the damage? So basically that is single loss of expectancy. Cost associated with single realized risk against. So there's a way you calculate what would be the cost of a single loss in an occurrence of a fire. So using the same example, an asset value, so a data center which is costing you $10,000 and the exposure factor is 80 or 90%. So 80 or 90% of 10,000 is $8 or $9,000. So your single loss of expectancy is uh, $8,000 to $9,000. So that is how you calculate single loss of. The next thing is annualized rate of occurrence. So considering the same example of a fire, what is the that a fire could take place in an organization or a building or a data center? So that is in terms of in 1 year. So that is what is annualized rate of occurrence. So it could happen that we don't see much fire in any of the organizations or data center. So you could expect that there could be a fire instance once in 10 years. So it is just a analysis that we can say, I mean, based on statistics or occurrences or previous data that we've seen. So we come to a conclusion that there will be a fire in the organization and the expected fire is once in. So with that, what is the probability that there'll be fire in 1 year? So that end. So there are 10% chances that this year you might have a fire in the organization. So that is how you calculate annual rate. So value that represents the estimate frequency of a specific threat taking place within a year. So how much time that you can expect a fire to happen in the year is the percentage is 10%. It is not sure that this year you will have a fire. There are 10% chances that there'll be a fire in the. So the range can be from zero, maybe you can say flooding in Rajasthan. So it is a very less, or maybe floods in Delhi or any desert areas. So it could be zero. In a place where there's very less rainfall, it can happen that there is no occurrence of a flood in a very desert area. So it could be zero, or it could be once a year as well. For example, there are chances for places like Chennai every year, or Mumbai. In Mumbai, you have flooding every year. Every June, July, there is a flooding. So you can expect one occurrence every year of flooding in Mumbai. So this is how you calculate annualized rate, the frequency that something would occur in. Based on the ARO, you calculate ALE, annualized loss expectancy. So this is, so basically in an example, what is the cost of damage that could happen in that year. Considering that there's just 10% chances that there may be a fire. So in a span of 10 years, if you look at it, and if you just calculate one year, which has 10% of probability, so the formula is the loss that you can expect in 1 year is single loss of expectancy, which is in this example, $8,000 to $9,000 into ARO. So if ARO is 10%, SLE, which is we'll consider this as $8,000. So 8,000 into 10%, that is what we are expecting the occurrence. So that comes to $800. So annualized loss of expectancy is $800. So if you take it as a wider term of 10 years, an average cost impact that your data center would have would be of $800. So that is how you. So risk assessment and risk management is a continuous process in. So it is an exercise that is done every year. Okay, so I think here we've used a similar example of a company's data center. So they've taken this as a hurricane, or it could be any natural calamity. You could see as fire, earthquake, or anything. So asset value is $1 million, and exposure factor. So if there is an hurricane, what would be the damage to the data center? It would be 20%. And what is the probability that there will be a hurricane? So it is once in 10 years. So it is 0.1 or 10%. So if you calculate single loss of expectancy, which is the asset value into the exposure factor, so 1 million, what would be the loss if there's an hurricane once is $1 million into 20%. That comes into $20,000. So if then there'll be a damage of $20,000 to. So that is the calculation that we have. And annual loss of expectancy is single loss of expectancy that we've calculated as $20,000 into the probability that the hurricane might occur, which is 10%. So 10% of this is $2 lakh or $200,000, and a 10% of is 20. All right. So the next is qualitative. So what we saw here is quantitative risk analysis, where the money part is involved, where you have different calculations to find out what would be the impact in terms of money. And you use different formulas to calculate that. But in qualitative risk analysis, as I mentioned, it is scenario based of risk possibilities, and there are different techniques that is being used to identify the impact that it could happen. So the techniques, different techniques that are used are Delphi technique, brainstorming, storyboarding, surveys, questionnaires, checklist, interviews. So it is mostly all discussions that take place, and based on the discussions, you identify risks. So Delphi technique is something that very commonly used. So basically in Delphi technique, what you do is there's kind of a feedback form which is being given to large number of audience, and a feedback is taken from large number of audience with their thoughts, and based on the common opinions that are being collected, risk actions are being taken. So what is the common opinion of different audiences? Based on that, you perform a risk analysis, risk assessment, and you consider that in your risk analysis process. So feedback is collected anonymously by a moderator, then collated, summarized, and the most common solutions are selected in each round. Solutions get refined, and the least popular ones are discarded and dropped off by the mod. So this is purely based on judgment and intuitions. There's no specific formulas or anything involved in while conducting the qualitative risk analysis. So basically, it says what you feel could be a risk to an organization or a system, a scenario that you can imagine of, and think that this could go wrong in this way. So we should consider this and make sure that this does not happen. So you implement a control over it. So this is how a qualitative risk analysis works. Okay, so there is something called as risk metrics that has been used. Uh, there are two main factors. One is the impact and probability. Probability basically means what are the chances that the risk exists and what could be the damage. Impact basically means what is the damage it could cause to the organization. So there are 5 levels of probability. Rare probability, where there is less chances of something wrong might take place. Unlikely, possible, probable, or high probable. So this is a different level of probability that has been defined. And impact is again similarly very low impact, medium, high, and very high. So based on the probability and impact analysis, so if you have a risk uh, where the occurrence is very rare, but the impact is very high. So using the metrics, you can identify what is the risk. So risk can be calculated as moderate risk. If there is a risk where the probability is very high and also the impact is very high, then it is considered as severe. So this is basically a scoring mechanism where you prioritize the risk based on the score. So the higher number of score that you have, uh, you prioritize risk which have high score because that is most likely to happen or cause a severe damage to the organization. So this is how you use a metrics to identify risks and the impact associated to it, the damage. So basically it has been scored from 1 to 5 on this scale, and 1 to 5. So the higher that you go, the higher score that you get. So severe risks are to be mitigated as early as possible, and these are prioritized. So when we also discussed about the risk analysis, so if you see, the risk analysis is being used. Uh, Quantitative risk assessment is not used. So analysis is basically when you identify a risk, you evaluate what could be the impact and damage, what would be the impact or the probability uh, of occurrence. So as I mentioned earlier, the difference between assessment and analysis. So we take one risk, analyzed it based on different methods. So it could be a formula based method. One of the methods listed here use the risk analysis metrics. So this is the analysis that we do when we identify a risk. These are some pros and cons listed for qualitative and quantitative analysis. I don't find them very important or very perfect. So it is generally you select the assessment based on your risk. I mean, if there's it is based on the business requirement that you select. If you want to follow a quantitative risk or a qualitative risk. So these are just basic cons and pros and cons. Objective process metrics expressed in monetary terms, which is the main point of quantitative analysis. So these are basics, not very important here. Okay, security control selections. So we've identified an asset. We've done a risk assessment. We've identified that there exists a risk and which could cause a big impact to the organization. So to mitigate that or to solve the risk, we implement controls. So during a proper selection of controls needs to be done to make it cost effective and also an effective control to mitigate the risk. So it should be technically effective and also effective in terms of cost. So these are some effective security controls. While you choose controls, there are two aspects. One is cost and one is features. Uh, so again, taking an example of the fire extinguisher. When we install a fire extinguisher, this is an additional cost. You have a data center worth $1 million, and you need to install uh, extinguisher, fire extinguisher, you do that is an addition to the cost. So product cost should be considered, implementation cost, what is the cost involved in implementing it, its maintenance requirement, cost associated with the maintenance, environmental modifications. So for example, if you have a fire extinguisher which in a certain environment needs to be changed, it has more cost, or it has a lifespan of maybe a year or two, it has to be replaced. So you need to consider that. Effects on the productivity, man hours of monitoring. So if you have someone to take care of the equipments, the fire extinguisher, or any other controls. Uh, so you need to identify what would be the cost involved in implementing the security. Now this is again used later in doing the cost benefit. So one is cost and second is feature. So what is the controls offering? So features like modular uniform protection, default to least privileges, interactive. So basically you identify controls which give you maximum features and which are minimum human intervention is. So this is interrelated. So if the system is automated, automatically the cost goes down. Audit functionality is an add-on which is a detective control. So if you actually look at this, these are controls that we've seen, the corrective, preventive, uh, the five types of controls that we've seen. These are actually the features that we can say which needs to be considered while selecting a security. Value of the control. Now this is a very important point. Um, So what is the value addition to an organization when you implement a control? So there's this formula. So value of a control or value of implementing control is uh, annualized loss expectancy. Again, referring to the previous example of data center. Uh, so uh, before implementing the control, your exposure factor was around uh, 80-90%. So you had a data center worth $10,000, and uh, in a scenario of a fire, you would lose $9,000. So before implementing a fire extinguisher, the annualized loss was uh, $8,000, and later you have implemented a control. So ALE after the control, you implement a control of $1,000. So annual cost of control is $1,000. And once you implement the control, you have seen a reduction in the exposure factor from 80% or $8,000. It has drastically reduced to 10%. So now when there is a fire, and now because you have a fire extinguisher in place, the damage that could be caused to a data center is reduced to $1,000, which is 10%. So if you calculate this, so before applying a control, the loss was $8,000. After implementing, the cost is $1,000, and the cost of implementing the control is $1,000. So if you calculate this, 8,000 minus 1,000 minus 1,000 is 6,000. So 6,000 is something that you have, that is the value of a control that you get. So the value should always be a positive value. If it is negative, if it is minus 2,000, which means that you have invested more and have got no returns out of it. So your controls are costing more than the asset. So that is how it works. So the more expensive your controls are, the lesser is the value of control. And if your controls are very expensive, even if expensive than your asset, in that case, your value of control goes to negative. So it is always important to have the value of control a positive number if you answers the question. So yeah, this is being done on annual basis. I mean, there's a constant process that happens. There's a dedicated teams that are doing. Okay, this is the last step of the risk assessment part or the risk management part, which is residual risk. So any risk that exists after treating a risk. So you cannot have a 100% secure environment. There'll always be a risk, and the most uh, the biggest risk in organization is actually humans, because there could be a human error that could impact the organization. You could just send a confidential data out of the organization, and that is also an impact. So uh, there is never a situation where you are 100% risk free. So there'll always remain some risk. So when you do a treatment on any of the risk, when you identify risk and you implement controls, so basically you don't mitigate it 100%, but you reduce it to a level which can be accepted. So as we just looked in the example for the data center, uh, in an example in an occurrence of fire, you have implemented fire extinguisher, but still the risk is reduced drastically from 80% to 10%. So there is a reduction of 70 to 80%, but still there still exists a 10% of risk. So the risk that exists even after a treatment plan is considered as a residual. So there is again a formula. Residual risk is total risk minus the countermeasures, which is again residual risk is total risk that you had into the control gaps, which is the existing something that is still. You need not memorize this formula, but you might, yeah, you need to, memorize what is asset value, exposure factor, SLE, ARO, ALE, and this formula, because during exam you might have questions around this. They won't ask you for a direct calculation, but this would require you to have that thought process. So you need to by heart what is SLE, ARE, ARO, ALE, exposure factor, and a basic of formula. This is pretty easy to understand, so you can just by heart it. Okay. The reason a company implements countermeasure is to reduce the overall risk to an acceptable level. As stated earlier, no system or environment is 100% secure, which means there is always some risk left over to deal with. This is called risk analysis. Risk assessment is a point in time metric. Threat and vulnerability constantly change. The risk assessment needs to be redone periodically in order to support continuous improvement. Security is always changing. Thus, implementing security solution requires update and change. Okay, handling risk. This is a diagram just to show how the risk process works, the risk assessment. So whatever we have discussed yet is exactly how this is how it looks like. So let's go one by one. Plan. So this is a phase which comes before the risk assessment. So you identify a team, identify scope, identify method, identify tool, understand acceptable risk level. So this basically comes under asset identification. So you form a team based on the scope of business, what exactly your business is or your organization deals with. Based on that, you identify the scope. So, for example, if I'm into uh, a credit card or an online payment industry, your scope changes. So, based on the industry that you're working, you need to identify your most critical or crucial processes that will impact to the business. So the most critical processes are identified and evaluated, and risk assessment is performed on the critical services, because uh, if not done correctly, if critical services go down, then it will be a huge impact to the organization. So you identify the scope, identify the method of how do you want to do a risk assessment, different types of used for the risk assessment. You could use different metrics, Delphi techniques, or any other techniques that are available. Frameworks, risk management frameworks that needs to be used, uh, and understand the acceptable level of risk. So you understand what would be the target, uh, what should be the least acceptable risk that you can accept. Uh, Collection of information, identify assets, your critical data and services, assign a dollar value, value to the asset, perform an assessment, perform a risk assessment based on vulnerabilities and threat, calculate the risk, do a cost benefit analysis. So basically you identify based on the metrics that we discussed, if there is high probability and high impact, what would be the cost impact? Uncertainty analysis. So you use different types of method to identify what would be the impact to the business, the probability, the occurrence, uh, financial impact. That is something that you do it. Once you've identified the risk, there is something called as risk treatment plan. So you've identified the asset, you have identified what is the risk associated to it. Now, to mitigate it, to reduce it, you do some treatment actions. There's something called as risk treatment plan. Uh, so what all things could be done to mitigate the risk? One is risk mitigation, wherein you implement security controls and reduce it to an acceptable level. So for example, I have a payment application and I identify that the communication is not secure. So I implement a lot of encryption to it, uh, access control over it, and different types of control to make sure, I create a different layer of network to make sure that the whole application is isolated. You harden the servers and firewalls. So you implement all controls to make sure that the security is there's high security and less of vulnerability, and the risk is reduced. So that is risk mitigation technique using controls. Uh, the second is risk transfer. So if possible, I mean, what risk transference means is you transfer the risk to a different party. So for example, if there is a payment application and there is a lot of security, or for example, not a payment application, I have a company which I have a process which handles customer data. And there is also a lot of risk associated in terms of privacy to handle the customer data. So instead of mitigating and applying security controls to it, what I do is I transfer the process to a third party. So I will find a vendor that can handle this process for me and take care of the process. So automatically the risk gets uh, giving a again, using a simple example for a data center. I have a data center cost $10,000, and the fire extinguisher, if I have to implement, is costing me $8,000. Now, $8,000 is too much because the whole implementation cost will go up to $18,000, which is very high. So what I do is, instead of uh, implementing a fire extinguisher, what I would do is I will buy an insurance of fire. So in case of a fire, if my data center is destroyed, I have an insurance which I've just paid 500, and now the insurance company will give me $10,000. So this is what we call as risk transference. So the risk of the $10,000 is now transferred to an insurance company. So that is how risk transfer. Risk acceptance is basically you accept the risk. So it could happen that the security controls are very expensive and you choose not to implement based on your intuition or your statistics. You have identified that there exists a risk, but the probability of occurrence is very low. So there are very less chances that my system will be exploited or there could be any attack. Uh, there are high chances of risk, but you are ready to accept the risk. So this is a case where you accept the risk. So in the same example, of a fire, you have a data center and you believe that there will not be any fire. You don't think that there will be a fire, so you don't need to implement a security control. And even if there is a fire, you're okay to let go those $10,000. So that is risk acceptance. So you're okay to bear a loss of $10,000. So that is what is risk acceptance. And the fourth one is risk avoidance. This basically means you find an alternative solution. So you have a data center which is costing you $10,000. There could be a fire which could destroy that. So instead of that, you avoid this risk. What you do is you you move your infrastructure to a cloud. This is also moving to cloud is also risk transference. So it is basically risk avoidance and transference both. So you have identified an alternative solution where you have avoided the risk of data center being getting destroyed. So if you look at this example, it is also risk transfer and also. Okay, so again, I think this is evaluated here. All these four options are demonstrated here. So risk mitigation is control selection, implementing and monitoring it. Risk transferring is like purchasing an insurance. Risk acceptance is doing nothing. You're okay. You're okay to accept the risk. You're okay to bear the amount. Risk avoidance is discontinue the activity or basically find an alternate. This is what is a risk avoidance. So basically, this is the treatment plan that you can do on a in the risk management. NIST is NIST RMS risk man NIST stands for
and technology.
forget this, and RMF stands for risk management framework. So this is a very commonly used risk management framework to uh, to do a risk analysis, risk mitigation. So this involves they have all the guidelines and everything mentioned, which you can refer and implement it in your organization uh, to do the risk management. So there are 6-step process in the risk management frameworks listed by NIST. Uh, Categorize information system, select security control, implement security control, assess security control, authorize information system, and monitor security controls. So these are the 6 step-by-step processes of applying the risk management framework. So if we have already discussed how risk works. So this is the elaborated version of how it. Again, Octave, FAIR, and Terra. This is the full form. This is the short form of this. These are methodologies which are used for risk. So Octave stands for operationally critical threat, asset, and vulnerability evaluation. Factor analysis for information risk and threat agent risk assessment. You need not by heart any of this. You should just be aware of different types of frameworks and where exactly it has been used. For CISSP, NIST is primarily uh, referred for everything. So IC Square being an American organization, so most of the things that we'll be studying here will be aligned with US laws. So we also have uh, a few topics covering the laws and regulations where you have GDPR, the European Union laws, and so you need not by heart anything for any of the frameworks, but just need to know what frameworks are and which framework. Okay, so moving to the next topic, which is supply chain risk management. This is a pretty small topic. So there is always a risk associated with supply chain. So giving an example, uh, that you manufacture goods and then you procure some raw materials from other companies. You procure goods from other companies, process it, make it into finished good, and pass it on to the distributed or distributors. Or when you procure, there is a delay, or if there's any impact to the organizations or your suppliers who producing or supplying raw materials to you, there could be a delay uh, in your company processing the goods or creating the goods. So uh, this risk is being tackled using a service level agreement. So there are two things called, one is upstream and downstream suppliers. So upstream suppliers are basically the companies from where you procure your raw materials, and downstream supplier is someone that you provide your goods to. So in this scenario, the upstream supplier is all the software developer, component manufacturer, security provider, and the downstream is the distributor. So this is how it works. So any impact in the overall supply chain any one component or any one company having an impact will cause an impact to the entire supply chain, causing a business impact. So how do you manage this is with something called a service level agreement. So anyone who's working in organization is aware of this term, service level agreement. So SLA uh, is a contractual agreement that guarantees a certain level of service from a service provider. If the service is not delivered at the agreed upon level, then there is a consequence. Typically, there are penalties, so financial consequences. SLA provides a mechanism to mitigate some of the risk from service providers in the supply chain. So I think everyone, any working professional who's working in a service industry, service-based companies are pretty aware of what SLAs are. So we generally get tickets and there are SLAs defined to a ticket. So it is a very common term. So when you have SLAs defined with multiple partners, it makes sure that you can expect a certain level of service. And if it fails, then there are penalties, monetary penalties to the organization. And that's how it makes sure that your supply chain risk has been mitigated using SLA. Okay. Uh, Personal security. So people are often the weakest link in security. So this was something that I said. So even if you implement multiple thousands of controls, all types of controls, humans are the weakest link in cybersecurity because technologies don't make mistakes. Human do make mistakes. So human error accounts for up to 95% of security breaches. So we have seen the common examples where we have scam calls, calling and uh, creating a scenario, and the older peoples fall prey and they give away their credit card details, bank details. So it's a very common thing that's happening. So humans always make an error. So humans are considered as the weakest link in cybersecurity. So it is very important to have a lot of security awareness within people, proper training and education around uh, the security awareness and IT security. So either accidentally through mistakes or lack of training or intentionally through fraud and malicious intent, personal cause more serious and hard to detect security issues than hacker attack, outside espionage and or although the failure actions of individual cannot be predicted, it is possible to minimize the risk by implementing preventive measures and some best practices. So we do implement security controls, but training and awareness is the most important that has to be implemented in organization to make sure human errors. Okay, so there are some security measures that could be taken in an organization. So these are few controls that we'll be looking, and this is also part of the identity and access management domain. So we'll have a brief introduction on what these controls are, what type these controls, and then we'll have a detailed. We'll be repeating this again in another domain, which is identity and access management. So one of the controls that is implemented in organizations is separation of duties. So what separation of duty means is a preventive administrative control to put in place to reduce the potential of fraud. For example, an employee cannot complete a critical financial transaction by herself. He need a supervisor approval before the transaction can be completed. So any task in any critical task that needs to be taken place, it has been divided into multiple tasks, and each person will have a uh, will be assigned one specific task. So if there is a transaction that has to be done, maybe a purchase order, some a team is working on a purchase order, and there is, so you will always have a different team that will be doing the payment. So a team A, which will be only processing on the purchase order part, will not have access to do the actual payment. So with this aggregation, you make sure that there is no risk of the damage. So you don't allow anyone to have access to the entire process. So by distributing or segregating the duties, you make sure there is a 4i check, and at every stage, errors are being detected, and no fraud can take place. So this is how any process has been um, divided into multiple tasks and divided between multiple teams, so that you can avoid if one team has got all access. If the purchase order team has got access to process the purchase order, make a payment and approve it, in that case anyone can take advantage of the privileges and accesses and make a false payment. So this is what means by separation of duties or segregation of duty. Dual control, you need more than more than one person, two or more individual to authorize a task. Uh, so you might also have heard of something called as 4i check, in which you have more than one person performing a task to make sure that there are no mistakes being done, which reduces the error, and one person do not have the entire control. So dual control, two or more individual are authorized and required from a duty or task. Both must be available and active in their participation to complete a task or mission. For example, two officers must perform an identical key turn in nuclear missile submarine. So you need to have two keys to turn on the submarine missile. So this is an example. Also, there is something called as a split key. So there could be a very critical application which could have one username, and the password could be divided into two, where each part exists with two different people. So uh, person A does not know the second half, and person B does not know the first half of it. So if you need to log in and make any changes to the system, it is required that you need to have person A with the first half and person B with the second half. So only when both the persons are available, and they need to enter the password to make any changes. So it makes sure that uh, both of them do not, any one of them do not have the entire control over this. Split knowledge, again, it is very similar to the password part. Person A knows half, the first half of the password, and person B knows the second half of the password. No one person knows or has all the details to perform task. For example, two managers might be required to open a bank vault, with each one knowing part of the combination. So they might have two different keys and both are required, or a password which is split into half. So even these are some kind of controls that are being implemented in organization uh, to avoid any job rotation. You make sure you change the job roles. So as we mentioned about the first example of a purchase order, so there's team A which is working on purchase order and team B which is making the payments. So in a quarterly or 6 monthly, you make sure that few people shift their jobs, so that you identify any fraudulent activity or any malicious activity which is being taken care by either of the teams. It also helps the team to have cross training. So in a scenario of BCP, business continuity plan, or disaster recovery, uh, you have more number of critical resources which are available in any of the BCP scenarios. So that is also a benefit of a job rotation. Mandatory vacations, I think this is something most of the people are aware. Uh, so employees are who are working on critical processes are given mandatory leaves, where they are asked not to log into the system, and their work is taken care by some other employee. So this is around 15 to 20 days. So if there's anything wrong that is being done by the employee, that can be detected. Also, the systems are monitored during the mandatory vacation time to there's basically an analysis that is being done when the employee is on vacation to identify if there's anything wrong that the employee is been doing. So this is also one of the controls that has been implemented to detect any malicious activity by. Okay, so these are some hiring practices. When you hire an employee in organization, there are a few security practices that you perform. So before hiring a employee, there's a job description that is being created. We all are aware of the job description. So the main reason of creating a job description is to identify what would be the roles and responsibilities of the employee and what would be the access that the employee would require to perform the task. So this helps us understand or helps our organization to understand what level of access is required and what would be the duties that the employee will be performing. So if it is a critical duty, accesses are being created in candidate screening. So before everyone is aware of what candidate screening is, once the hiring process starts, when you've cleared the interviews and everything, there's a candidate screening where a background verification is done, education verification, security clearance, which are essential to prove that the candidate is safe, trustworthy, adequate, and qualified. Once you join the company, there's something called as employee agreement. There's also something called as NDA agreement, non-disclosure agreement, where you sign a document and agree that you will not disclose any business critical information or any information from the organization. A new hire should sign an employment agreement which outlines the rules and restrictions of the organization, the security policy, the acceptable use of activities policy details, details of job description, violation, and consequences. There may be other security related documentations like NDA, non-disclosure agreement, and NDA is used to protect the confidential information within the organization. So I think this is pretty simple. Everyone has gone through the process. Employee termination. Again, there is a way employee termination is handled in organization to make sure when an employee is terminated, the employee does not make any actions which would cause an harm to a company. Uh, when a disgruntled employee, it might happen that if he knows that he is removed from the company, it could happen that he might destroy data or cause an impact to a business critical service. So there is a process document which is defined in organization for any employee that has been terminated or whoever is on notice period. So essential for security environment, when a disgruntled employee must be removed from the organization, make sure that employee returns any organizational equipments, disable the employee's network user account. HR should issue final paycheck, arrange for a member of security department to accompany the released employee and escort him off the work area. So anyone who is terminated, assets are being collected, and uh, while uh, while taking him out from the facilities, he's always been escorted by some other employer to make sure that he does not makes any damage to any of the assets in the organization. Okay, security awareness and training. So with reference to this point that human errors account up to 95% of security breaches, security awareness and training is very mandatory. So it is so successful implementation of security solution require change in user behavior. So we have awareness programs, training programs, and education programs. So awareness ensures that uh, all employees reach to a basic, achieves a baseline of security. They are aware of all the security acts that they need to take. So simple awareness like phishing emails, not opening any attachment from an unknown email. So this is basic and awareness programs that company performs, organization keeps on conducting to make sure that there is security awareness within the organization. The way it has been done is by using videos, newsletter, posters, social engineering testing. So there are sometimes phishing emails which are being sent within the organization. So if you click on report phishing, I mean it is expected for you to take an action on any phishing emails. You need to report that. So it's just for testing purpose that they do. Trainings are something mandatory, which improves your awareness about security. So organization organizes mandatory security trainings, uh, which helps employee understand how to tackle uh, any scenario which could cause a security impact. So it is conducted using lectures or demos, case studies, hands-on practice. Uh, so it could also have simple exercises, um, and some tests around trainings, some scenario-based questions that you need to multi-choice questions that it would have, and it would be mandatory to have 80% of passing onto it. So this is something that we've already seen. Whereas the last education, it is only limited to someone who is into security domain and wants to enhance his knowledge. So this is a very deep exercise that an organization can take to make sure to improve the security within the organization. So uh, just an example, as we are doing CISSP, we are this is basically an education program that a company can organize for an in-depth knowledge on security. Uh, so it could have seminars, discussions, reading, research, uh, and the test measure could be essay. So it's a long-term process for education, whereas awareness, security awareness and training are a short-term period. So security awareness and training is the primary program that you can conduct to reduce human error is the basic. Uh, okay, due care and due diligence. This is a very important topic, and you can expect some questions around due care and due diligence. Now, due care and due diligence, when you listen to it, it sounds a little confusion, and you might there's a small difference in due care and due diligence, but you'll definitely get questions around this. So, what is due care and what is due diligence? So due diligence is something is a research that are being done before taking an actions. So we'll learn what is due diligence first. So due diligence is making sure that you have done enough research before taking the required actions and then tracking the same after implementation of continuous improvement. So anything that is being done before any research, before taking actions is considered as due diligence. And once uh, the actions are implemented, uh, continuing with the actions or implementing to what has been what research has been done is considered as due care. So I'll simplify this example and give you a very basic example with what is due care and due diligence. So due diligence is basically doing a research. So just an example, you want to buy a new car. So before buying a new car, you will always do a research or a due diligence. So your due diligence would be, or your research would be, uh, how much does the car cost? What is the maintenance cost? What is the insurance cost that is involved? Uh, so you would do what are the features inside the car? What are the servicing? After how many kilometers do I need to do a servicing? So this is all the research that you do before you buy a car. So anything that you do before implementing is due diligence. Due care is something that you do regularly after and follow a plan. So for example, you buy a car. Now taking care of the car, paying off the insurance money, taking it to servicing. So this is something due care. So these are all the actions that anyone would take to make sure that the system or the car is in proper shape. So you take care of the car, by servicing it, cleaning it, making sure all parts are working. So this is the due care. So similar is in terms of cybersecurity or security domain. Uh, Before any implementing security or application or any system, you do a due diligence where you do your research, and once the system is being implemented, you take due care. So you make sure that the system is up and running and all possible things are done properly in timely manner to make sure that the system is up and running and there's no impact to the business. So let's go through this. So due care is doing what reasonable person would do in a given situation. Sometimes it is called as prudent man rule. So prudent man is basically someone who takes wise decisions and uh, in a discipline. So that is a prudent man. Due diligence, making sure that you have done enough research before taking the required action and then tracking the same after implementation for this is I mean you can expect a question around due care and due diligence. So you just need to understand in the question. So due diligence is basically anything that you do prior implementation, which is the research work, and due care is a regular work of taking care of the system. So this is, you need to understand or just remember this. This will help you to identify, the difference, and you'll be able to answer. Okay, moving on to the next. Okay, BCP stands for Business Continuity Planning. Um, okay, so BCP basically is all the planning that has been done to make sure that the business continues in any scenario of a disaster. A best example is COVID. So in 2020, when we had COVID, everything moved from office to home. We started schools and colleges from home. All offices, we started working from home. So business continuity planning is a planning that you do, which prepares you in a disaster scenario. So there's a lot of planning and work that is being done before a disaster, which is called as BCP. So despite our best wishes, disaster of one form or another eventually strikes every organization, be it a natural disaster such as hurricane or earthquake or man-made calamities such as building fire. Every organization will encounter event that threatens their operation or even their existence. So business continuity planning involves assessing the risk to organizational process and creating policies, plans, and procedure to minimize the risk of those risks, impact of those risks. BCP focuses on maintaining business operations with reduced capabilities. If the continuity is broken, then business process have stopped and the organization is in disaster mode. Thus, disaster recovery planning takes over. So there are two things. One is BCP, business continuity planning, and the second is disaster recovery planning. Now, what is the difference between BCP and DRP is BCP takes place before a disaster. So there's all planning which is done to handle a disaster, and DRP is something that starts after the disaster. So only when there is a disaster, you would switch from a BCP to DRP. That's when you implement a disaster recovery plan. Disaster recovery plan will enable you to start your to get back to business and start your services back. So that is when disaster recovery planning takes over. So referring to the COVID situation, uh, VPN was a disaster planning. So disaster recovery planning helped organization to switch to VDIs, VPNs, and enabled everyone to work remotely from home. So that was the disaster recovery plan. It helped organizations to start working remotely as they were away from office. So the top priority of BCP and DRP is always be people. The primary concern is to get people out of harm way. You can address IT recovery and restoration issues. So people are the most valuable assets to the company. So in people are always priority. It is always important to make sure that any employees are not harmed in any of the natural disaster or any disaster. Okay, BCP versus DRP. Again, it's the same. BCP refers to the means by which loss of business may be avoided, uh, and it ought to define the business requirement for continuity operation. It defines the business requirement for disaster recovery plan. So BCP decides how the disaster recovery should happen. I mean, disaster recovery plan deals with restoration of computer systems with all attendant software and connections to full functionality under variety of damaging or interfering external conditions. So as I discussed, essentially DRP addresses the procedures to be followed during and after the loss, whereas BCP's preemptive process puts place in preparation for handling the disaster. So BCP is before, DRP is after the disaster. The overall goal of BCP is to provide a quick, calm, and efficient response in an event of emergency and enhance the company's ability to recover from disruptive event. Okay, so BCP is generally taken care. BCP activities are taken yearly. I mean, there are disaster drills that happen. It could be quarterly, 6 months, or a year. Now, this is defined in the security policy. So, as I mentioned. So we also have DR drills with applications. So I work on an application and we conduct DR drills. We just mimic a disaster situation. So I work on one of the application and we have implemented a high availability cluster. So we mimic on a weekend, considering that what if a data center goes down, how would you recover? So we actually perform all the steps as defined in BCP. So we create a scenario where one data center is down, and then we perform all the activities mentioned in the BCP document, and we switch from one data center to the other. So it's a very common activity that happens in BCP. Then there are different levels of BCP activities. It could be at application level, where there's just a switchover of application. It could happen that one data center could go down and you just have to mimic from moving to one data center to the other. Or it could also be a drill where you actually move employees from one location to the other to mimic the BCP. Okay, so when you design the BCP, uh, BCP process has four main steps when you develop. So the first step is project scope and planning, business impact analysis, continuity planning, and approval implementation. So using these four steps, you implement a BCP program in your organization. So we'll go through. So I think this is how the project scope and planning will happen. Business organization analysis. So this analysis of business organization to identify all departments and individual who have a stake in BCP process. For example, senior management, HR operations, IT facilities. It should account for headquarters as well as any branch offices. So an active participation from all departments is required to make sure uh, the BCP everyone is required, or everyone's engagement is required to create a business plan, BCP plan. BCP team selection, representatives from each of the organization's department responsible for the core services performed by the business, IT, security, HR, legal, uh, and of course, senior management should be included. Resource requirement, assess resources required during different phases of like BCP development, BCP testing, training, maintenance, and BCP implementation. Okay, so let me explain you the resource requirement part. Once you have done an analysis of all your critical processes and team members, resource requirement would also include uh, everything to implement the BCP or to develop the plan. So it would require resource utilization. So anyone participating in the BCP, so they need to give their time. So resources would be allocated to a BCP team, and there would be uh, time that every person from each department needs to give. Once the plan is ready, maybe if it is a technical plan, you might need to have an alternate solution, maybe a different data center uh, that could be required, that comes under a resource requirement. You need to test the BCP, so that would require time and efforts and money. Training is something that is required. So once you've created a plan and implemented it, it is important for everyone to know the BCP plan. So in a event of a disaster, everyone is aware of their own task and duties that needs to be performed. in a BCP scenario, in a disaster scenario. Maintenance and BCP implementation. So these are resource requirement that has to be analyzed. That is comes under part of planning scope of planning. Legal and regulatory requirement. Again, if depending on what type of business you have, legal, regulatory, or contractual obligations apply to your organization and industry. It is essential to include your organization's legal counsel in BCP process. So it is similar if you that we've seen in the previous example of suppliers where you have defined SLAs. So you could have some contractual obligations to a company to meet the service in an SLA. So again, giving a simple example of flooding, where your organization is you're a service-based company and providing service to some other company, and you're based out of Chennai, and there's a flood. Uh, Now you need to have a BCP plan in action to make sure that your SLA is met and you move to a DR location, some other location, other city, and make sure that your business is up and running and meeting the SLA part. So contractual obligation is also part of SLA. So if you're into service based, you have a contractual obligation to meet the SLAs. So even that can lead you to have the planning state of the BC. Okay, business impact analysis. So BIA identifies the resources that are critical to organizations' ongoing viability and the threat posed to those resources. It also assesses the likelihood that each threat will actually occur and the impact to those occurrence will have on the businesses. So again, you need to identify uh, all the critical resources from the critical processes to make sure that you are able to uh, have a BCP plan and make sure that these critical resources are able to work and keep the organization or a service up. Okay, so as we have discussed before, quantitative analysis and qualitative analysis. So even in a BCP plan, again, it's the risk assessment that you take place of uh, identifying a disaster and what could go wrong, and you could do a quantitative analysis where you can think of a disaster and what would be its impact in terms or to the business in terms of dollar value, and it could be a qualitative analysis that you can do. It takes numerical factors such as emotional, investor, customer confidence, workforce stability, and other concerns into account. This type of data often results in category of prioritization. So even in qualitative assessment, having a DR center, a disaster recovery center, brings in the confidence in the customers. So this is also one of the qualitative because that increases the or has a good reputation for the company if you have DR locations and if all your processes are in place. So even that works. That's how it works. Okay, business impact analysis or business impact assessment. Identifying priorities. There will be certain activities that are most essential to your day-to-day operations when in disaster strikes. The priority identification task or criticality prioritization involves creating a comprehensive list of business processes and ranking them in an order of importance. Okay, so basically you identify all the critical processes that you need, which is important for your business to run, and then you make a list of it based on priorities. So the one having highest priority, and so you'll create a list in a ascending or a descending order with highest priority in the above and lowest to the below. So you know in a case of disaster, which is the most critical services that you need to act on and get the services up. So this is how you do an identification of it, and you will use again a terminology asset value, which we've already discussed before. So BCP team should draw up list of organization assets and then assign an asset value in monetary terms to each assets. So you identify critical assets or critical processes and then create an asset value to it. So even processes will have a value. or any systems or servers which are very critical will have an asset value. So any disaster, what would be impact of it? So that is something which is calculated. So you identify priorities and identify the asset value of it. Maximum tolerable downtime and recovery time objective is something very important. Maximum tolerable downtime is uh, the amount of time uh, till which the business can sustain. So it okay. So the maximum length in time a business function can be inoperable without causing irreparable harm to the business. So this is something that the business can afford to. The maximum time that a company can afford to be down, any service or anything. So it could be number of hours. So uh, it is the maximum time that a company can go offline, basically. If the offline time breaches the maximum tolerable downtime, then there is a business impact. Then there is definitely an impact to the business and the services or reputation. So simply give an example of maybe Flipkart. So there was an event where on a big billion day, there was too much of traffic and the Flipkart website went down. So Flipkart must be aware that what is the time that it can afford to be, the website can be down. So that is considered as maximum tolerable downtime. So consider if Flipkart is down for more than 4 hours, then it will cause a huge impact to its business because then there's a revenue impact to it. So it will always predict a time that it can afford to. And recovery time objective is a time is the amount of time that the company decides to recover to be back in business. So if there's a disaster and the company goes offline or any service goes offline, so recovery time objective is a definition or a decided time in which it's the objective for the company to recover within that timeline. So for example, it is okay for Flipkart to be down for 2 hours. There won't be any impact if it is offline for 2 hours. So recovery time, so obviously Flipkart cannot go beyond 2 hours. So its recovery time objective, so recovery time is should be less than 2 hours. So it should be a target that it has to recover within 2 hours of time. So it has to be lesser than 2 hours because it's the maximum tolerable downtime. So let's go through this. Maximum tolerable downtime, the maximum length of time a business function can be inoperable without causing irreparable harm to the business. And recovery time objective, the amount of time in which the function can recovered after the disruption. The goal of BCP process is to ensure that your RTO are less than your MTDs. So it's your objective, company's objective, to make sure that you recover as quickly as possible and lesser than maximum tolerable. Okay, this is again similar to the risk assessment that we have seen in the previous slides. Risk identification. Risk comes in two forms: natural risk, man-made risk. Naturals are hurricane, earthquake, volcanoes. Man-mades are fire, theft, terrorism. Risk identification portion of the process is purely qualitative in nature. At this point in the process, BCP team should not be concerned about the likelihood that each type of risk will actually materialize or the amount of damage such as occurrence would inflict upon the continued operation of the businesses. So this is a qualitative analysis. Hurricanes, earthquakes, and volcanoes is not something that uh, can be predicted, but likelihood assessment expressed in terms of annualized rate of occurrence. These numbers should be based on corporate history, professional experience, and a team of members uh, and advice from experts such as meteorologists, seismologists, fire prevention professionals, and other consultants. So you could do a likelihood assessment based on where your organization is. So again, using an example, if you're located in Chennai, you know, or you're aware what would be the likelihood that there'll be flooding. If you're in northern part of India, you know what would be the probability of an earthquake. So that is how you can refer to experts that can help you predict any of the natural calamities. Impact assessment, analyze the data gathered during risk identification and likelihood. Assessment, and attempt to determine what impact each one of identified risk would have on the business if to occur. So we've already seen how quantitative risk is calculated using exposure factor, single loss of expectancy, annualized loss expectancy. Qualitative is loss of reputation, customer. Resource prioritization, prioritize the allocation of basic business continuity resource to various risks that you identified and assessed in the preceding task. I think this is very similar to the risk assessment that we have performed, but this is only in context to any disaster planning, business continuity planning. You do a risk assessment. Okay, continuity planning. Okay, so strategy development is basically once you have identified all the risks, you will create a list based on the priority. BCP team must now take the prioritized list of concern raised by the quantitative and qualitative resource prioritization exercise and determine which risk will be addressed by the BCP. So the risk which are most likely to happen have high priority, and you create a plan, a strategy to mitigate or implement strategies around the identified list of disasters or the critical services. Provisioning and processes, BCP team designs a specific procedure and mechanism that will mitigate the risk deemed unacceptable during strategy development stage. Three categories of asset must be protected during BCP provision and processes: people, building, facility, and infrastructure. So people being the most important asset. So building, people, facilities, and infrastructure are the most important thing that needs to be considered uh, in the planning. So people being the most valuable asset to the organization. So okay, plan approval. So once you have created the plan, so BCP should always be initiated by the top level management. There is also something called a statement of importance. Basically, this is a letter which gives an importance to BCP, and it states all the employees that BCP is very important to the organization and everyone needs to participate into it. So we'll look into this, what is statement of importance and statement of priorities. But BCP should always be initiated from the top level. And so once this is approved from the top level, so get a top level management endorsement of the plan moved. This moves demonstrates the importance of plan to the entire organization and showcases business leaders committed to the business continuity. So you always need an approval from the high level management. This also adds a weightage when a high level management informs this message that how BCP is important to the organization. It carries a weightage, and it is responsibility of each employer to participate and create a BCP plan. BCP plan implementation, BCP team should get together and develop implementation schedule that utilizes the resource dedication to program uh, to achieve stated process and provisional goals. So once you have identified everyone from all the critical processes, there has to be a participation from all team members, and there's a lot of discussion, paperwork, processes, and discussion that takes place to actually develop a plan and implement it. And once the plan is created and approved, it has to be circulated across the organization. You need to create digital copies, hard copies, pass it to create as number of copies that you can and pass it within the organization to make sure each one is aware of their roles and responsibilities in a uh, in a disaster situation. So training and education takes place. Everyone in the organization should receive at least plan overview briefing. People with direct BCP responsibilities should be trained and evaluated on their specific BCP task. At least one backup person should be trained for every BCP task. So it is always recommended to have 50% of participation from all critical resources. This is what I have always seen. So if you have a team of 10, 5 people, at least 50% is considered as critical to keep the business up and running. So you always need to have some backup for the BCP. So if the person is unavailable, you always have a backup to trigger the BCP and start implementing. This is very theoretical, and I think I'll try to share you this book. So there's I mean, BCP is explained very long and in detail. So we'll be just, I mean, this is just an overview of what BCP is, what uh, disaster recovery plan is. So it's an overview, but you just need to understand what are the 4 phases of the planning. What is MTD? What is recovery time objective, mean time, downtime, how the assessment works, who drives the BCP, um, what is the statement of importance, statement of priorities. So this is something which is very important for you to learn, but rest is just a theoretical process which organizations follow to implement the BCP. Okay, document. Okay, so basically, as I mentioned, you need to create multiple copies and distribute it across the organization to make sure everyone is aware of their roles and responsibilities. Uh, and document is is the only reference that you have in a scenario of BCP. It is also needs to be a living document. It has to be evaluated timely to make sure if there's any changes in the processes that has to be informed to all the team. So let's just read this once. It ensures that BCP personnel have written continuity document in reference in an event of emergency. Even senior BCP team members are not present to guide the effort. So if you have the document, that is your reference point. So anyone having a document can start the BCP or implement BCP in any. It provides a historical records of BCP process that will be useful for future personnel seeking to both understand the reasoning behind various procedures and implement necessary changes in the plan. So when you have very well documented with different versions of document, it helps all the employees even in future. So for example, if you're creating a BCP documentation and if it's a detailed documentation with justified reasoning and everything, even when you leave an organization, anyone joining in the future, if they refer to the document, they're aware of what the process is and the reason for conducting the processes. And uh, based on the scenario, there'll also be change as it is a live document. It has to be assessed and changed. There should be a review of document be done. It forces team members to commit their thought per a process that often facilitates the identification of flaws in the plan. Having the plan on paper also allows draft document to be distributed to individual, not on the BCP team for sanity check. So you can distribute it across the more number of copies, the more number of inputs that you can get on. Okay, statement of so it reflects the criticality of BCP to the organization's continued viability. This document commonly takes in form of to the organization's employees stating the reason that the organization is devoted significant resources to BCP development process and requesting the corporation of all personnel in the BCP implementing phase. So statement of importance is something is kind of a letter from higher management stating that for an organization, BCP is very important and it is the role and responsibility of each individual to participate and contribute to the BCP. So as this comes from a higher management, this holds a lot of value and everyone needs to follow it. So everyone, each employee needs to follow needs to contribute or cooperate to the. Statement of priorities, it flows directly from identifying priority phases of business impact assessment. It simply involves listing functions considered critical to continued business operation in priority order. So statement of priority is basically the list or a document that states all the critical process for an organization. Okay, statement of organizational responsibility. Again, it comes from senior level executive and can be incorporated into the same letter as the statement of importance. So in the statement of importance, you can have statement of organizational responsibility, which basically states the same, that business continuity is everyone. Vital record. Okay, so these are the list of documents and tells the process of storing all the important documents that are required to restore a business. So for example, it consists of all the documents or information that is to start an organization from the scratch. So for example, if the whole facility catches fire and everything is lost, if you have the vital record programs, all the documentation, it will help you revive the organization because it will have all the important documents that are required to restart the process. All the contracts, all important documents are considered as vital record program. So BCP documentation should outline a vital record program for organization. This document states where critical business record will be stored and the procedures for making and storing backup copies of those records. One of the biggest challenge in implementing a vital record program is often identifying the vital records. So you basically identify all the important documents in your organization that will help you revive the organization in terms of any disaster. So this is basically a strategy or a program that you will make to store, to create multiple copies of the important documents. And the way emergency response guideline, it is basically the first step or the first response document that we can say. So it outlines the organizational and individual responsibility for immediate response to an emergency. This document provides first employee to detect an emergency with the steps they should take to activate provision of BCP. So this is like a first line of action. So any the team or the people who are responsible to take the first step in BCP is basically is emergency response guidelines. So they are the ones who will be taking the first step. An example is fire suppression procedures, immediate response procedures, security and safety procedures, fire suppressing procedures, notification of appropriate emergency response agencies, etc. A list of individuals who have been notified of incident, executives, BC members. So these are line of contact. So there'll be someone who will be maintenance of the document. BCP is a BCP documents and its plan itself must be a living document. Created now and then. Every organization encounters nearly constant change, and this dynamic nature ensures that business continuity requirement will also evolve. So you need to make sure that the BCP plan and it changes dynamically based on your. Okay, so again, this is going to be a little theoretical, where we will be understanding different laws and regulation. Now, these laws that will be studying are very specific to US laws and European Union. Okay, so in terms of laws, law has been categorized into three: criminal, civil, and administrative law. So what is a criminal law? So basically this focuses on all the offenses that harm society, state, which could include crimes like murders, robbery, assault. So these all type of crimes are being taken care by the criminal law. So you have criminal laws which there's law enforcement which take care of crimes such as murder, robbery, assault. This is the criminal law. Civil law is basically disputes between organizations or two entities or two different parties. Uh, so if you have two organizations and there could be some legal contracts which has been there's been an dispute in terms of any contract or any settlement. In that case, uh, civil law takes care of such kind of issues. Whereas administrative law this is something that regulates the actions of government agencies and ensures their compliance with rules, regulation, and procedures in areas like licensing, enforcement, and public policy. So administrative law basically tells is a definition or laws that help regulatory bodies to enforce law. So law is being categorized into the three. This is pretty simple, basic. We all know about what a crime is, what is a civil law. Administrative law is something which is new. So we'll just go through this slide. Laws that the police and other law enforcement agencies concern themselves with. Criminal law contains prohibition against acts such as murder, assault, and robbery. Penalties for violating criminal statutes fall in a range that includes mandatory hours of community service, monetary penalties, and deprivation of civil liberties, which is imprisonment. A number of criminal laws serve to protect society against computer crime. So initially, there were a lot of issues when there were computer crimes. So when computer was evolving and there was crime related to computers, it was very difficult for uh, the legal system to identify or to categorize it into a specific law and to penalize the criminal. So penalizing uh, the person based on a criminal law would be maybe in an instance of hacking. Criminal laws were not applicable. There were no specific laws which were only specific to computer related crimes. So with evolving technology and computers and computer crimes, computer related crimes were introduced and there were specific laws that were created to deal with computer related crimes. So early computer crime prosecution were attempted under traditional criminal laws, and many were dismissed because judge thought that applying traditional laws to modern type of crime would too far stretch. So these are few of the laws which are being created later to deal with computer related crime. So this specific slides have very less of it, but the book that I have shared, it has got detailed laws that were created with year and what is its relevance, where exactly which law applies. So Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, Computer Security Act of 1987, and FISMA. This is Federal Information Security Management Act. So there are new laws that were created, but I think if you refer, it has got detailed description of all types of laws. I mean, these laws are very, you need to by heart them. You need to understand where exactly which law falls in. So these are the list of laws that you need to actually read, and you might have to by heart it because every law has importance and based on what industry it refers to. So this is very important to understand each and every bit dates uh, and Children Protection Act. So all these needs to be by hearted because there's definitely going to be questions around these laws. Okay, so again, in terms of computer crimes, there are three main categories: computer assisted crimes, computer target crimes, and computer is an incident. So computer assisted crime is something where computer is used as a tool to carry out a crime. So it could be attacking a financial system to carry out theft of fund or any sensitive information, obtaining any military documents, obtaining military and intelligence material by attacking the military systems, carrying out industrial spy by tracking competitors and gathering confidential business data. So basically use a computer to carry out a crime is considered as computer assisted crime. Computer target crime is a crime where computer is a victim of the act. So a best example is distributed denial of service. So DDoS is something where you carry out an attack on a computer from multiple or thousands computers. So just to give you an example, for example, you have a website which can handle around 1,000 users. So distributed denial of service. So denial of service is something you attack on a computer to make sure, or a system to make sure that the system is not able to service, is not able to serve. So if there's an application and you attack an application, denial of service makes sure that your service is down. You're not able to service the application. And distributed denial of services means that you attack a system using hundreds and thousands of computers from different locations or different parts using different users to attack the system. So basically what you do is you send a heavy traffic to an application or a website so that the system goes down. You're not able to access this, the website goes down and it is not accessible to anyone. So there are two, three ways of doing it in later domains. We'll see different type of attacks that can be carried out on systems. So DDoS is one of those. So computer targeted crime is basically a crime where victim is a computer or a system. Other example is capturing password or sensitive data from a computer, installing a malware with an intent to cause destruction. Computer is incidental. So basically, this means computer is not an attacker or victim, but it is just used between the crime. So where a computer is necessarily not an attacker or a victim, but just happened to be involved when a crime was carried out. So an example is attacker gathering information about his target from his laptop. So it is not that he's used his computer to attack a system or nor his computer is attacked, but it is just used to just gather an information related to the victim. APTs, Advanced Persistent Threat. This is very interesting and something I can give an example related to this as well. The full form is Persistent Threat. So these are teams which are very good at hacking and they're very target oriented. So I'll just give you a very good example of how APTs are. If you Google something called as Stuxnet, so there was an attack which US and Israel had carried on Iraq on their nuclear systems. So they had created a virus which was only intended to attack a nuclear machine, so a nuclear reactor, a system. So there's a system which is involved in a nuclear reactor, which is called a centrifugal. So it was actually created only for a specific machine. So what US and Israel did was they created a virus and they had thousands and thousands of pen drives with that viruses and they just distributed it in Iraq and someone used that pen drive to connect to the nuclear system. So this specific virus was only intended to attack a nuclear system, not a personal computer, not a server, nothing. So that is how APTs work. So these are very sophisticated long-term cyber attacks which are aimed in stealing sensitive information or compromising systems. APTs are very carefully planned and executed over time, often well funded and are very skilled groups. So it could be funded by either the states, countries, or intelligence systems or organization to create an attack. So you can call them as professional hackers as well, and they're very skilled and they're very target oriented. So APTs are very focused and motivated to aggressively and successfully penetrate a network with various different attack methods and then hiding its presence while achieving a well-developed multi-level foothold in the environment. The advanced aspect of this term pertains to expansive knowledge capabilities and skill base of APTs. The persistent component has to do with the fact that the group of attacker is not in a hurry to launch an attack quickly, but will wait for the correct opportunities, also referred to as low attack. You can actually Google what Stuxnet is. It is a very good example of APTs about Iran and US attacking the Iraq nuclear program. Intellectual property. Okay, what is an intellectual property? So basically, intellectual property is an intangible asset. As we all know, asset is something that has value. And again, there are two types of asset, tangible and intangible. Tangible is something that has a physical form, and intangible is something which does not have a physical form. Example, a software you cannot touch or has a solid form of software. Music, any stories. So these assets which are intangible are considered as intellectual properties. So there are four major types of intellectual property. I'm sure everyone is familiar with these words: copyright, trademark, patents, trade secrets. But we'll just go through a brief of what these are. What is a copyright? What is trademark? Patent, trade secret? What is the significance and how the laws help us with with the intellectual properties? Okay, so copyright protects in any literary work. So examples like books, music, films, software code is something that is can be copyrighted. It gives a protection for the literary work. So for an example, if there's a software, only the code of a software can be copyrighted, but not its functionalities. So you have a code, a software which is designed for a specific task. So the characteristics of softwares are not protected in the copyright, but it's the only the code that can be protected under copyright. So copyright law guarantees the creator of original work of authorship protection against the authorized duplication of their work. Broad categories of work qualify for copyright protection: literary work, musical work, dramatic works, choreographic work, sculptural work, motion picture works, architectural work. Uh, in terms of computer software, it is done under scope of literary work. It is important to note that copyright laws protect only the expression inherent in the computer software, that is the actual source code. It does not protect the idea or process behind the software. So you can mimic using the same idea, but you cannot copy paste the code. So that is something that falls under copyright. But I can create a similar knowledge, my interpretation out of the book. I can create my own content and I can use that. So that is something that I can do. So that is how there's a difference between when an ideas are not protected, or the characteristic of software is not protected under copyright. It's only the source code that can be protected under copyright. You need not register your official work. Official registration a copyright is not prerequisite for copyright enforcement. So since the creation, you by default you have the copyrights of the work, provided that it is not a copy. It has to be, I mean, you need to be the creator of it. It's not being copied from a different source. And there's also a clause in copyright. Copyright ownership always defaults to the creator of work, exception work for hire. So work for hire means if you hire someone to complete the work, you're paying someone to do the work. In that case, the person who's doing the work is not does not have rights on copyrights. So giving an example here, you have a music company, you're producing music, and you hire an artist to sing a song, and you pay a singer for the singing that he's doing. So the singer does not have any copyrights on the work that is being done because you have already paid him. So as a music company or a music producing company, will have all the copyrights related to the work. So this is an exception that they have for the creator. And copyright is valid for 70 years after the death of the last creator. So for example, if you have 10 people writing a book, so the copyright is valid from for 70 years after the death of last person. So you have 10 people writing a book, so the copyright is valid after the 10th person dies. 70 years after the 10th the last person has died, the copyright is valid. So it gives a long time to use the copyrights. Trademarks. So any slogans, logos that is used to identify a company is called as a trademark. You basically use a trademark. You need not register your trademark. So since the time you use it, you can just mention a TM. You might have seen this logo on this mark on slogans and logos. So you can just use TM to show that you intend to secure this. But also you can register your trademark with USPTO, United States Patent and Trademark Office. And once you register it, instead of TM, you can mention this is R. So there's a protection of 10 years. Trademark is protected and it can be renewed unlimited. So if you're keeping using it, even after 10 years, you need not renew it. It is protected. So only if you're not using it for 10 years, and then you do not renew it or use it, only then it can be used by someone else. Patents, I think we all are aware of what patents are. So patents are intellectual property rights for inventors. So any new invention that has been done, so you can secure it with a patent. So a period of 20 years you can use the patent for 20 years and the information has to be disclosed. So when you file a patent, if it's a new invention, you need to give all the details about the invention and everything. Uh, and it is valid for 20 years. So you have legal rights over the patent for 20 years, post which anyone is allowed to use it. So mostly car companies use patents. So Mercedes is a good example of it. So Mercedes earns a lot of revenue from its patents. So they create different technologies within the cars, and different car brands use this patent. So they pay money to Mercedes to use their patents, and that's how even Mercedes earns a lot of revenue from their patents. So there are three main requirements to file a patent. The invention must be new, invention must be useful, and invention must not be obvious. So these are some common basics, common sense that has to be used. So there are these three main requirements. In technology field, patents have long been used to protect hardware devices and manufacturing process. Recent patents have also been issued covering software programs. I think the best patent that we are aware recently is the COVID vaccine. So the vaccine has as a patent. You cannot have a copyright or a trademark on it. So this is the best example of having a patent. Trade secret. Okay. So trade secret is not something that you need to register or disclose. Uh, the best example for this is Coca-Cola recipe or a KFC recipe. So this is something which is a secret formula, which very critical to the business of the company. And also there are some laws and regulations to protect the trade secret. Trade secrets are not disclosed because if you disclose them, then it's of no use. I mean, if you reveal the secret, then it's available to everyone. So you cannot cover it with a copyright or with a patent. So trade secrets are intellectual property where the information has to be secured. So that is something that falls into trade secret. So to preserve trade secret status, organization must implement adequate controls to ensure that only authorized person with a need to know of secret have access to them. Trade secret protection is one of the best way to protect computer software. This is the technique used by large software development companies such as Microsoft to protect its core base of intellectual property. So the best example is when you compile a code, you cannot uncompile it, right? I mean, you only have the binary of a software, zeros and ones. So that is how, or an operating system. You are not aware of what the source code is. So if you do not have the source code of it, you're not sure how it functions in the background. So that's how softwares are. There's also a law to secure the trade secret and anyone sharing the information. So, for example, with respect to Coca-Cola or KFC recipes, these recipes are actually being kept in a physical vault in US. Anyone who has access to this data, if they disclose it or share it with anyone, then they can have a fine or also an imprisonment. So this law, Economic Espionage Act of 1996, makes sure that trade secrets are protected and anyone who's sharing the trade secret will be prosecuted. Software licensing. So common type of soft license agreement which are used is contractual license agreement. If the software is, I mean, if there are two parties, one is creating the software and one is buying a software. If it's a custom made software, then there's always a contractual license agreement between the vendor who creates the software and the customer. So it is mostly in a written contract that is being shared. So that's a contractual license agreement. Use a written contract between software vendor and customer outlining the responsibilities of each. These agreements are commonly found in high priced and or highly specialized software packages. Shrink wrap license agreement is basically when you buy a license, there's always a seal on it and there's all the contract details are being mentioned on the CD or on the software pack, and there's also a seal. So if you break the seal, it means that you agree to the terms and conditions of the software license. click-through license agreement. So when you install a software, everyone has installed software on their computer. So when you do install a software, we generally perform next, 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 and then again you have a pop-up box which states that terms and conditions, and you have to go through all the terms and conditions. And there is a small checkbox. So you need to click on the checkbox and agree to the terms and conditions. So that is called as click-through license agreement. Cloud service license agreement. Most cloud service do not require any form of written agreement and a simply flash legal term on the screen for review. In some cases, they may simply provide a link to legal terms and a checkbox for users to confirm that they have read and agree to the terms and conditions. So these are some types of licenses. Either it could be a contractual, it could be a shrink wrap, click-through license agreement, or a simply link of the license agreement. I think most of us have already, whenever we are using a computer, we've seen such kind of uh, licenses. DMCA. So DMCA is Digital Millennium Copyright Act, is a act in United States that helps internet service providers. So if there's any malicious activities, if there's any copyright related issues, when there's a data being transferred from one party to the other and internet is involved, there's some rules and regulations that are being defined for internet service providers, that it is mandatory. So these are the mandatory things that an internet service provider needs to follow. These are the follow. So transmission must be initiated by personnel other than the provider. So there has to be no interference of an internet service provider when there is a data being sent from one computer to the other computer. Transmission, routing, provision of connection and or copying are carried out by an automated process. Again, there shouldn't be any human interference during these activities when dealing with anything which is when any copyright related data. The service provider must not determine the recipient of the material. Any intermediate copies must not ordinarily be accessed to anyone other than the anticipated recipient. The material must be transmitted with no modification to its content. So these are few guidelines which have been defined that internet service provider needs to follow with this act. This protects all the copyright data, copyright protected data. Okay, so what is privacy? So privacy refers to the right of an individual to control their personal information. So that is how we say as privacy. That's the definition of privacy. Now in privacy, there's something called as PII, personally identified information. So if you worked with in companies which handle banking related information or healthcare related information, this is a very common term that has been used. PII, personally identified information. Now what PII means is any information that could help identify an individual. So information like social security number in US, it is very similar to what we use as Aadhaar card. Aadhaar number is social security number. National identification number, vehicle registration number plate, driver license number, face, fingerprint, handwriting, credit card details, anything that can identify an individual, individual's personal data is considered as PII or personally identified data. So there are a lot of rules and regulations around privacy, privacy related laws. So this is all limited to the US laws. So the most important law is Fourth Amendment. So Fourth Amendment is something that most of you have heard of it. What Fourth Amendment is? Maybe if you are watching any films or series from Hollywood, you might have heard of what Fourth Amendment is, but let's go through it. So Fourth Amendment is a provision in US that prohibits government agents from searching private properties without a warrant and probable cause. The court have expanded their interpretation of Fourth Amendment to include protection against wiretapping and other invasion of privacy. So a very common example, if you've seen series and films, you might have seen a scene where the cops will knock your door and there's always a question that they ask, "Do you have a warrant?" So it is mandatory to have a warrant. The government agencies are not allowed without a warrant to search a private property. So it could be even a car or residence, uh, the telephone, any documents, even the government agencies are not allowed to do it without a valid warrant. So that is something that the Fourth Amendment says that you need to have proper orders from the court to check the residence documents or privacy. So this secures privacy of an individual in his in their home, their car, the documents they afford. So Fourth Amendment is very important when you are uh, attempting CISSP. So Privacy Act of 1974 severely limits the ability of federal government agencies to disclose private information to other agencies without prior written consent of the affected individual. So again, these are different laws that helps an individual that gives rights to an individual with the privacy. So if you read this book, you can see a lot of laws and regulations with related to individual privacy. Health insurance, portability, and accountability. This is a law that strictly regulates privacy for hospital insurance companies and all medical related records. HIP also defines the right of individual who are the subject of medical records and require organization that maintains such records to disclose these rights in writing. So HIPAA is a law that gives privacy to medical related records for an individual. So it is very important that companies or organizations that are working in medical domain abide to HIPAA. There's again something called as high tech, which you can see here, Health Information Technology and Economic and Clinical Act of 2009. So based on which domain you are, there are different laws for privacy. Okay, so there's some privacy related laws in EU as well, European Union. European Union privacy law is to protect the fundamental rights and freedom of individual with related to privacy. So there are 5 directives which are outlined here. So the first one is right to access. So what exactly it means is right to access is data subject or people have the right to request information about their personal data an organization holds about them. They can also ask for a copy of data and information on how it is being processed. So for example, there's a company who's collecting your personal data. So you have the right to know what data is being collected, how it is being collected, what process is being done on that. So that gives you the right to know where exactly your data is being used and who is collecting it. The second is right to know the data source. So what it means is data subjects have right to know where their personal data comes from, if not directly provided by them. So if they're not providing the data, where exactly they got this from. This also includes understanding whether the data was collected from public record, third-party sources, or other means. So where exactly have they collected from data? They have the right to know about it. Right to correct inaccurate data is individual can request data correction or update any inaccurate data held by the organization. So a good example of this is if there's any incorrect data related to the CIBIL score, for example, or so the subject has the rights to update it or correct it. So that is what it means, right to correct inaccurate data. Right to withhold consent to process data in some situation. So what it means is individual can refuse or withdraw their consent for organizations to process their personal data in certain situations. Uh, the law requires that consent be given by the subject, and they also have the consent to revoke. I mean, they have the rights to revoke the consent as well. So maybe the subject can give consent to just collect the data, but if they don't want, they can remove the consent to not process it ahead. So it could be depend on case what exactly. So basically it's the consent part of collection or processing the data that the subject holds. Subject is a person or an entity. Fifth is a right of legal action should these rights be violated. So what it means is if an individual's right under privacy laws are violated, for example, if their data is processed without consent, or if they are denied access to their data, they have right to take legal actions. So this could also have the right to seek compensation for damages or any violation of their data. So basically, this means that they could take a legal action in case they are not given access to their data or it has been used without their consent. So these are some privacy related laws which are created in European Union related to privacy. Okay, so GDPR, General Data Protection Regulation, was enforced by EU in May 2018. It's a regulation that protects the personal data and privacy of EU citizens. So there are three entities. One is data subject. So basically, a person or an individual with whom the data pertains. So the data belongs to an individual. So the person to which the data belongs to. Data controller is an organization which collects the data for an EU resident, or a data processor, someone who processes the data for a data controller. So to give a simple example is maybe a person is working in a company. So a subject is an employee which works for a company. So data controller is someone who has the employee's data. So to process the payroll, to process salary for the employee, the company has given the data to another company to carry out the payroll and do the salary for monthly. So data controller is someone who owns the data and has collected it from the subject or the employee, and data processor is only someone who is taking care of the data and processing it to. So in this case, it is using to process the salary. So this is how there are three different roles that are being defined. And GDPR law is applicable to any of one entities which are based in EU. So either if the employee is from EU or the subject is from EU, the company which is collecting the data is from EU, European Union, or the company who is processing the data is from EU. So anyone who is part of EU is obliged to GDPR. So there are three key provisions that are made, which is again similar to what we saw in the previous slide. Consent: data controller and data processor cannot use personal data without explicit consent of data subject. So what we've seen here, that right to withhold consent to process data in some situations. So the subject needs to give a consent to data controller and processor to use their data. Right to be informed: data controller and data processor must inform subject how their data is being used. Right to restrict processing data: data subject can agree to have their data stored by a collector but disallow it to be processed. Right to be forgotten: this means that if the subject wants, it has to be deleted. Data subject can request their personal data be permanently deleted. And data breach: so if there's a data breach, the subject must be told about it. Data controller must report data breach within 72 hours of becoming aware of it. This is a very important point about data breach because there was a question that I had regarding this. So if there's a data breach, what is the timeline that the breach needs to be reported? So that is 72 hours. So I had this question with regards to data breach. So with privacy and laws, you need to by heart everything, each laws, and you need to know which law to use where. So this is a very something very tedious, and it takes time to remember everything, but there's no other option. If you need to learn and by heart all these rules and regulations. Employee rights in terms of privacy. So again, every employee has got privacy rights. So the monitoring, okay, within the corporation, several employee privacy issue must be thought through and addressed. The monitoring must be work related, meaning that manager may have right to listen in on his employee's conversation with customer, but he does not have the right to listen to his personal conversations. So whenever you have recordings done in an organization, so there's also something called a session recording. It's not just related to the calls that you can say. Any work that has been taken place, even when you log into a server, you have few tools that can record a session. So any activity that you make on a system can be recorded. It's not just related to the calls, but any activity that you perform on a system or in an organization, it can be recorded, and it is okay for the manager to monitor his work, which is related to to what activities that he performed, but he does not have the rights to monitor anything with regards to his personal work or personal conversations. So monitoring also has to be consistent. If it is done, it has to be done on everyone. It cannot be subjected to just one or two employees. Have employees read a document describing what type of monitoring they could be subjected to, what is considered acceptable behavior, and what is the consequence of not meeting those expectations are. The employee should be asked to sign a document referred to as waiver of reasonable expectation of privacy. So basically, employee should be aware of what is being monitored and what is not. So anything which is personal to him should not be legally. You cannot monitor any of his personal assets, devices, phones, calls, anything. And the employee must be aware of what monitoring is being done by the organization. So there's something also called as a reasonable expectation of privacy. So it's a legal concept that determines whether an individual privacy has been violated. It is very similar to the Fourth Amendment that we've read. It refers to the idea that personnel should have certain level of privacy in situation where they are reasonably expected. For example, their residence or uh, their car, their personal devices, their phones. So these come under reasonable expectation of privacy. Okay, so the employee has to be notified and there has to be a justified reason for it. So when we say that, the monitoring is not should not be subjected to just one or two, but there's an exception because the person is in PIP. So even when you do a monitoring changes based on what department it is it. Right. I mean, different processes will have different type of monitoring. So that is how it has been done. And it is right that you cannot monitor a single person, but with this context, it is to do with the privacy part of it. Employee should, it's only the employee privacy that has to be taken care of. Okay, when crime crosses international boundaries, the complexity of such issues shoot up considerably, and their chances of criminal being brought to any court decreases. So there's again Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, a global organization. So this includes around 38 countries that work together. So there are few guidelines that they have created for trans-border flow of personal information. So these are few guidelines that they have created. We need not go in detail about the guidelines, but we just need to know for any, what OECD is and where exactly it is being used. So these are few guidelines: collection limitation, data quality, purpose specification, use limitation, security, safeguard, openness. So these are just guidelines. You need not go in depth for this. This is also not available in the book that I have provided. International issues, exports are imposed. Okay, so this is only specific to the US part. So there are few technologies. So there's a lot of rules and regulations or restrictions when it comes to exporting software, which has got encryption technologies. So there's a department called as BIS in the US, which restricts exporting technologies and software where encryption is being used, or any software that can be used in military forces. So there's a department called as BIS in the US that take care of it. So initially, few years back, it was literally impossible to export any softwares which had got encryptions or any powerful tools. So anything that was used by US military, any similar technology, it was not possible to export it outside the US. It was restricted by the Department of Commerce. So there was also a BIS department in it. But later, there's some guidelines which are being defined. So if you need to export any software which has got encryption or any powerful characteristics, in that case it has been evaluated. So you need to request to the department that you need to export this specific software. It gets evaluated within 30 days, and post approval, you can export. So there are a lot of rules and regulations around technologies and softwares when you import or export them. So it's just a brief about it. Government recognizes that a very same computers and software technologies that drive the internet and e-commerce can be extremely powerful tools in the hands of military forces. For this reason, a complex set of regulations were developed governing the export of sensitive hardware and software products to the other nations. The regulation include management of transborder data flow of new technologies, intellectual properties, and personally identified information. Encryption technologies was one of the best example of it. The control of exporting encryption software were even more severe, rendering it virtually impossible to export any encryption technologies outside the country. So I think you also have this has been mentioned in the book. So the one that I just mentioned about BIS. Right. Okay. Encryption and export controls. Yes, I think the Department of Commerce, Bureau of Industry and Security, the BIS that I just mentioned, set forth regulation on export of encryption product outside United States. Under previous regulations, it was virtually impossible to export even relatively low-grade encryption technology outside the United States. So this was a problem before, but then later they've created. So current regulation now designates the category of retail mass market software, market security software. The rule now permits firms to submit these product for review by Commerce of Department, but these review is supposed to take no longer than 30 days. So they basically evaluate this only after evaluation. If they give approvals, only then you can use it to export or import. So that's how it works in the US right now. So basically the topics that we are discussing right now is just related to laws and regulation. So if you check this book, this is the fourth chapter. This deals everything related to laws and regulations. So what is law, criminal law, civil law, administrative laws, computer crimes, and detailed description about all the laws that were created. Since the creation of first law till 2014. So there was also there's a question I remember, not sure, related to the federal cybersecurity law of 2014. So there were a lot of changes that Barack Obama made in modernizing the cybersecurity related laws. So it will give you a detailed description of which law does what, where it is applicable, where it is not. They're covering the EU part very less, but more in towards the US part. This is the licensing that we've just seen, import exports. This is again very theoretical. The whole chapter is theoretical. It will just tell you what rules and regulations that needs to be followed based on your domain. That's the whole part in this chapter. But you need to make sure that you go through all these laws: Children's Online Privacy Act, GLBA, US Patriotic Act. So this is an act which basically gives you the right to do monitoring. So Fourth Amendment restricts the government organizations to search for to do wiretapping and everything. So under USA Patriotic Act, it allows intelligence agencies to do wiretapping, record calls. So it gives the agencies the right to perform that. So this is a very specific act under which you can agencies get the access to record or wiretape the calls. So that's what it is. It's all theoretical. I think you need to just by heart it, the dates and everything. Okay. Moving to the next topic, which is compliance. So, what is compliance? So, compliance is basically adhering to laws and regulations. That's a simple definition of compliance. Okay. So, regulatory compliance describe the goal of that organization aspires to achieve in their efforts to ensure that they are aware of and take steps to comply with relevant law, policy, and regulations. So again, it's the same. You just need to adhere to the law. So we've seen a lot of laws and regulations that exist. So based on your domain that you work in, you need to comply. The industry that you work in, you need to comply to the laws and regulations of that specific industry. So compliance is adhering to laws and regulation. Due to increasing number of regulations and need for operational transparency, organizations are increasing adopting the use of consolidated and harmonized set of compliance controls. Okay, PCI DSS. I think we might have everyone might have heard or seen of this. So what PCI DSS is, the full form is Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. So if you're working with any credit card or debit card industries, so they need to comply with the PCI DSS standards. So PCI DSS standards have defined all the standards and guidelines that are required for any payment card industry to adhere to its security, to enforce proper securities and controls in this industry. PCI DSS has mentioned a lot of guidelines. So companies like Visa, Mastercard, Amex, uh, so whenever you make an online transaction on the payment gateway page, you'll always see that in compliance with PCI DSS. So if you have not, anytime you make a payment ahead when you're doing an online payment, do check. You'll always see on the payment gateway side when you enter the OTP or your card details, you'll always see this which says in compliance with PCI DSS. So PCI DSS is nothing but a regulatory which deals with credit and debit cards. PCI certification is also considered the best way to safeguard sensitive data and information, thereby helping business build strong, long-lasting, and trusting relationship with their customers. Ethics. So there's some code of ethics which are defined by IEC2, and they also have a preamble and four canons. So we'll just go through it, and these canons you need to by heart them because you'll definitely have at least two questions on it. So what are the ethics? IC2 requires all certified system security professionals, CISSP, to commit to fully supporting its code of ethics. If CISSP intentionally or knowingly violates the code of ethics, he or she may be subjected to peer review panel, which will decide whether the certification should be revoked. So code of ethics preamble is this: the safety and welfare of society and the common good, duty to our principal and each other requires that we adhere and be seen to adhere to the highest ethical standard of behavior. Therefore, strict adherence to this code is condition for certification. So basically, it tells you the preamble, and it tells you to follow the duty and principles, give the best security, follow the security for society welfare and common good. So this is something that you just need to by heart it a little. And there are four ethics that you literally need to by heart because there'll be at least two questions around it. So these are the four ethics canon: protect society, the common good, necessary public trust and confidence, and the infrastructure, act honorably, honestly, justly, responsibility, and legally, provide diligent and competitive service to principals, advance and protect the profession. So you might have to by heart this. So basically, it tells you what you need to follow, what should be your ethics, and how we need to act as a security professional. So you'll definitely get at least two questions around it. So make sure that you by heart this with number as well. What is the first law, second canon, third canon, fourth canon? Just do by heart this, and you'll definitely have at least have two questions around it. All right. Okay, so moving to asset, I think we are all aware of what asset is. We've understood what asset is. We've seen a lot of examples around asset. So what is an asset? Anything that is worth to an organization. Uh, so even as part of intellectual property, we've seen that asset could be of two types. It could be tangible and intangible. Tangible assets are people, partners, equipment, facilities, whereas reputation and information is an intangible asset. Information is typically the most valuable asset to an organization and lies at the heart of every information system. You're all aware information is critical in for every organization. Asset security domain focuses on collecting, handling, and protecting information throughout its life cycle. A primary step in this domain is classifying information based on its value to the organization. So as we discussed, information classification. So this is a brief about what asset is, what data security is, life cycle of the information is. Okay, this is a brief of life cycle, information life cycle. There are four stages of in information life cycle. One is acquisition, where basically you acquire a data or create from scratch. So there are two ways that you can create a data. One is by acquiring from somewhere or creating it from scratch. After it is acquired, we attach system and business metadata. So this is basically creation or acquiring of data. The second is use of information. So during its existence, information will be used and modified by different types of users. Information will be read and modified by variety of users. From security perspective, this stage is most challenging. So all the data security or information security that we'll be learning will be implemented during the use, because this is where data is mostly handled and most valuable. So it could be data residing on a data center. It could be the data which is in used or data which is in transit. So this is the most crucial phase of an information uh, life cycle. Archival is once you've used the information is stop being used regularly at some point. When this happens, but before getting rid of it, it is retained for variety of reasons like regulation and compliance. So this is basically data retention. Uh, Data retention is required for multiple things. Uh, it is it could also be a part of legal requirement that you need to store a data for a specific period of time. Good example of this is a bank transaction. So considering a bank account passbook, so you have details about it. So you can also have uh, details about a bank transaction which was held few years back as well, because it is mandatory to have that. So there are few regulations and laws which make you keep data for a longer period of time, and there could also be some rules that will ask you to delete it after a specific period of time. For example, in the last domain that we've seen, right to be forgotten or privacy related data, if it is not required, it has to be deleted, and because of privacy issues, or there could be different regulatory requirements for data retention. So we'll be looking into it in further slides. And the last is disposal. So once you need to delete the data or destroy the data, that's when there are a lot of processes and guidelines that are being defined on how to do deletion of data, to make sure that the data is deleted securely and it cannot be retrieved by any users outside the organization. So for example, if you have a hard disk or a server processing very critical data, and now you have decommissioned the server, and as part of the hardware refreshment, you've submitted the hardware for disposal without deleting the data. So anyone who's got access to the server after you have decommissioned it and given it for the vendor for disposal, if anyone is able to access the data, then that could be disclosure of critical data, which we do not want. So there are a lot of process and procedures defined to securely delete or dispose the data. So this is a brief about information lifecycle. Information classification. So this is the first step. So once you have identified the information, the first step that you perform is classify the information. So information classification is a process in which organization assesses the data that they hold and the level of protection it should be given. Okay. Uh, Data classification helps ensure data is protected in most cost-effective manner. Uh, Asset classification used to store or process information should be as high as the classification of most valuable data in it. Okay, so giving a brief, when you identify assets, all the computers, servers, files, documents, data, when you identify the criticality and sensitivity of it, it is very important to classify it. There are different level of classifications that we'll see in different slide. So the important reason to classify the data is this decides how the data will be handled in future. So if you classify the data as a very secret data, you will make sure that secret data is handled very carefully. But if you classify a data as a public or a less sensitive, less classified, in that case, the level of security goes down, and you know that there's not going to be a major impact to the organization, even if the data is disclosed. So you implement less security control. So this also so the last point that you see, a cost-effective manner. So classification identifies how much control that needs to be implemented on the data. Secret information will obviously have more security controls, which will incur cost, and less sensitive data, there'll be no or very less security controls with a lesser cost. Sensitivity versus criticality. So what is the difference between a sensitive data and a critical data? Okay, there is a very less difference between critical and sensitive because we generally use it very commonly. I mean, so the meaning that we generally take it is very similar to sensitive and criticality, critical and sensitivity. But the major differentiator between a sensitive data and a critical data is that sensitive data refers to information that if it is exposed or misused could harm an individual's privacy or safety. So when it comes to privacy, that's when you categorize this as sensitive. Criticality basically means that any data, if compromised, could cause an impact to the organization's functionality. So the main differentiator between a sensitive data and critical data is the privacy part. So individual's privacy is considered as sensitive, whereas critical is something, criticality is something that would impact the organization. Again, I mean, if there's a disclosure of sensitive data, again, it is also will cause an impact to the organization, but this is how you differentiate between a sensitive and creative data, critical data. So it causes business disruption. I mean, it causes critical data would cause business impact, whereas a sensitive data, disclosure of sensitive data would cause an individual impact or a personal information is considered to be as a sensitive data. So that is a differentiator between one. This slide does not give that differentiation very well, but that's why I just highlighted this. So loss to an organization if information was revealed to unauthorized individual directly affects the trust and reputation of the organization. Indicator of how loss of information would impact the organization directly affects the availability of vital business functions. Both of the factors are absolutely critical for business and must be carefully assessed, keeping in mind that compliance and regulations with the business need to abide. So this sounds very similar, but this is the differentiator between sensitive data and critical data. Okay, classification levels. So once you have identified your assets and information, when you perform an information classification based on what value it holds, these are the different levels of classifications. So in commercial classification, you have confidentiality, confidential, private, sensitive, public. In military, you have top secret, secret, confidential, sensitive but unclassified, and unclassified. So this you can in your even if you're working in an organization, you might have come across where you have to classify the data when you're sending an email. There's some kind of classification to it. This could be different based on your organizations, but generally there are 4 to 5 levels of classification. So confidential being the highest, the most sensitive or critical data, and public being the lowest critical or sensitive data. In my organization, what we follow is the organization that I work in is public, and instead of sensitive, we use internal. And for private, we use confidential, and for confidential, we are using secret. So that's what we follow. So the naming could be different based on your organization and what it wants to follow. But this is how the classification has to be done. So classification is done based on assessing the criticality and sensitivity of the data. And again, when you do a classification, how do you identify what is secret and what is the difference between confidential and private? Or in a military classification, what is secret and what is top secret? So there's always a classification metrics that is being designed by the organization. This is a very common practice in organization that there is a classification metrics. So it is basically just a questionnaire that you need to fill in, and based on your answers, it will do an evaluation and it will give whether which classification level that you need to classify the document. You might also see the classification thing in your mandatory trainings in your organization. It's a very common security trainings that you have in organizations about data classification. All right, so you basically classify based on the sensitivity and criticality of the data. If you're not sure which to classify, you can refer to a classification metrics, which is developed, which is created by your organization. Classification metrics is a list of questions you just need to answer. It would have a lot of questions in it. For example, does your document have any personal information like security, like social security number, email address, any transactions, financial transaction disclosed? It could have a lot of such questions, and based on your yes and no, it will do an evaluation and it will correctly identify what you need to categorize. So this is how the classification works. Again, what we just discussed, classification criteria. Once the scheme is decided, the organization must develop a criteria it will use to decide what information goes in which classification. Following are some parameters: usefulness of the data, again based on the criticality and sensitivity of data. These are few points: usefulness of data, value of data, age of data, level of damage that it uh, could be caused if the data were disclosed, level of damage it could be caused if the data were modified or corrupted, legal, regulatory, or contractual responsibility to protect data, lost opportunity cost that could be incurred if the data were not available or corrupted. So the classification rules apply on all the assets, whether it is tangible, intangible, physical or digital. So classification rules apply to data no matter what format it is. If it's a digital format, paper, video, fax, so irrespective of what the document is. There are also guidelines on how to use physical documents, whether you can keep it or on desk, uh, whether you should store it in a locker on your desk. So there are a lot of guidelines that are being defined in organizational policy. So the policy document that we have discussed. So this policy documents defines everything. So everything that is defined or we carry out is based on the security policy. Security controls. Again, we have learned on what security controls are. So just to give you a brief about what security controls are, we've seen that there are three main types. Administrative, which is policies, standards, guidelines, procedure documents. Technical or logical, it could be controls like encryption, antivirus, and then physical, which could be locks, CCTVs, security guards, biometric locks, anything. And also we've seen the other types of functional controls like preventive, detective, corrective. Um, so, so again, security controls used to protect the asset based on their classification level, marking, labeling, and handling procedures. So this is something that we'll see in next few slides. This marking and labeling is part of the administrative process. So your security policy defines how to mark a data. So for example, if you have a computer which is very critical for your business and it has got a application which is business critical and might be processing very critical data, very sensitive data, in that case you use something called as marking. When you say that you're classifying the data, you mark or label it. So basically on the computer, maybe on as a wallpaper or maybe a sticker, you will you will do a labeling where it says that it's a very secret or a very critical system, and the classification would be confidential or top secret. So you could actually have a wallpaper stating that this system is very top secret or a confidential system, or you could have a sticker on it, or it could be or in a very restricted zone. You need to have it could be placed in a room where you need biometric access to access the system. There could be physical controls around it. Strict to granular access. This is basically access control. You need to define who needs to have what level of access on the system or the data. Encryption of the data while stored or while in transition. If you're storing it in a hard disk, you need to have proper encryption on it. And if it's in transmission, if it's the data is flowing, you need to use proper network protocols like TLS. Auditing and monitoring. So there has to be proper logs of when is the data used, what it is used for. So everything when you use, modify, or perform any activities with the data, there has to be proper monitoring and auditing that needs to be done. Separation of duties. So we've discussed that about separation of duties. So each one should have a duties assigned to make sure that no single person is able to perform all the activities on the data. Periodic review, backup and recovery procedures, change control processes. This is again for the integrity of data. Physical security protection, again using locks, biometrics, securing data servers into a physically secure location. Proper disposal actions such as shredding and degaussing. So this is a process that you follow for a physical document. Now, if you have a very important legal document or a confidential document, and that is something that you need to dispose, shredding is the way. So in offices, you have something called as paper shredder. So it shreds the paper and it chops off the document into very small pieces so that it's not recoverable again. So if anyone has got access to your dustbin, if he gets the bits and pieces, it shreds to a level that you cannot join it and again retrieve the data on the physical paper. So shredding is one of the action, and degaussing. Degaussing is an electronic way of deleting the data. So deleting data, there are different processes that is being used based on your requirement. So it is normal, just deleting of data, overwriting it, using magnetic field to destroy the data. So again, that is something that we'll see ahead. Classification procedures. So once you have identified your assets and data, uh, define classification level, the one that we've seen, confidential, private, sensitive, public, or top secret, secret, confidential, unclassified. Define a criteria for classification. Identify data owners who will be responsible for classifying data. Okay, this is a very important point that you need to keep in mind. Uh, Data is always classified by the data owners. So who is the data owner? Someone responsible. So owner has the highest responsibility to manage the data. So even the creator of data is also called as data owners in few cases. So data owner is responsible for classifying the data. So he decides what would be the level of security that has to be and how the data has to be managed through the entire life cycle of the information or the data. So it is mostly the creators or the responsible person to manage the data. So this is a very important thing that you need to understand. So data owners are responsible for classifying data. They decide how it has to be managed. Identify data custodians for maintaining data and its security level. So again, we'll see who the different roles that we've seen. We'll be looking what is a data owner, what are administrator, what is data custodians, what are users. So there are different data roles. So data custodians is someone who makes sure, who maintains the data and its security. So activities like backup or labeling, marking, or following security procedures is something that a data custodian will take care of. We'll discuss this with an example again of an owner and a custodian. Again, there's something called as system owners. So we'll go through this. So data custodian is someone basically who takes care of the data. Owner owns it and classifies it, but data custodian makes sure that security is implemented and it maintains the data hygiene across the life cycle. Indicate the security controls. Again, based on the classification level, you need to decide how much security needs to be implemented. Critical the data, higher the security. Less critical the data, lesser the security. Documents and exceptions. Methods to transfer custody of the information to different data owners. Okay, again, you need to have proper documentation. So when you implement the security controls and you have classified the data, you also need to have proper documentation on how the data has to be handled. So this also has the exception parts and the actual process that needs to be followed, and methods where you transfer the custody of the information or when the data owner is changed. So that has to be, the details needs to be documented. Now this is a very theoretical part. This depends on organizations to organization on how they want to handle the data. But this is just a standard guideline, which should be a best practice that needs to be followed. Procedure to periodically review the classification and ownership. maybe it could be quarterly, 6 months, or yearly, that you check if the classified data is still valid, or if there needs to be any change in the classification. So it could happen that a data which is retained for a long period of time, as it is not in used, it is not much critical for the business, and the classification level could be changed from confidential to private, or if it's a private data, from private to sensitive. So there could be change in the classification level, but the change is always done using proper approval methods, and it has to be again based on the security policy which is defined. So anything that is any process, procedures, or security related has to be defined in the security policy. So this is always that you need to think, or keep in mind with such questions, that security policy is the main document that defines everything. Procedure to declassify the data, again it is similar, which has to be done with proper approvals. This is declassification of data, or we could say also systems. So what this basically means is you have a server, a server with high configuration, which is currently used for a very critical service, but now you've ordered another server as part of hardware refreshment. You have another server, and you wish to use the existing server for a non-critical service. So a critical server, or a server which was classified as confidential, will be moved to a process which is lesser critical. So the process could be, the new process is sensitive and the older one is confidential. So it is moving from a high security level to a lower security level. So in that case, there has to be a proper treatment that needs to be conducted on the servers, like degaussing, and there could be declassification of system, or from confidential to sensitive, or depending on what the new classification is. But then there are procedures defined and which are mandatory to perform, so that it shouldn't have any confidential data, because you would classify this as could be of a higher importance. Integrate into security awareness program. Okay, so the entire life cycle of a information life cycle, you follow different controls over it, and this has to be passed through security awareness. So labeling is one of the most important thing that has to be done. So there is to be a practice where you will classify only the secure data. So public data being unsensitive, if you have a practice where you only label data which is confidential, private, and sensitive, and you do not label the data which is public, considering, so any data which does not have a label is for public use. And if you miss on any of the tapes or any of the systems, you miss to label it, and it had to be labeled as one of the three. In that case, it would be treated as a public and it could be mishandled. So these are few of the security awareness program that takes place to how to handle a data, or at a user level as well. Data classification, when you send an email, it is important to classify the email. Confidential information should not be shared outside the organization without prior approval. So there are a lot of awareness program that takes place, or you should never share passwords on the email without encryption. So these are few of the security awareness programs that you can conduct. Okay, moving to data roles. So many people within organization manage, handle the useful data. Although each role is important to overall security of an organization, some specific role must be clearly defined. So one is data owners. Person who is ultimately organizational responsibility of data, typically CEO, president, or department head, is the data owner. They identify the classification of data to ensure that it is labeled properly. They also ensure it has adequate security controls based on classification. So we've just discussed this before. So data owners is someone, these are people generally from higher management, the CEO, or someone who is responsible to manage the data, is considered as the data owner. So it could be department head as well. Based on what type of data it is, you classify the data owners. So data owners are responsible to classify and make sure that they are handled correctly across its life cycle. System owners, a person who owns a system that processes sensitive data. We'll look at this with an example. We'll just go through this first. So person who owns the system that processes sensitive data, typically the same person as data owner, but can be different as well, responsible for ensuring that data processed on the system remains secure, identifies highest level of data that the system process using applying necessary security controls. Okay, so there could be a case where, you know, the system owners, the data owners and the system owners could be different. So give an example, there's a department head who is managing customer data. So there's a process which deals with customer data, and the department head is the data owner. But the department or the process is using cloud system to do the process of data. So the department only collects personal data and feeds it into a system. Okay, so they're the data owners. They classify the data and they store it on a system, and then they carry out different process. So it could be maybe some insurance related process, claims related process. Okay, and the system on which the data is being kept or running, or an application which they are using on the system, could be the system owner. So it could happen that this department is using an application which is hosted on cloud, or they're using a private cloud to host the application. And there's also a dedicated team which is there to make sure that the system is up and running, all the servers are running, and there's proper maintenance of the servers that is being done. So the team which is managing the servers could be system owners. So system owners ensures that the servers, hardware, application, database is being managed, is up and running, and the data owner is able to store the data on the systems and run their application or run their business or processes. So there could be a small difference between data owners and system owners. So this could be confusing with questions. So this is how you identify. But it could also happen that the data owners own the system as well, the entire system, and the data owners could be system owners. So this is very scenario based. And the third role is administrators. So administrators are responsible for assigning permissions, responsible for granting appropriate access to personal. Administrator assigns permission based on principle of least privileges or need to know. Least privileges and need to know is something that we learn. Least privileges is basically the least level of permissions that are given to a person which is required to do his job. So if there is a employee whose job is just to do a data entry in one of the 10 forms, or maybe his job is just to read the data and interpret, the employee will not be given the right access. So his job is just to read the data, interpret, and maybe inform the other team. So least privileges is the least amount of privileges that are required to do your job. You will not be given any permissions which you do not require. So any access will not be granted to you. If that's not part of your job role, you will not have that access. So that is least privileges. Least privileges and need to know are again a little similar and a little confusing. But need to know is again the permissions or the access that are being granted to access information that is required for you to know. So only the information that is required to know, only that access has been given. So anything apart from that, you will not have access to it. So okay, we'll discuss least privileges and need to know later in entire. So we have a domain identity and access management. So we'll learn about this in detail. So coming back to administrator again could be, they could be system administrators as well, someone who's managing the systems. But majority their administrators are responsible for granting access to the data or information assets. Data custodians, again, we've discussed this. So data owners often delegate day-to-day tasks to custodians. So it is the custodian's responsibility to make sure that the data is kept securely and handled correctly throughout its life cycle. So helps protect the integrity and security of data by ensuring it is properly stored and protected. The best example for a custodian would be someone who takes backup of the data. Custodians would ensure that data is backup in accordance with the backup policy. So they just take care of the data part to keep it safe and secure and manage it across the life cycle. And user. So this is the fourth. User is someone who accesses it. Any person who accesses data to accomplish work task should be given periodic security awareness training and offers the weakest link. So we've seen that humans are the weakest link in security. Okay. All right. Retention policy. This is the thing that we've seen here. Archival process. So this is what it means basically, data retention. So retention policy is key part of life cycle of records, describes how long business needs to keep the piece of information, determines where data is stored and how to dispose of the records when it's time. Organizations segregate the specific data set that have mandate retention requirement and handle those accordingly. Example, a company may want to keep data from its R&D division for much longer period than it keeps data from its customer service division. Helps managing cost because again, if you have a lot of data, there is a cost involved in managing data. Should consider industry-wide compliance and regulations. Country laws are also important factors. Okay, so again, data retention policy defines how long you should keep data. Data retention policy may vary based on the industry that you belong to and the type of data that you handle. So there was a so even legally there are regulations, laws and regulations which mandate you to keep a data for a specific period of time, which is mandatory, and also it tells you to delete after a certain period of time. So there was a incident with Merck's, I believe, where they had retained a data for several years. I mean, they had maybe for 10 or 15 years they had data, and as part of a audit, they were actually checking, and they wanted some data and they were not able to find it because they had retained data for 10, 15 years, and they actually had to pay a penalty for keeping the data. So even it is a legal requirement that you need to delete the data on time. So they couldn't find the data because there was so much of data that they couldn't identify the correct data that they had to present for the audit. And because they had so much of data, they had to pay fine in millions of dollars they had to pay. So you need to understand what business are you in and what are the laws and regulations for that business. Based on that, you define your retention policy. This could have all the audits, recordings, everything could be captured into this. Again, retention policy is defined in security policy. So it defines how long. So there's a policy document that defines how long you should keep a data, and that has to be checked. I mean, it has to be evaluated, and data disposal is also needs to be performed. Retention policy consideration. Every data retention policy answers three fundamental questions. What data we keep, what data do we keep? Customer data, employee data, R&D, etc. How long should we keep? 1 year, 3 year, 5 years, etc. And how we retain on-prem, tapes, disk servers, or do we keep it on cloud? Okay. This is a little different from what we've been going through in these slides. So this is something called as e-discovery. So e-discovery is a process which is also called as electronic discovery. It's a legal process of identifying, collecting, and reviewing electronically stored information that may be relevant for a legal case. So this is very much relevant to an electronic data that is relevant to a legal case. Okay, so there are steps that are being defined in e-discovery method. So these are total 8 steps in the way that you need to, the e-discovery process is being followed. And this is only specific for legal use, legal processing. If there's any crime that has been conducted and you need to have electronic evidences, that's when you follow this e-discovery process. So we'll just go through this one by one, all the 8 points of what the e-discovery process is. So the first step is identification of data. This is the first step where relevant electronic data sources are identified. So this can include email, documents, database, social media related logs, any digital communications or any other electronic records. So the first step would be to identify the relevant electronic data sources. Second is preservation. So once the data you've identified the data, it has to be preserved correctly to make sure that there is no loss of data or there's no tampering that is being done. So there's always a legal order or legal hold that are often placed on certain data to ensure that it is not altered or deleted. So it restricts this. There are a lot of restrictions or orders which are being implemented to make sure that there's no modification of data that has been done. Next is collection of data from various stores. So data is collected from all the identified sources. This often involves copying data in a forensically sound manner, so which is admissible in court. So when the data has to be produced in the court, there are some guidelines that the court says on how the data has to be collected, and there's a procedure which is being defined. So you need to follow that procedure. If you do not follow this, then the data which is being presented in the court is not accepted. So if you only follow the correct collection procedures, only then it is admissible in court. The fourth step is processing to know the relevant format, and only the relevant data is collected. So it might happen that you will have a data which is in GBs and TBs, there could be logs, so which is not required. So you basically do perform a processing on data to make sure that only the relevant information is being extracted, and so that is basically processing. So you filter out the information, and only the relevant data is being extracted. The fifth step is review. The relevant data is reviewed, the extracted data, for potential legal issues such as privilege or confidentiality concerns. So basically this is being reviewed by the legal teams as well, by forensic teams. And then the next step is analysis of the data. The reviewed data is analyzed for different types of pattern insights. So basically there's a lot of processing and investigation, you can say, is being done on the evidences. So this is what is analyzing of data means. Here it is mentioned that analyzing of data in proper context. So basically this is investigation or understanding the data more in terms of the legal context. Seventh is production. So production is basically presenting. Okay. So this the data is being collected into a relevant format for. So production here means, I mean, presentation, and it looks a little similar. So it has been created in a format that could be produced in the court. So basically it is formatted to meet the specification of the case. So that's what a production means. And the last step is presentation. So data is collected and is being presented in the court as part of the claims. Presentation of data to external audiences to prove or disprove the claim. This is more of the legal part. This will take a lot of time, but if you just go through the book, there could be some questions. I'll just tell you how the questions would be around this. Yeah, right. Investigation and ethics. Right. So if you look at this, this is a combination of two domains. So I think you have, right. So I think electronic discovery and everything is part of, it is very well described here of how everything is being done. All these the 8 steps of how it is being done. Again, you might feel this is very theoretical, but yeah, you will, for this specific slide, okay, for this specific slide, if you need to understand this, so this slide might feel a little out of context here with what we've been doing till now. Okay, protecting privacy. Organization needs to identify personally identified information. Now we've seen what PII is. PII is basically all the information that could identify an individual. Example, email address, biometric data, telephone number, fingerprint, social security number. Can also include medical, employment, financial, education records. So anything that has got personal information is called as personally identified information. Anything that can identify an individual. As well as protected health information, PHI, and handle them in a secure manner. So PHI is information related to health status, healthcare, that can be linked to any individual. It also includes medical payment histories or records of a patient. So PHI is any health related information which related to any individual. PI, we are aware. Okay, so there are a few methods in which you can handle the data. So these are some controls, not exactly controls, but these are some ways that you can use to keep the data in a very secure way. So one of the technique that can be used is pseudonymization. So basically, you replace the original name with something else. So this is a process of using pseudonyms to represent other data. It can be done to prevent data from directly identifying an entity such as a person. So we'll just go through an example, and this is something I'll explain in a little detail as well. A medical record held by a hospital, instead of including personal information, it could just refer to patient as patient 123. So instead of a name, it could just say that patient number 123. In medical records, the hospital would still need the personal information, and it could be held in another database linking to patient's pseudonym. So anyone who has worked on database, or anyone from computer science background, and have studied how database work, there is something called as foreign key. Is anyone aware what foreign key is? So basically what foreign key is, you have so database is always stored in a tabular format. So you have two tables, and there is something called as primary key, which is the unique part of it. So in a table, so for example, you have an employee database. You have 100 employees working in your organization, and every employee has got a employee ID. So employee ID, with employee ID, you can identify the employee. Employee IDs are unique, so that is a primary key. So you can identify a person based on its name, email ID, number, but then you create a table. So instead of using the actual values, you just create a pseudonym or something alphanumeric value to create a record. And this alphanumeric value is again used in the different table with all the details. So there's basically a link between two tables. So table A has got all detailed information, and table B has got the information that is sensitive or that needs to be processed. But instead of using the name of the person, you just use a pseudonym. Pseudonym is an alternative name. For example, patient 123 in the records. So in pseudonymization, you always need to have a key pair value. So uh, so if you need to identify the data from table B, you need to pick up the pseudonym and check the pseudonym in table A and find out what record it belongs to. So that's how it works. Uh, if you're from computer science background with database knowledge, you will be aware of how foreign key works. So this is exactly how foreign key will work. But instead of a foreign key, you use a alphanumeric, a pseudonym kind of thing to store the medical record. So why you use it? So anyone having access to the data will not be able to find out, and personal information will not be disclosed because there's no personal information being stored. It's just a pseudonym. Maybe patient 123 is stored, but the actual name is not stored for a patient. So that's how you securely store the data. Encryption is a little different control. In encryption, data is generally not in readable format. But when you use pseudonymization, data is not encrypted and it is in readable format. So anyone who has access to it will be able to read the data, but they will not be able to interpret it to which person does it belong to. So the main goal here is to make sure that personal information is not disclosed. So you'll have all the details into the table, but you don't know which person does it belong to. So that is why it is used for. A similar technique is used called anonymization, where the whole data is being converted to unidentified data by using different name. Mechanism used to convert identifiable data into anonymized data in a manner where anonymized data cannot be transformed back into original personal data. So here we've checked if you have a key pair mapping with the two tables, you can reverse it or you can actually find the original information. But in this case, you'll not be able to retrieve the information again. I mean, once you've made the changes, it's permanent and you will not be able to identify the original data into it. Now, the question would be, why would you use anonymization if you're not able to retrieve to the original data? So the reason is this is only used for statistical purposes. So, for example, I'm working with a company which needs to understand the market trend, or maybe I'm working in Amazon. I need to understand what is the trend of users and what are they exactly buying. So using anonymization technique, I will have data which does not have the original information. They could just be some pseudonyms or some random names, but they're not actual names. And I could just have the information of what shopping was done, when it was done, how it was done, but I don't know who has done it. And I need not know it. I just need to know the statistic, because my target is the data associated with it. Could be the amount of goods that were purchased, when it was purchased, during which year time of the year it was purchased. Was it purchased during a specific festival? So to understand statistical things, you use anonymization. So that is where you use it. Whereas pseudonymization is used when you actually need a data. You cannot lose the original data. That's when you use this. Okay, data handling. When you have identified the asset and the main data, I think the first step that we do is classify it. And as part of classification, these are the two terms that we use, or these are the two processes that we use. All classified information and asset must be marked and labeled. So what is labeling? Process in which a mark or a label is placed on different data set to identify their classification level. A top secret label informs that the information is of utmost sensitivity. Use label even for unclassified equipments and media. This reduces the chances of omission or mishandling of classified data. Again, we've discussed this, right? So labeling is nothing but just putting a label, or even for a Word document or a PDF, there's something called as labeling and marking that we do. If anyone has worked in an organization, there's something called as labeling of the PDF or a Word format. And marking is also being done. So physical label of data stored on media or processed on systems. Digital marking, which include digital marks or labels of classification embedded into pages as watermarks or as header and footer. So this was something I was saying. In Word documents, it's a very common practice to have headers and footers. Data disposal. Now this is the last step in the life cycle. So data disposal is the process of deleting the data or disposing of physical as well as electronic data. Data disposal is the last and often the most ignored phase of information lifecycle. Data policy should define the acceptable method of destroying data based on data classifications. Data remnants, data that remains on media as residual magnetic flux. Using system tools to delete data generally leaves much of the data remaining on the media. This information can be retrieved by many tools. Okay. Disposing data is most important part, because when you're disposing a system, if it is being accessed by an unauthorized person, it could happen that he could retrieve the confidential data, which could cause an impact to the business. So the policy should define how the disposal should happen. So based on what level of data that you have, what the data that you have classified. So if it's a top secret data, data deletion processes will be different to that of the secret. So higher the classification, uh, complex and complicated would be the deleting process, deleting or destroying. So if there's a top secret data in any of the disk, it is recommended to destroy it. It is recommended to shred it to pieces that it could not be recovered. And generally on the top level or the highest classification data medias like tapes, disks, it is generally not allowed to use it for any other purposes. So it is general policy which has been practiced to delete the physical disks. So based on the classification, data policy tells, based on classification, how do you need to destroy the data or the information. Data remnants. So when we just click on delete, it does not actually get deleted. There are ways that you can retrieve the deleted data. So in a simple hard disk that we have, simple computers that we have, when we just click on delete or even shift delete, it only removes the pointer to the file. Someone from computer science background will be knowing of it. So data still resides on the disk in as it is in the format. It's just the pointer is being deleted. So there are ways that you can use different tools to again retrieve the data. So that is data remnants. So even after deleting, what remains on the disk is data remnants. So there are methods of data disposal, and your data policy will tell you what needs to be followed when. Erasing. So erasing is the simplest form of deleting. So it's basically just deleting the file. Simple performing a delete operation against the file, a selection of file or an entire media. In most cases, the deletion or removal process removes only the directory or catalog link to the data. The actual data remains on drive. As I told, it just deletes the pointer towards or the link towards the data, but the data still resides. Clearing is basically overwriting. So if you need to delete the data, what you do is you, instead of just deleting it, you overwrite it for multiple times. Clearing overwriting is a process of preparing media for reuse and assuring that the data cannot be recovered using traditional recovery method. When media is cleared, unclassified data is written over all addressable locations in media. So basically what you do is you rewrite the disk multiple times. You delete the data and you keep on writing it so that the data which is stored on the disk is getting overridden. In a disk, in a magnetic disk or magnetic tapes, everything is stored in zeros and ones. So when you rewrite data multiple times, the combination or the string gets broken, and that's how you rewrite the data. So you basically rewrite it for so many times so that it gets altered. Clearing process is generally used when you need to reuse the media. So as I just mentioned, if you need to use a system from a secret classification to a lesser critical, maybe a public use or a unclassified or a classified use, that's when you perform clearing to make sure that you can reuse it. You delete the older data and you can reuse the media. Again, it is not recommended to use this, but if you need to reuse it with proper approvals, you can perform clearing and then reuse it. Degaussing. So if it's a magnetic tape, a degausser, which creates a very strong magnetic field, erases the data on some media in this process called degaussing. Technicians commonly use degaussing method to remove data from magnetic tapes with the goal of returning the tape to original state. So magnetic tapes, again, in electronic we called it as zeros and ones, but in magnetic tapes, it's the polarity which is defined. So a magnet will always have a north and south, right? So in magnetic tapes, deep inside you have small magnets, and north and south represent zeros and ones. Now this is not required for CISSP, it's just a general knowledge. But if you use a strong magnetic field that can just change, basically it changes the magnetic field, and the magnets inside the magnetic tapes changes its alignment, causing the data to delete. So degaussing is using a magnetic field on a magnetic tape so that it gets cleaned up. Encryption. Okay, so uh, if you're using a very strong encryption method, it is okay to I mean data stored on mediums in encrypted format using strong encryption key. So this is basically a probability that if you have a very strong encryption, there's no way that you can retrieve the data because it is not in a readable format. And unless you know what algorithm is used and what is the encryption key that is used, it is very difficult to retrieve the data, to decrypt the data. So that is what can also be used. You can encrypt it using multiple times with different algorithms so that recovering would be not possible unless you're using a supercomputer to it. But this is not recommended because eventually with time encryptions, systems, key sizes are also growing in size. So the less keys are getting weaker and weaker day by day with developing technology. So this is also not very recommended encryption because in case you have the access to the disk and you try different mechanism and try identifying the keys, you can still decrypt it, which is a very difficult task, but we won't say that this is impossible to do. So this is also not recommended. And the last technique is purging, most intense form of clearing that prepares media for reuse in less secure environment. A purging process will repeat the clearing process multiple times and may combine with other methods such as degaussing to completely remove data. So purging is basically combination of all these methods to reuse the disk or to clean up the data. Okay. Again, sanitization combination of process that removes data from the system or from media. It ensures that data cannot be recovered by any means when computer is disposed of. Sanitization include ensuring all non-volatile memory has been removed or destroyed. So sanitization is basically a cleanup, and then you use all these methods basically to do the sanitization and destruction. Final stage of life cycle of media, and this is the most secure method for sanitizing media. When destroying media, it's important to ensure that media cannot be reused or repaired, and that data cannot be extracted from destroyed media. So you basically delete it. I hope I'm audible. So you basically delete the system. I mean, if it's in a hard disk or a tape, you storing very critical information, you destroy it to a level that it cannot be recovered. That is the most safest part, and which is actually followed in organizations. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.
All right. So data security controls. There are three types of data. Data exist in three types. One is data at rest, data in motion, and data in use. So what is the basic difference between three is data in rest is something which exists, which is not in use, which exists on a hard disk or hard drives. So that is called as data at rest. Data in motion is something which is in transit. So any data which is traveling from computer A to computer B, either on a private network or through internet, is something considered as data in motion. And data in use is something where the data is in actual process. So for example, there is a server, uh, and in a server you have a CPU and a RAM. So whenever there is a data which is being processed, for example, there's a bank transaction which is taking place, the server will always be working on the data for the account. So suppose there's an account A and account B, and there's funds that is getting transferred from account A to account B. So as part of transaction, the computer will lock account A and also lock account B, and there'll be data modification that will happen. And once the transaction is completed, the data will be moved to the hard disk or the main database, which is data in rest. So data in use is something which is under process. So data which generally resides on the temporary memory, which is RAM, or on a processor. So that is something called as data in use. In all the three states, it is important that the data has to be handled very securely. So there are a few security controls that needs to be implemented to make sure that data in motion, data in rest, and data in use is used securely. So we'll see what are the controls that we can implement. So data in rest, so anything that resides on the secondary storage like hard disks, solid state drives, optical disks, or magnetic tapes. This is considered as data at rest. So the best way to protect this is to use an encryption. So when you use an encryption, the data is being stored in a way. So I think everyone is aware of what encryption is. So basically, a data is being transformed into an unreadable format. An encryption has got a key, which is called an encryption key. So using an algorithm and the key, you basically transform the readable data into unreadable format. And using decryption, you can decrypt the encrypted data, which is unreadable data, into a readable format. So by using a strong algorithm and a strong encryption key, you encrypt the data and store it in an encrypted format. So anyone having access even to the hard disk, magnetic tapes, or any data drives, even if they got physical access to it, they won't be able to unlock it because they need to have the key to decrypt it. So example or a major application that is used in industry is something called as BitLocker. So what BitLocker does is, BitLocker is a Windows tool that basically encrypts your hard disk on your local computers. So there are multiple tools that are used for local hard disk encryption, McAfee endpoint encryption or Windows BitLocker, but Windows BitLocker is something which is commonly used. So even if your laptop has been stolen, if you are using an office laptop and which has got a Windows BitLocker on it, and someone steals your laptop, they will not be able to access any organization data due to BitLocker. So if they do not have the decryption key or the password that is required to decrypt the computer, they will not be able to access the data which is present on the hard disk. So this is a simple security control that is implemented on data at rest. Data in motion. So basically data in motion is any data that is moving from one system to the other, either by a private network or through an internet. So the best way to secure any data which is in transit, which is in motion, is by using a secure protocol. So protocols like TLS, IPS, or VPN can be used to make sure that the data which is in transit is not accessible to anyone intercepting the channel. So this is VPN is also uses a encapsulation technique or a encryption where your source IP is being encrypted, the whole packet has been encrypted and sent to the target destination. So this is also one a type of encryption that is being used. TLS is also a network protocol that is used to between for communication, which is considered as secure. Another is IPsec. So you need to use a secure network protocol for transferring the data. Okay, data in use. So any data residing in primary storage devices such as volatile memory, which is RAM, or memory cache, or CPU register. This is called as data in use. So typically data remains in primary storage for a very short period of time. So it is only exist in RAM till the time it is in use. Once the operation is completed, the data is moved back into the secondary storage. So there are a few secure software development practices that has to be performed. So we have a detailed entire domain on software development practices. But there's some common issues that needs to be taken care. So when you're developing a program, there are few issues that you need to consider to make sure that the data is handled securely. So few common issues are buffer overflow attacks. So what is buffer overflow attacks is, for example, there is an input that is required, and the attacker basically enters an input which is very large in size. So what happens is in the RAM, there's always a data or some memory which is allocated for every program. So if the input is very large in size, it can happen that the input will cross the memory allocation assigned by the system, which could cause an issue to the system. So the program might crash, or it could access the data which is unauthorized. Memory leaks and side channels are similar, where basically you have inputs which allows the attacker to or a hacker to access memory in RAM, which it's not supposed to. So any unauthorized access is being granted. So you need to follow secure software development practices where there is proper input validation that is done, and memory allocation has to be done correctly. Security baselining. Now we've discussed about what baseline is. So baseline is the minimum security defined. So baseline provides the starting point and ensures a minimum security standard. So there are few practices that have been done to ensure or to achieve a baseline security. So let's discuss what imaging is. So in an organization, what happens is to keep all the system in a with a baseline security, an image is being created. For example, if your company is using Windows 10 operating system for all the computers, a system is being built with the Windows 10 operating system, and then you implement all the security controls that you want. So it could be any domain policies or local hardening policies, antiviruses, any security software, DLPs. So the basic configuration for security has been done on one system, and then an image is being created for this computer. So basically you create a CD where you create the whole kind of a snapshot of this system, and then you use this snapshot or the image for rest of the systems in the organization. So this is how you achieve a baseline using imaging. So configure a single system with desired setting, capture it as an image, and then deploy the image to all the systems. After deploying system in secure state, auditing process periodically checks the system to ensure they remain in a secure state. Okay, so there's again something a concept called as scoping and tailoring. So what scoping is and tailoring is, so as part of security baselining, there are some sets of security controls. So we all know what security controls are. So there is a set of security controls that needs to be implemented uh, to achieve baseline security. So what scoping means is, scoping is basically reviewing your system uh, to make sure that you only select the security controls that are relevant to your system. So reviewing baseline security controls and selecting only those controls that apply to the IT system you're trying to protect. So as part of baseline security, it could be mandatory to have 10 different types of controls. What scoping does is it will review or evaluate your system. So it is you will do a review and only adopt few of the security controls out of the 10 which are relevant to to your system. So this is what is called as scoping. So giving an example, okay, so you have two different locations for your organization. One is the primary location, and you have secondary, which is called a DR location or a remote site, where there are just 10 employees working, and in the base or the main building, you have around hundreds of employees working. So in the remote location, only few processes are being taken care. Maybe it just has a data center and few different systems. So as part of scoping, as part of security baseline, there could be 10 controls that might be implemented in your primary location because it has got a more number of employees and more number of processes and services that are running in your primary location. Whereas those security controls might not be relevant in your remote location because there are just few of them. Maybe you just have a data center, so you might not need to implement those security controls in the remote location. So scoping basically is reviewing your system and only adopting few of the security controls which are applicable to your system. So that is something called as scoping. So scoping is basically reviewing to select few of the controls which are relevant to your system. And tailoring is basically modifying the security controls within the baseline so that they align with the mission of organization. So as I mentioned, in security baseline, you might have 10 different controls that needs to be implemented. Tailoring is basically modifying the list of security controls so that they are more effective and are aligned with your organization or mission of organization. So that is called as tailoring. Tailoring is basically customizing or so there was something that we have discussed before, compensating controls. So instead of using the recommended control, you switch or you implement multiple controls to meet the functionality or requirement of the system. So tailoring is very similar to compensating control, where you modify the controls so that it aligns with your mission of the organization. So you will have some questions related to scoping and tailoring. So this is an important topic. Okay, DLP. So I think anyone who's working in a company will be aware of what DLP is. So DLP stands for data loss prevention. Also, there is another term called as data leakage prevention. So what DLP basically does is it stops the data from it prevents the data from going outside the organization. So when you do a classification of data, maybe it is secret, top secret, confidential, or any data which is categorized or classified as critical or very sensitive. So using DLP, so DLP is also a software or a technology which is being used. So I'll give you an example related to that as well. So using DLP, you make sure that this secure information does not go out of the organization. DLP comprises the action that organization takes to prevent unauthorized external party from gaining access to sensitive data. The real challenge to DLP is in taking a holistic view of organization. This perspective must incorporate our people, our process, and then information. So I'll just give you a brief of there's a very commonly used tool called as semantic DLP. So the two types of DLP that are used, one is the network DLP and one is the endpoint DLP. So what a endpoint DLP works is, so there's a DLP agent that has been installed on all the computers. So endpoints are end user machines. So end user machines are called as endpoints. Uh, because if you look at the defense in depth architecture, so generally uh, the secure machines are in the core and the less secure are outside. So endpoints are end user machines. So there's an agent that has been installed on the end user machine, your computers, your laptops, your desktops, which takes care that you're not able to copy or transfer any sensitive data to maybe a USB, or you're not it restricts you from taking a printout of any confidential data. Okay, so basically endpoint DLP applies data in use and data in rest. An agent is installed on endpoint systems, so it identifies all the critical data and it makes sure that you're not able to send any data outside the organization. You're not able to copy it into external drives or take a printout on the printer. So it restricts you. It does not allows you to do that. Whereas a network DLP works on the network layer, it makes sure that you're not able to send a confidential or a secret data through the network. So the best way to send a data outside is using an email. So network DLP does not allows you to send confidential data via emails. So if you just attach any confidential email, confidential file and try to send it outside on your Gmail or your Yahoo Mail, the network DLP will identify it based on the classification of data and it will restrict it. Also, the DLP administrators are notified about it, and they also have a view access to it. So network administrator can view what data was you're trying to send. So even they have data access to it. Again, if you combine both of this, is called as hybrid DLP, where you deploy both the network DLP and endpoint DLP. So it is costlier and complex, but it offers best coverage and protection. So most of the organizations will implement both the DLP solutions. There's also a dedicated team which works on DLP, and semantic DLP is a very commonly used in organizations. All right, I think that's it for the domain. So I think most of the questions that you would get is in this is to do with data retention and how do you how do you what should be the data retention related questions, data disposal, how would you delete, or some scenario based questions on how will you dispose of the data, or how will you reuse the system. That would be the questions. And what would be the security controls that you would implement when data is in rest, data in transit, and data in use? So it wouldn't be a straight question, it would be a scenario questions. So it would be in club with some other domain as well. So the question might start with something as risk management, and it would also include something related to the security control that you need to implement with data which is in rest or secure. So any question that you would get in CISSP will be combination of multiple domains, but mostly question that you would get is related to security control on data in rest, data in motion, and data in use. All right, so I think we can move to the third module or the third domain, which is security architecture and engineering. All right, so moving to the first slide is secure by design. So what secure by design means is, so when you develop any system, any application or any system that is being developed, security should be part of its foundation. So security should be a part of consideration as part of the analysis that we do, the prerequisite, or so security should be part of it, and the system should be developed considering the security. So it is not recommended to develop a system first and then implement security controls. So secure by design is implementing security to its foundation. Security is best if it is designed and built to its foundation of anything we build and not added as an afterthought. So you should not implement security controls after developing it, but it should be included during its development or foundation. Once security is integrated as an important part of the design, it has to be engineered, implemented, tested, evaluated, and potentially certified and accredited. So it has to be, once you implement it, it has to be well tested and evaluated. The security of product must be evaluated against the availability, integrity, confidentiality it claims to provide. So how would you evaluate this? Based on the CIA triad. So we know what availability, confidentiality, and integrity is. System architecture. So system architecture describes the major components of system and how they interact with each other, with the users, and with other systems. An architecture is the highest level when it comes to the overall process of system development. So system architecture is basically layout or a framework or a design how the system has to be created. So it gives you an overview, high level overview of how the system has been needs to be created. System development refers to the entire life cycle of system, including planning, risk uh, analysis, design, building, testing, deployment, maintenance, and retirement phase. So anyone who's has studied into computer science, they're all aware of software development life cycle. So this is very similar to it, where when you are developing a system, the system will always have a life cycle which will have these phases: planning, analysis, design, building, testing, and deployment, maintenance, and retirement phase. This is the end of the life cycle. So ISO 42010 is an international standard that provides guidelines for architecture description of systems and softwares. So this offers guidelines and description of systems and softwares. Basically tells you the best practices that needs to be followed. So there are four main guidelines. The first is architecture framework. So this framework outlines the architecture of the system, including its components, their interaction, and how they fit with a broader context. Stakeholder viewpoint. The standard emphasizes the importance of considering different stakeholders, for example, developers, users, business managers, etc. View representation of whole system from perspective of related set concerns. So it specifies the architecture description should be presented from different views, represented the system's different perspective. So these are just few points which are being highlighted into ISO 42010. This is not part of the CISSP part, and there won't be any questions related to it, but these are just few guidelines that are being defined. Computer architecture. So this is a diagrammatical description of how computer architecture looks like. So this is also part of, if you are studied into computer science, it should be your first year. You might have learned this into your first year of your engineering or computer science degree. This is the basic computer architecture where you have input devices like keyboard, mouse, uh, or scanners, and you have output devices, fundamentals of computer, output devices like monitor, speakers. So these are the output devices, or printers. And then as core of your machine, you have something called as processor, the CPU that we all know. So CPU is considered as brain of the computer, and it has CPU and memory. There are two types of memories: primary memory and secondary memory. Primary memory is ROM and RAM. We are all, I think, I'm sure everyone is aware of what RAM is. And secondary memory is your hard disk or USB drive. So USB drive is also considered as a tertiary memory, but hard disk is the secondary memory. And in your processor, which is the CPU. CPU, there are two parts. One is control unit and one is arithmetic logical unit called as ALU. So I'm sure everyone is aware of it. So we'll just read and move to the next slide. So computer architecture encompasses all the parts of computer systems that are necessary for it to function, including central processing unit, CPU, memory chip, logic circuit, storage devices, input and output devices, security components, bus, and networking interface. The interrelationship and internal working of all of these parts can be quite complex, and it is very important that they work together in a secure fashion. So this is how the CPU architecture looks like. Again, if you break down the CPU, there are different components in CPU. One is control unit, arithmetic or logic unit, and resistor. So resistor basically stores data in zeros and ones. So a central processing unit is a brain of computer. It is most general description possible. It fetches instruction from memory and executes them. Memory refers to as RAM. CPU contains registers that points to memory location that contains the next instruction to be executed. Arithmetic logic unit performs mathematical functions and logical operations on data. The ALU can be thought as the brain of CPU and CPU as brain of computer. So arithmetic logical unit performs all the addition subtractions that are required to in the processor. Control unit manages manages and synchronizes the system with different application codes and operating system instructions are being executed. So this is how it is. This is not very relevant to the exam part, but just to have a general knowledge of how CPU looks like. So control unit, ALU, and resistor are the main components of CPU. Resistors, again, this is a component. CPU has various types of resistor containing information about instruction set and data to be executed. The two types of resistors, general resistors, are used to hold variables and temporary results as the ALU works through its execution steps. And special register hold information such as program counters, stack pointers, and program status words. So this is not, the technical terminologies is not very much required, but you just need to be aware of what the CPU is, what ALU is, what is RAM, what is a hard disk. So that's just that you require to know. As part of CPU architecture modes, there are two types of modes that are being used. One is user mode and one is kernel mode. So kernel is the core of an operating system. So even in operating system, there are few processes which are very high privileged and very important for functioning the computer. So kernel is something which is that it's the core of the operating system. So operating system has been built on a kernel. Kernel are a set of programs which interact with the CPU or to the core system, and operating system is built on a kernel. So there are two different modes. One is user mode. User mode is basically all the tasks with low privileges, low privilege level. Most application and user owned processes run in this mode. So they do not have direct access to the system, to the hardware or to the processor. So those are considered as user mode, and kernel mode are high privilege operations which have direct access to the hardware of the system. So highest privilege level, all trusted processes operate in this mode. All processes in this mode can communicate directly with the kernel, should be extremely robust and secure by design. So the only major difference is user mode are less privileged and do not have permissions to interact with the hardware, whereas kernel is the core of operating system. Kernel mode is the processes which are high in privileges and can actually control the hardware. Again, when the CPU performs, there are different types of execution that happens. So when you have multiple programs running on a computer, there's one CPU which is managing multiple tasks and multiple programs. So there is an algorithm or there is a process which is set to make sure that CPU handles everything in a multitasking way. So there's always one CPU managing multiple programs, but in actual, at a given moment or given time, it's only one program that CPU handles. So there's something called as splitting of time, there's something called as threads as well. So at every given time, CPU only works on one tasks or one program, and then it switches from one to the other. And this is how it achieves multitasking. So there are different states of processes that we'll see later. So how CPU performs is using multi-programming. multiprocessing, multi-threading, and multitasking. So we'll just go through this. The concurrent residency of more than one program in main memory refers to as RAM, is referred as multiprogramming. Once the currently executing program finishes its execution, the next program is dispatched for its consumption. So it happens in step by step. There's always a pause that happens when two programs are running. So for example, there are 10 tasks that needs to be processed by CPU for program A and 20 for program B. So what CPU will do is it will perform with an algorithm where it will perform 2 or 3 tasks for program A. It will stop, it will switch to another program and perform 2 or 3 and again move back to program A. So that this is how it switches from one program to the other and make sure all the programs or all the processes are running simultaneously. Multiprocessing, when one system is connected to more than one processor, which collectively works for completion of task, it is called as multiprocessing system. So multiprocessing is basically where your system has got multiple processors. So best example of this is using a graphic card. So graphic card is also a processor. So when you have a CPU and a graphic card, that's when few of your processes are taken care by the graphic card. So if you have multiple processor, more than one processor, it is called as multiprocessing. Again, there are two types of multiprocessing: symmetric multiprocessing and asymmetric multiprocessing. In a symmetric multiprocessing, the operating system here resides on one of the processor and the other processor runs user programs. So for example, you have two systems or two processors on one system. One processor will only operate on the operating system. It will just handle processes related to your OS, and the other processor will process a different program or a user program, similar to what we have in a graphic card. If you're playing a game, your graphic card will process all the tasks which are associated to your game, whereas your processor would just process all the input output devices and your operating system. Whereas in asymmetric processing, OS runs on, so basically one program, it is the task are being split within multiple processors. So your operating system could have 10 processes in queue. So 5 are processed by one processor and the remaining 5 is being done by the other processor. So it runs simultaneously with synchronization. Multi-threading is a programming paradigm where the process is divided into several sub-processes called as thread. Each thread is independent and has its own path of execution, which is enabled inter-thread communication. Thread is a lightweight process. Each thread has its own program, counter stack, and register. Multitasking, the capability of OS to accept more than one task per user is termed as multitasking. Multiple jobs are executed by CPU simultaneously by switching between them. Again, as we just discussed, CPU can handle multiple processes. So it will perform few tasks for one program. It will stop, it will move to the other one, and it will continue in the similar fashion. So you feel that all the programs are running simultaneously, but in reality, CPU can only have one process at time. It just switch from one to the other. Okay, so these are some states of the processor at any given point. Ready state is something where the CPU is waiting for an instruction. Once the instruction is being sent to a CPU, it moves from ready to running state where the CPU is actually processing. CPU is executing its instruction. So during processing, if the CPU requires any input, it goes into blocked or waiting state where it requires an input to continue further. Supervisory state is basically a state where CPU requires a greater privileges. So process must perform actions that requires privileges greater than the current state privileges. And stopped state is basically when the process is finished. So this is the diagrammatical description of different states of the processes. So from new it goes to ready, from ready it goes to running state. So it could be interrupted for an input, and once the process is complete, it gets terminated. Right. Okay. So this is some of the process isolation techniques. Now we've understood what processes are. So during running of the processes, process has to be run very securely. So there are a few uh, terminologies that are being used in while running the process. Process isolation is necessary to ensure that processes do not communicate in an insecure manner or negatively affect each other's productivity. So encapsulation of object. When a process is encapsulated, no other process understands or interacts with internal programming code. When process A needs to communicate with process B, process A just needs to know how to communicate with process B's interface. So what encapsulation of object means is when there are two running processes, process A do not have a direct access to any of the resources which are used by process B. It will only have access to its interface, and process A will only be able to communicate through a set of interface which has been assigned. Time multiplexing allows processes to use the same resources. As stated earlier, CPU must be shared among many processes, although it seems to all applications are running, executing their instructions simultaneously. The operating system is splitting time and shares between the processes. So as we just discussed, we feel that there are multiple programs running simultaneously, but in reality, CPU can only work on one process at a time. So time multiplexing is basically splitting the time and allocating it to different processes. Naming distinction. So for each and every process, there's a PID which has been assigned. So every process is given a specific ID, a unique value or unique ID for identification. So even if you press Control Alt Delete and go to processes, whether if you have come across a scenario where your system is in hang state, your application is not working, you press Control Alt Delete, and in the processes, active processes section, you could see there's something called as PID, which is the process ID. So naming distinction is basically assigning a unique value to a process. Virtual memory mapping is the way the computer handles its memory. So there are two types of memory that we've seen, right? One is the primary memory, which is RAM, and secondary memory, which is the hard disk. So virtual memory address mapping allows different processes to have their own memory space. The operating system ensures no process improperly. Okay, I think this is a little different. I'm very sorry. So virtual memory mapping addresses mapping allows different processes to have their own memory space. The operating system ensures no process improperly interacts with another 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 process memory. This provides integrity and confidentiality for individual process and their data, and an overall stable processing environment for the operating system. So basically this is isolation. I mean, it is called as virtual memory mapping, but in case basically it is isolation of memory, where every process there's an allocation of memory that is being done, which do not interfere within itself. So in case if there are two programs running and program A by chance or by mistake has got access to the memory allocation of the second program, it could cause the system to crash or the program to fail. So virtual memory mapping is basically allocation of memory to a specific process or a program. Okay, so this is how the memory types of memory is. This is a depiction of all types of memory. So memory, there are two types of main memory. One is primary memory and the secondary memory. Primary memory is memory associated to CPU, CPU cache, or it could be read-only memory, which is called as ROM. That there are three types of ROM, actually four. ROM, which is read-only memory. So read-only memory has got all the firmwares in it, which is kind of a permanent memory. So ROM stands for read-only memory. PROM stands for permanent readable only memory. Electronically programmable read-only memory, and EEPROM is electronically erasable. Okay, I just forgot about EEPROM, but there are four types of ROM which could be used in the computer, and this is also considered as main memory. Apart from that, you have RAM, two types of RAM. One is static and one is dynamic. Secondary is all your hard disk, magnetic tapes, optical disk, flash memory, which is your USB memory card, pen drives. Again, this is just a description of what memory is. Random access memory, RAM, is temporary storage facility for data and program instruction. It is used for read-write activities for OS and application. RAM directly affects the speed of the computer. RAM is made of transistors and capacitors. Read-only memory, non-volatile memory. So RAM is a volatile memory. Once you shut down your computer, you lose all the data which is inside your RAM. It is only used for runtime. So ROM is non-volatile memory. Data once written cannot be modified. Software that is stored within the ROM is called as firmware. Cache memory, type of memory used in high-speed writing and reading activities. A high-speed RAM on the same chipset as the processor improves overall speed. So cache memory is kind of a buffer. You also have cache memory on the CPU as well. So it acts like a buffer when you are transferring memory from CPU to RAM and RAM to CPU. It's the cache memory. Virtual memory is RAM and secondary storage. Okay, so virtual memory. So for example, if you are running a program, you just have 1 GB RAM and you're running multiple programs and you need uh, more memory to process. In that case, what happens is your CPU will partially use your hard disk. So your CPU will directly connect to your hard disk and use some of its memory as primary. So that is called as virtual memory. This is used for efficiency where your read-only data or the data that has to be used for processing is also being stored on the secondary memory because of the limitation of your RAM. Okay, okay. Memory manager. Okay, so there must be a way to manage memory to ensure that it does not become corrupted. Following are the responsibility of memory manager. So these are just some concepts that are being used on how the memory has to be used. Uh, so you will not get any of these questions in CISSP. This is just for general knowledge and to understand how exactly, if you know the basics of it, only then you will understand what should be, how security needs to be implemented. So it is basically for that, for understanding purpose. Uh, so following responsibility of a memory manager. Now this is a very, these functionalities are very much to an operating system level. And you need to know these terminologies only when you are developing a software, and you need to know the architecture of the system or the software that you're trying to implement. So these are 5 responsibilities of memory manager. So the first one is relocation. So what basically relocation means is relocation refers to the ability of memory manager to move data in and out of main memory and secondary storage. Uh, so basically, when you're running a program, relocation is the functionality which will copy the data from RAM, from hard disk to the RAM and RAM to the processor and vice versa. So second point, which is protection, is so when the memory is being allocated, so memory protection ensures that process cannot access or modify the memory used by another process or by operating system. So when there's a running program, it ensures using logical algorithms or logical ways that it does not, it makes sure that no other process or operating system is able to access the same memory which is allocated to the program. So it does not cause any interaction or interference of different processes on same set of memory. So this is what it offers. It offers protection so that there's no interference between multiple processes and causing disruption of the process or data on the primary memory. Sharing allows sharing of information based on user level access. So memory sharing refers to the ability to allow multiple processes to access and use same memory space in a very controlled way based on access and rights. So DLLs is one of the common example for this. So dynamically linked libraries, which we also called as DLL, are few of the programs that are being used. So multiple programs or multiple processes can use same DLLs, which is called as a resource sharing. So logical organization deals with how the memory is structured for the process, including providing support for DLLs. And in physical organization, so physical organization refers to how the operating system manages the actual hardware, which is the RAM. It ensures that physical memory is allocated efficiently. So it manages the RAM and the hard disk. So this is how the memory manager takes care of how the allocation or how the hardware has to be used. So this is not something which will be part of CISSP exam. It is just for the understanding. think even if you refer to the book, you will not find any of these terminologies. So it is only for understanding purpose. Okay, memory protection is a way to control memory access rights on a computer. The main purpose of memory protection is to prevent a process from accessing memory that has not been allocated. So again, there are four different types by which you can protect the memory. So segmentation is basically when you run a program and when memory is allocated. So memory is allocated in blocks. So each block is called as segment. So segmentation and paging are very similar. The only difference between a segment and a paging is segmentation vary in size. So when you're running a program, so the segment that will be allocated to you will vary in size, whereas in paging, the allocation size is very fixed. So segmentation refers to dividing a computer's memory into segments. A reference of memory location includes value that identifies segments and the offset within that segment. So this is just allocating a specific memory, and the computer or the system will keep a track of what is the size of the segment that is being allocated and what is the reference point or the starting point of the segment. Paging is very similar, but with the size that has been allocated is very equal. So paging memory addresses space or segment is divided into equal sized block called pages. It is impossible for an unprivileged application to access pages that are not being explicitly allocated to it. Because every memory address either points to page allocated in that application or generates an interrupt called as page fault. You need not memorize or remember any of this. So memory protection are just ways in which processes are isolated and make sure there's no interference. So that is what is the learning that is required out of it. Address space layout randomization. Again, it when the allocation is being done, the system will have a table which will have its start point and end point, and so random arranges ASLR randomly arranges the address space position of key data areas of processing, including base of executables and the position of stack heaps and libraries. This makes it difficult for attackers to predict the large target. So when the allocation is being done for a program, it is randomly given with different numbering. It is not given in a serial format. It becomes very difficult to identify where exactly the data resides on the memory. So I'm not sure if you're aware of how RAM works, but when memory is being allocated, it is allocated in terms of blocks. So what ASLR does is these blocks are random with numbers. So the starting point, it's not the memory is not given in a serial way. It is randomly given at different numbers. So consider that this is a matrix with with horizontal and vertical lines, and then the starting point for every block will vary. It will not be in a sequence or a specific in a linear fashion. So that is what ASLR is. Executable space protection. So basically this makes sure that it restricts, it decides which block you can process the data, which is read only, which is write data. So executable space protection marks memory region as non-executable. So when the system allocates a memory to the program, it also identifies and makes sure that there are few markings where you cannot execute the program, and there are few areas where you can actually execute the code. So it makes sure that not in a non-executable area, you cannot execute the code. So this makes it the program secure. So executable space protection marks memory region as non-executable, such that attempts to execute machine codes in this region will cause an exception. This helps prevent certain buffer overflow exploit from succeeding. These attacks rely on some part of memory, usually stacks, being both writable and executable. If it is not, the attack fails. So these are just some memory protection methods, but you need not by heart it, or it's just that you need to know what it is. Okay, interrupt. An interrupt is a mechanism used in computer systems to temporarily halt the execution of a running program in order to give attention to an urgent task. So there are two types of interruption that can happen. So even once the interrupt is handled, the system can resume the interrupted task. So there are two types of interruption that can happen. One is hardware and software. So hardware interrupts are basically done using your mouse or keyboards when you try to stop a system or you interrupt a running program. And the other one is software interrupt. It is either caused by an exceptional condition in the processor itself or special instruction in which the instruction set which causes the interrupt when it is executed. So the example is computer often use software interrupt instructions to communicate with disk controller to request that data can be read or is written into the disk. Again, this is not this is just for general information, not something we need to memorize or remember. Okay, ring model. Now this is again, this I'm sure this is a little familiar model that everyone is aware. So this is how the system is being designed. This is a very logical representation of your computer in terms of security. So if you look at the right side, so we'll just go through the diagram. So there's in a ring model, there are different types of levels, or you could call it as ring levels or a security level. So ring 0 is the core of the system. So this also refers to an operating system. So you might have also seen a similar picture of how a computer is designed. So the inside layer, you have hardware. On hardware, you have an operating system. On an operating system, you have application, and on top of applications you have users. So this is very similar to this. So ring 0 is the operating system kernel, which is the most secure state, or the most important, or the core of the system. On top of it, you have other operating system functionalities. So kernel, what we know is the core of the operating system, and operating system is built on a kernel. So kernel is always the basic set of programs that are required to communicate with or to communicate with the hardware. So on ring 0, you have ring 1, which is other sets of program which are related to operating system. And then you have ring 2, which is maybe application programs or OS or programs that are required to run an application. So a common example is maybe device drivers or the DLL files that you have. So that is those are required. And on top of that, on the layer 3 is the application layer. So this runs in a user mode, and as you move inside the layer, your privileges needs to be increased. So at the ring 3, which is the outer layer, you have least privileges, and as you move to the inside layer, you need to have higher privileges, and system kernel has got the highest level of privileges. Security modes. So the US government designed 4 approved security modes for system that processes classified information. Now, this is a little different from what we've been learning in your previous slide. This was only very conceptual of how computer works, but we'll be moving to how what security models are and everything. So these are 4 types of security modes that are approved by the US government. So these are the 4 dedicated modes: system high modes, compartmented mode, and multi-level mode. So this is very similar to what we've learned in the previous domain in asset security. We had something called as data classification, right? For even US military, we had top secret, secret, confidential, unclassified, and unclassified data. So based on the classification that we perform, different types of accesses are being defined. Okay, so these are some system modes which decide how the data has to be accessed. So we'll just go through this one by one. So what is a dedicated mode? So dedicated mode restricts user to only access data that matches their specific clearance level, ensuring that sensitive information is compartmentalized and access is tightly controlled. So in a dedicated mode, user needs to have a clearance to access the data. Okay, let's move to the next concept, which is called as TCB, Trusted Computing Base. Now again, this is a conceptual model. So what TCB is TCB is collection of hardware, software, and controls that enforces security policy in a system. So that's the basic definition of what TCB stands for. So trusted computing base is a collection of all hardware, software, and firmware, or you could say controls within the system that enforces system's security policy. So for any system to be secure, there is a core of so what we refer to as kernel is the most important part of an of a system operating system. But if you just consider any random system, TCB is considered to be the most secure part of the system, and it makes sure that security is implemented across the system. This is again a conceptual model. So there are a few components how TCB is implemented, trusted computing base, how it is implemented, and what are its different types of components. So the component that makes up TCB provides extra layer of protection around these mechanisms to help ensure that they are not compromised. So the system will always run in a safe and predictable manner. So as I mentioned, that this is the most critical part which enforces security. So in the previous examples that we were looking about memory management or how CPU runs, there's a lot of controls that are being implemented to make sure that the system remains in a very secure state. The system is does not the memory allocation that it takes, or segmentation of memory, or the processes that it operates. So it has been designed in a specific way that makes sure that the system is kept in a secure way, in the most secure way. So TCB is a logical model that enforces security, and there's some components related to it that we'll look into it. So trusted path is a communication channel between the user or program and the TCB. So TCB being the most inner core or ring zero that we saw is the most secure part. Trusted path are the communication channels or the interface through which the communication happens with TCB. The TCB provides protection resources to ensure that channel cannot be compromised in any way. Again, TCB enforces security policy in the system. Trusted shell means the process in that shell, command interpreter cannot bust out of it, and other processes cannot bust into it. So again, trusted path ensures that the communication is secure and the system does not fails in any of the scenario. So there are a lot of rules and sets which are being defined that make sure that interaction with TCB is in a very secure way. Okay, security perimeter. Again, this is one of the components, or you can say this is security perimeter is an imaginary boundary that separates the TCB system from rest of the system. This is again an imaginary boundary. So if you consider TCP as to be the most secure state of this machine and rest as unsecure, so security perimeter makes sure that this is being segregated. So this boundary ensures that no insecure communication or interaction occurs between TCB and the remaining element of computer system. So security parameter is the imaginary line that segregates basically. So this is how it has been segregated. So let's go through this. For a system to stay in secure and trusted state, precise communication standard must be developed to ensure that when a component with TCP needs to communicate with a component outside the TCP, the communication cannot expose the system to unexpected security compromises. This type of communication is handled through controlled through interfaces. I think there's again called something called as reference monitor and kernel that we will look. So the thing that you need to understand is security parameter is the base, is an imaginary boundary which separates TCP from rest of the system. That is the only thing that you need to remember here. Okay, reference monitor. So we've seen in a TCB what differentiates the security parameter, and then there's something called as reference monitor. Now, what is a reference monitor is? Reference monitor is an abstract machine that mediates access subjects have to objects, both ensure that subjects have the necessary access rights to protect the object from unauthorized access and destructive modification. Okay, I'll give it in a very simple way. So reference monitor is a component of TCB which validates the access. So when outside system is trying to connect with the TCB, A reference monitor is something that will validate or give a clearance for subjects to access the object, and it will only give the clearance or access based on the security policy defined. So the reference monitor stands between every subject and object, verifying that the requesting subject's credentials meet the object access requirement before any requests are allowed to proceed. So reference monitor is something that enforces access control or authorization based on the desired security model, whether it's discretionary, mandatory, or role-based. So any model that we follow, so it's the reference monitor which will do the authorization and validation of access. If you read this, this gets a little confusing. So I've just tried to make it easy with what exactly means. Okay, security kernel. So security kernel is basically, so we are aware of what the OS kernel is. So security kernel is a combination or all the components working together to implement reference monitor. So the security kernel is made up of hardware, software, and firmware components that fall within the TCB and implements and enforces reference monitor concept. So we've learned what reference monitor is. It is a concept that authorizes any subjects from accessing the objects. So how this is being done? So the actual implementation is done in the security kernel using hardwares and software and firmware components. So security kernel is the core of TCP and most commonly used approach to build trusted computing system. The security kernel has three main requirements. It must provide isolation for process carrying out reference monitor concept, and the process must be tamper proof. It must be invoked for every access attempt and must be impossible to circumvent. Thus, the security kernel must be implemented in a complete and foolproof way. It must be small enough to be tested and verified in complete and comprehensive manner. So this is what is the requirement of a security kernel. Basically, these are the characteristics of a security kernel. How the security kernel has to be made, it has to be built, and what exactly is its characteristics or what it has to implement. So security kernel is combination of all components which implements reference monitor. Reference monitor authorizes the accesses, and together when reference monitor is being implemented, when there is trusted path that are being set, that together everything creates a security perimeter. Basically, it's a, again, this is why it is called an imaginary line, because the reference monitor is something and a trusted path makes it difficult for rest of the system to access the kernel. So this is how a security perimeter has been established. Okay. Uh, but I think TCB is a little difficult. So even when you'll do a revision, it could happen that it might be a little confusing for you. You might have to refer to different types of videos on YouTube. And again, even then you will have some of the confusion related to it. But the most important are few of the keywords that are required. So, to identify different types of components. You will not have much questions related to TCB, but it is a very important topic. I mean, I did not get any questions related to TCB in my exam. Okay, moving to the next topic, which is security models. A security model maps an abstract goal of the policy to information system term by specifying explicit data structure and techniques necessary to enforce security policy. Security model usually represented in mathematics and analytical ideas, which are mapped to system specification and then developed by programmers through programming code. Security policy outlines goals without regards to how they will be accomplished. A model is framework that gives the policy form and solves security as access problems for particular situation. So this is just a definition of what security model is, but basically the word itself is very descriptive. So we'll look into some models, access models, and different properties related to it. These are all conceptual models, and you will definitely get questions around it. So the questions would be very difficult. It wouldn't be a direct questions on the models, but it would be most of the principles that they follow regarding this. So the first is state machine model. So what is a state machine model? State is a snapshot of system at one moment in time. Current permissions and current instances of subject accessing object must be captured. Okay, I'm just going through this and I'll explain what exactly state machine model is. State machine model is a mathematical model that groups all possible system occurrences called state. Every possible state of system is evaluated, showing all possible interaction between subjects and objects. If every state is proven to be secure, the system is proven to be secure. One system is in secure state machine will ensure that every time the system is accessed or changed, and it will transition only from one secure state to the other. Okay, I've just read this, but I'll tell you what exactly state machine model means is. So in a system, there'll be transition of systems. So for example, you have a system which is performing a task, and to perform that task, either the system will have some inputs and output. So you could be the system will be taking some inputs, will be processing it, will be accessing different resources, different files, different data, different services, and will create an output and give it. So that is what a basic system works like. So during the functionality of a system, the state will transition from one state to the other. So there could be multiple states that the system will go with. So as we've seen in the in previous few examples, there are some different types of state, privileged state or user mode and kernel mode, right? So similarly, there'll be permissions or privileges which will be assigned to the system during performing an activity. So for example, there's an application running and it needs to access some of the resource. So the application will send a request to an operating system will validate it, and based on the validation and permissions, it will assign or provide the object. Maybe it's a resource file or anything. So during processing of the model or processing of a system, the system will transition into different types of state. During this transition, it is important that every state is in a secure form. I mean, during the transition, so there could be an initial state, there could be a transition state, and there could be an end state. So what state machine model states is that the system will go through multiple transitions, and if all the transitions that are being done are in a secure state, the entire machine is considered to be, or the entire system is stated as a secure state. So every possible state of system is evaluated, showing all possible interactions between subjects and objects. So as we just discussed, the application connect, trying to access objects through operating system. So if every state is proven to be secure, the system is proven to be secure. So it could happen that when the system starts and it transitions into state one, it could happen that it is not in a very secure state. In that case, the entire machine cannot be an entire system cannot be defined as secure. So this is what a state machine model means. It's a very conceptual model that is implemented. Example, if you see, if any components in OS or firewall fails, it must fail to a secure state. So if there's any error, it is so again, we'll see what is a failing to a secure state. Again, we have this concept ahead, which we'll be looking into detail. Safe fail. Okay. Lattice model. So as we have a state machine model, there is also something called as lattice model. So you can ignore the diagram at the right because this is a little confusing. So the lattice model is a formal and hierarchical model for managing access control where subject, which is the users, and the objects, which are the resources, are assigned a security label. It enforces strict rules for reading and writing based on the relative level of clearance, providing a high level of security, particularly in sensitive environments. So as we've seen before with these models, it is very similar to this, where you have different levels defined, where you have an hierarchical system in a pyramid-like structure where the topmost is considered to be high security or high privilege. So in information classification, what we saw as top secret. So that is what is at the highest level, and then you have secret, you have classified, and you have unclassified. So it is mostly in hierarchical way. So that is what is called as a lattice model, where and the access control is based on the hierarchical model. So what we discussed. So um, subjects with which are labeled as top secret will be able to access objects of high top secret. Access control matrix is basically a matrix which, so we can just refer to this diagram here. So this is very common when you are working on a Windows system. If you need to give permissions to any folder or a shared drive, uh, Windows basically follow an access control matrix. So how it works is there's something on the row you have assets and in the column you have permissions. So for example, there's a folder that have been created in a team. So in a team you have 5 people. One is the manager, uh, one is the team leader, and there are 3 employees who are working on a system. So there's a folder that has been created. What an access control matrix does is it is a way of giving access. So different level of access can be given based on read write. So a manager will create a folder, and so if you consider this, role one would be manager, where he will have read write, execute, and own access, and a team lead will have only read write, and rest of the 3 will have maybe only read access. So you have different level of accesses and you give it on object. This is not a very good example that I can see, but let's go through this. Access control matrix or access matrix is an abstract formal security model that characterizes the rights of each subject with respect to each object system. This is also considered as a granular access because the owner will be able to give access to each file and folder. So it can give read access, write access, execute access, and it is a granular. So every individual can be given access. So one object or one resource, one file or one folder, you can give multiple people access and different level of access. So you can just refer to this table. It's not very well mentioned here. Okay, similar to what we have as state machine model, lattice model, there's something called as non-interference model. Again, it's a conceptual model. So what is the property for a non-interference model is, so consider that you have 2 subjects and 2 objects, so subject A and subject B. So non-interference model states that any operation taken by subject A on object A will not modify or make any changes to actions of subject B and object B. So when you have 2 different clearances level, actions of one clearance level should not interfere or make any changes to a different clearance level. So if you have uh, a top secret and secret clearance level, so a subject working on a top secret file, any actions made on that file should not interfere with a file that is present in secret, which is at the lower classification level. So that is what a non-interference model is. This is also a model which is used to achieve integrity. So again, we'll in next following models, we'll also understand how do we achieve integrity and confidentiality. So let's go through this again. This model ensures that object and subject are different at different security level, do not interfere with those at other levels. A computer is modeled as a machine with inputs and output. Input and output are classified as either low sensitivity, not high classified, or high sensitive, not to be viewed, or unclear individual. A computer has the non-interference property if and only if any sequence of low inputs will produce the same outputs regardless of what the high level inputs are. That is, if low uncleared user is working on a machine, it will respond in exactly the same manner on a low output, whether or not high cleared user is working on the sensitive data. The low user will not be able to acquire any information about the activities of the higher user. Again, this is a little unclear, but I'm just trying to make it very simplified, that your activity should not modify or make any changes or should not interfere with any other user with a different security clearance. That's how. Whether it could be it should not modify the data or should not disclose any data. That is how it is. That is what is meant by non-interference model. It's again a very logical and conceptual model. Okay, information flow model. This is based on state machine model. So what we've just seen here. So this is exactly opposite to non-interference model. So what information flow model states that what the property states that. So the information that flows should not move from a higher classification to a lower classification. So information flow models are constructed to block unauthorized, unsecure, or restricted information flow, either between subjects and objects at same classification level or between objects at a different classification level. It permits authorized information flow within same classification level or between different classification level while preventing all unauthorized information flow between or among the classification level. I think they've given an example what is Bella Padula and Biba model, which we'll look. That will actually give you more detailed description or information of how information flow model works in. So we have this next. But basically information model, the main property of it is any unauthorized information, any sensitive information should not be disclosed or modified by an unauthorized user. So an unauthorized user should not have access to read the data, unauthorized data, the data he's not supposed to read, or he should not have access to even modify the data which he's unauthorized to. So that is what an information flow model is. This will be more clear when we actually look at these two models, Biba and Bella Padula. So what Bella Padula model means is now this model is used for confidentiality. So you need to by heart this, that Bella Padula model is used for confidentiality purpose and Biba model is for integrity. This is something that you just need to by heart it. Keep this in mind. So what Bella Padula model means is a system that employs the Bella Padula model is called as multi-level security system because user with different clearance system, use of systems, and the system processes data at different classification level. So there's few rules and properties that are mentioned. So I'll just go through the what rules are. A simple security rule states that you cannot read data of a higher security level. So that is the rule. But you can write a data to a higher security classification. So that is rule. Now I'll just give you an example of how it works is uh, in maybe in an organization, you're managed, so you can read down. So you can read anything which is lower the classification. So with an example, I'll just tell you in your organization, you have something called as higher management, and then you have a mid-level management, and then maybe you're working at the as an employee to the company. So the higher management is aware of what is the salary that is being paid to the mid-level management and also to the all the other employees. So a higher management is at a high classification level, at a higher security clearance. So he has got read-only access to the mid-level management and the employee. So he can actually, a CEO has the access to know each and everyone's salary. But someone at a lower level, maybe just a team leader or manager, will not be able to see salary, what CEO earns the salary. So read up is restricted, read down is allowed. So this is how you can remember this. So the simple security policy states that a subject cannot read data at a higher security level. So no read up. Now these rules you need to by heart it. Whereas you can write down the data. Oh, sorry, you cannot read up. However, you can write up, but you cannot read down. So why read down is not allowed is because it might happen that you might pass on some confidential information to a lower security level or lower security classification. So just to give you an example, maybe you are working in an organization at a very high level, maybe a CEO working. So the access of documents that we'll have will be at the highest confidential, at highest security level. So if there's a very important level that he places or he sends it to a person with a lower classification level, so that is not allowed. So you cannot have the lower classified subject access a document that or object that belongs to a higher classification level. So it is not allowed that you cannot write down. That's the reason. So a CEO should not store any information at a level at a lower classification level. So write down is not allowed. However, you can write up. So any information that you need to write, you can write up. So from a lower security classification to a higher security classification. So that is what a star property rules means is. And a strong star property rule means is a subject can perform read-write functions only to the object at the same security level. So a CEO will be able to write and read all the documents, all the objects at the same classification level. So that remains for all the levels. So using this model, confidentiality is achieved because there is no read up. It makes sure that data is confidential and kept securely. So unauthorized or a lower classified subject is not able to access objects at a higher classification level. So this is how an information model, this is an example of an information flow model. So Biba model is exactly opposite of this, where you can read up, but you cannot read down. Okay, so again, similar to what you have, this is simple security rule and simple star property rule. You have it for Biba model as well, star integrity axiom and simple integrity axiom. So what it says is a subject cannot write data to an object at the higher integrity level referred to as no write up. So you cannot write up, but you can write down. And in reading, the subject cannot read data from lower integrity level referred to as no read down. So you cannot read down, but you can only read up. And when it comes to writing, you can write down and no write up. It is exactly opposite to this model. So you will have some questions where it would say if you need to achieve confidentiality, which model needs you need to implement. I mean, this is a very basic question, not exactly this is how it will be asked, but Bella Podla is used to enforce confidentiality aspect of access control, whereas Biba model is used to address integrity of data within the system. So this is the main difference between the two. Also, there's a third rule which says that subject cannot request service invoke at higher integrity. So basically, this also means that you can write at the same classification level. So the next model is Clark-Wilson model. So how it is designed is in this model, so basically you have subjects and you have objects, right? Subjects is something who's trying to access, and objects is something which is getting accessed. So to have access to those subject accessing objects, there's something called as transformation procedures. So what transformation procedure is, it is basically set of programs that you need to use. So there has to be an interface using which you can access the object. So subject will use an interface or a transformation procedure to access the resources. And each transformation procedure will have certain level of rights, permissions. So you could have a transformation procedure only for a reading specific, and you could have a transformation procedure for read write. It is commercially used model which preserve integrity. It is focuses on well transaction and separation of duties. So separation of duties is something that is been achieved through this. We've had a basic discussion of what separation of duty is. It addresses all goals of integrity model, prevents unauthorized users from making modification, because then there are transformation procedures. You can implement access in specific way that you cannot modify the data, prevents authorized users from making improper modification, maintains internal and external consistency. This model uses the following elements. I think the slide is not very clear or very descriptive. So there is something called as users, which is also called as subjects, the active agents, transformation procedures. So these are programs which helps you access the objects. I'll just simplify this for you. Program abstract operations such as read and write modification. Constrained data item. So these are constrained data items are basically the objects that are to be secured using this model. So constrained data items are the objects on which this model is being implemented, and unconstrained data items are something which are outside the model. So this is how it is. So you have a user and you have transformation procedures using which, so basically you have a net interface. So between you and a object, there is always a program or an interface using which you access the data, or you modify or you read the data. Integrity verification procedures. So this is just a functionality where it makes sure that the consistency of the constrained data item is validated. So basically you make sure that the integrity of the data item is implemented using integrity verification procedures. Now this is again part of the interface or the programs that is used to access the objects. So a good definition of this is a subject is able to access object only by using program, interface, or access portal. Each program has a specific limitation on what it can or cannot do to an object. This effectively limits the subject's capabilities. This is known as constrained, limiting, or restrictive interface. So basically there's a user and there is a object, subject and object, and basically there is an interface in between that allows you to access and decides what permissions do you have on the object. So that is how the Clark-Wilson model works on. Brewer and Nash model is it is also called as Chinese wall. So what basically this model works is, so for example, you're working for two organizations. You're providing service for two organizations, organization A and organization B. So how the access control or access mechanism works in this model is it observes all the activities. It will check for the activities, and if you have access to a data in organization A which is in conflict with organization B's data. So for example, you're working for a financial company and managing data related to its company finances for company A. And you're also working for other company called company B. And if the data that you're working on is in conflict with B, the model restricts the access to the data which is conflicting. So the main goal of model is to protect against conflict of interest by users access attempts. So only when you revoke access to this data A, only then you will be able to access data B. So Brewer and Nash model, also called as Chinese wall model, states that subject can write to an object if and only if the subject cannot read another object that is in the different data set. It was created to provide access control that can change dynamically depending upon the user's previous actions. So the main differentiator in this is basically if there is a conflict of interest between the two data sets, in that case, you should not have access to both of them. That is the property of the Brewer-Nash model, right? Okay, this is a conceptual model which is called as state machine model. So what state machine model states is, so a state machine model is a snapshot of a system at any given moment of time. So, so for example, when you're working on a computer or a system, there are a lot of activities or tasks that you perform on a computer. So it could be simply maybe accessing a file, accessing a data, or reading a data, writing a data, transferring files, or any activity that you could be performing. So what state machine model states it, when you perform any read write activity on a system, any modification or any activity is performed on a system, the system will transition from one state to the other state. So there'll be changes that will happen within the system. So there'll be an initial state, there'll be a transition state, and there'll be an end state. So what state machine model states it? So the rule states that uh, that the state machine model, at any given snapshot, if you take a snapshot or any given time during the activity, the system should be in a secure state. So if the system is maintaining security at every state, the state machine model is called to be as a secure state machine. So a state machine model is a mathematical model that groups all possible system occurrence called states. Every possible state of system is evaluated, showing all possible interactions between subjects and objects. If every state is proven to be secure, the system is proven to be secure. So if all states are secure, the whole system is called to be as secure. So once the system is in secure state machine will ensure that every time the system is accessed or changed, it will transition only from one secure state to another state. A very good example of this could be a blue screen of death. So anyone who's worked on Windows operating system, when your computer crashes uh, due to so it happens basically when any of the process tries to access memory allocation which is assigned to an operating system. The operating system crashes and you get a blue screen. It is also called as blue screen of death. So that is also an example of a secure state, because then the operating system gets crashed and it ensures that there's no data breach, or the confidentiality or integrity of the data is not. Okay, so moving to next, lattice model. So what basic lattice model states is a lattice model in a lattice. So this is basically used for access control system where access to data and resources is determined based on hierarchical level, or data is basically categorized. So on categorized level. So these levels typically organized in a lattice structure or maybe like a pyramid structure where subjects, so with subjects we refer to as users or processes. So anyone who's accessing an object, accessing a file or a process is a subject, and an object is basically a database or a process or a system which is being accessed. So in a lattice structure, when subjects and objects, so these are assigned to a specific security class. Subjects have a security clearance and objects are classified. So as we've seen in our previous domain, we have data classification as top secret, secret, uh, classified, unclassified. So objects are classified and subjects have got clearance level. So a subject with clearance level as top secret will be able to access the data or the objects which are classified as top secret or below top secret. So a subject which is classified as top secret will be able to access objects which are classified as top secret and below. So below is secret or classified and unclassified. So that is how a lattice model works. So it works in a hierarchical system where the topmost subject will have access to its uh, the level of classification of its clearance and below that. So it's basically in a pyramid state. The images on the right might just confuse you a little, but this is more of a pyramid structure that would be more clear. So we'll just go through the slide. Lattice-based access control is a complex access control model based on interaction between any combination of objects, such as resources, computers, and application, and subjects, such as individual groups or organizations. So it is based on the access control part. In this type, the label-based mandatory access control model, a lattice is used to define a level of security that an object may have and that the subject may have to access it. So basically, this is the clearance. So a subject will have clearance to a classified data. The subject is only allowed to access an object if the security level of the subject is greater than or equal to that of object. So the last statement states the same. So anyone who's got security clearance for top secret will be able to access objects of top secret and by. Okay, so next is access control metrics, which is this is something which is very commonly used. So what an access control metric states is, so you have a this is so if you refer to this diagram here, so on the left, the rows that you have is basically the subjects, and the columns that you can see are the objects. So this is just a matrix that will describe who has got what level of access on what object. So I can actually show a better representation of this. So if you refer to this diagram, this is a very good example of how access control matrix works is. So a matrix is basically a table, and on the left, the rows that you can see are the subjects. So subjects are, these are users: Bob, Mali, Amanda, Mark, Catherine, Colin. So these are the subjects which will be accessing resources. So what are resources here is a document file, a printer, or a network shared folder. So these are the objects. So Bob will have access to a document file, and what type of access will he have? Will be read access. For printer, Bob will have no access, and for network folder, he'll have no access. So similarly, this matrix defines the level of access every subject will have on object. Uh, so a primary characteristic of this is granular in nature. So it is easy to have a control because there's no classification that happens. Access. Yes, exactly. We also have this in Windows as well, Linux and Windows. On a file permission, when you right click, go to properties on any of the file, and in the properties, you can add or remove the users, and you can decide what level of access that you need to give to the user. So this diagram or example is a little easier than what we have in the slide. So the only thing that the most important characteristic of access control matrix is that it is granular in nature. So you can control a single object and a single subject, and the level of access that a subject could have an object. So it is a very well controlled, and it is called as granular. So access control matrix or access matrix is an abstract formal security model that characterizes the rights of each subject with respect to every object in the system. An access matrix can be envisioned as a rectangle array of cells with one row per subject and one column per object. The entry in cell, that is the entry of particular subject object pair, indicates the access mode that a subject is permitted to exercise on an object. Each column is equivalent to access control list of object, and each row is equivalent to the capability list. So okay, this is a non-interference model. Again, this is a conceptual model. What is a non-interference model? Uh, so the goal of this model is to ensure that actions of one subject does not impact the actions of another aspect of another subject. So to give you explain you with an example for this. Uh, So suppose that there is a system which has got multiple users and multiple security classification levels. So there's one computer which has got multiple files and which are classified as top secret, secret, classified, unclassified. So these are the classification levels that have. So two users maybe has got a security clearance to access top secret file. So we'll just name um, user A can access top secret files and unclassified files as well. And subject B or user B has got a lesser clearance. Maybe the user B or the second user only have access to classified information. So user B, the second user does not have access to top secret and secret, only classified and unclassified. So using this model, what this as the model states, actions of one subject should not impact uh, actions on the other object. So for example, in this scenario, if user A, as he's got access to classified and unclassified objects, user A makes some changes or adds some confidential or very secret data or top secret data to a file which is classified as unclassified or classified at a lower level. So user A adds a top secret information to an unclassified file and saves it. So what would be the replication of this is once the, user A has saved the file, user B the second user, will not be able to access it because the security clearance have now changed because user A has already modified, added a top secret information to a low level file and has made a low level file into a high level file or a top secret file. So this is how the second user who previously had access to that file will not be able to access it again. So this is cause an impact. So when you implement a non-interference model, it makes sure that this scenario will not take place. So the user A with his action will not be able to make any changes to uh, his action will not impact the actions of the so this is how a non-interference model. This model ensures that objects and subjects at different security level don't interfere with those at another level. A computer is modeled as a machine with inputs and output. Input and output are classified as either low sensitivity, low, not highly classified, or high sensitive, not to be viewed by unclear individual. A computer has non-interference property if and only if a sequence of low input will produce the same low output regardless of what the high level output. That is, if low user is working on a machine, it will respond in exactly the same whether or not a high user is working on sensitive data. The low user will not be able to acquire any information about the activities of high user. Now this is a little confusing when you read it, but that's why I just thought of giving an example to make it a little clear. So the real intent of non-interference model is to address covert channels. A covert channel is the way for an entity to receive information in an unauthorized manner. We will understand what covert channel is. So covert channel is basically a hidden channel to access unauthorized data, but we have a slide around what covert channel is. Um, So this is basically a hidden channel where an unauthorized user can have access to a data. Uh, so that is a covert channel, but we'll see that. Okay, so the next model is information. So information flow model is based on state machine model. For every state, the system should be in a secure state and consist of objects, transition states, and lattice state. Information flow model are constructed to block unauthorized, insecure, or restricted information flow either between subjects and objects at same classification level or between subjects and objects at different classification level. It permits authorized information flow within the same classification level or between different and same classification level or between different classification levels while preventing all unauthorized information flow from flow between or among classification level. So it is very similar to what we saw in the lattice model. So in this model, we've seen that there is a hierarchy. It is a hierarchy based model where with less clearance will not to access an object of higher clearance. So there shouldn't be a flow of information. So any top secret information should not flow to a secret or a classified or unclassified classification file. And even a subject of lower clearance should not be able to access data uh, of a higher classification. So someone who's got a clearance level of as unclassified should not have access to classified, secret, and top secret. So this is again based on a lattice state and a state machine model. So so we'll be going through what information flow model is with an example on the next two models, which is BIBA model and last session as well, but so this basically makes sure that there's no flow of information from one security level uh, to the other, which is at the lower. So information should not flow from a higher clearance to a lower. Okay, Bella Padula model. So basically this model was created in the 1970s by US military, Department of Defense, to securely classify the information. So this is not much in use anymore. It is a very basic model which was created 50 years back in 1970s by the US military. And again, this is a conceptual model to handle data. So what Bella Padula model states is this model enforces confidentiality. So confidentiality, if you need to achieve confidentiality, this is the model that needs to be implemented. So a system that employs Bella Padula model is called multi-level security system because users with different clearance use the system, and the system processes data at different classification level. So there are three basically rules with it. In a Bella Padula model, you have classified data and security clearance. So subjects will have security clearance, and objects will have classification. So what this model states it, the simple security rule, a subject cannot read data at a higher security level. So uh, a subject with lower clearance level, maybe a classified or unclassified level, will not be able to read the data above him or above them. Uh, the person or the subject will not be able to access data at secret and top secret level. So you can't read up, but you can write the data up. I mean, you will have access to write data towards to the higher security level, but you won't be able to read the data up. However, you can read the data at your security clearance and below. So if I have a security clearance of secret, I will not be able to read the data from top secret, but I can read data from secret, classified and unclassified. So which is at my level and below. But I will not have access to write down because I have a security clearance of secret. So the data that I handle or whichever I have access to or write is at a secret level. So it should make sure that I do not write any of the secret data to a classified or unclassified. The simple security rule states no read up. The subject cannot read data at higher security level, no read up. The star property rule states that subject cannot write data uh, to an object at lower security level, which means no write down. And a strong star property, this is also called as a discretionary property, where a subject can perform read write at the same security clearance. Subject can perform read and write function only to the objects at same security level. So if I'm top secret, I can read and write both. I can do at the same security level. I can read write tops. So the drawback is does not address integrity or availability. Integrity is being taken care by the next model, which is BIBA model, and does not address the covert channel. So we'll again see what covert channels are in. These models were only created for by Department of Defense in 1970s. So I'm not sure why this was not used, but basically you have better models and uh, better security. So this is the time where it was only restricted. So this model implementation of this model was also not just so during that time, information systems were not developed. I mean, there were a lot of security controls that were implemented to to the computers. There were very few information systems in the 70s, and the policies or the security systems were getting created. So I think Vivek also had a question that if you can write up, last time he had asked that if you can write up I mean, what is the use if you can write up on to an so basically, there could be an instances. So when you can write up, uh, I mean, I was just trying to look for an example where it can be this model can fit. So in a healthcare, I mean, I just saw an example where doctors have got access to patients' all information, illness, medical report, medical history, whereas a nurse might not have access to view all the data. But as nurse, she might have access only to feed into the system the data for a patient, for a single patient, but she will not have the read access to collectively read the data. So that was one of the example that I could find. But these are very old models and conceptual models that are. BIBA model is exactly opposite to Bella Padula. The goal for this model is to achieve integrity. So what we mean by achieving integrity is no unauthorized modification that has to be done. So again, this model has got three rules which are exactly opposite to Bella Padula. Star integrity rule states that the subject cannot uh, write the data up. So subject cannot write data to an object at higher integrity level, which is referred to as no write up. So you cannot modify your data at a higher security clearance, because the chances that you might uh, add a less secure data to an secure level. So no read up, so no write up is allowed, but so read allowed, write up is not allowed. And simple integrity property says that, or simple integrity rule says that a subject cannot read data from its lower integrity level, so no read down, but subject cannot read data from lower integrity level, referred to as no read down. And invocation property, also known as discretionary rule, states that a subject cannot service at higher integrity level. Okay, so there's some change into this. Basically, again, this says that it is, so the discretionary property for both is the same. So a subject can read write data on its same security level. So this rule is basically same for both strong star property rule and invocation property. This rule is same for both the. And again, this is a wrong statement. The drawbacks does not addresses integrity or availability. So this is a wrong statement. The correct statement is it does not addresses confidentiality. For Bella Padula, it does not addresses the but for Biba model, it does address integrity, but not the confident, and does not address covert channel. Again, this is okay. Next model is okay, so in this model, you have subjects and objects. We know what subjects are and objects are. So in a Clark-Wilson model, there's something called as transformation procedures. So Clark-Wilson model will implement transformation procedure, which are basically programs that will enable a subject to access objects. So a subject will be able to read the data using a transformation procedure, which is a program. uh, Subject can write an object using a TP or transformation procedure. So any access that to a secure object can only be performed using a transformation procedure program. So give an example. If you need to access your bank account, there could be some procedures. For example, you need to fund from one bank account to the other. So when you use your banking system, you can only access data to your access your bank account data or transfer fund using some predefined programs. So you need to log into your internet banking, and then once you log in, then you need to create a pay. You enter your details, and the transfer will only happen through specified some programs that will run in behind, and only then you will be transfer your account, your funds from one account to the others. So this is what how it works. And what is an unconstrained data item is the data item which should not which is not part of the Clark-Wilson model, or which are not being managed by transformation procedures. So those are considered as unconstrained data items, and constrained data items are the data items that are managed by transformation procedures or the programs where you implement the security. So constrained data items are basically the objects which needs to be managed in a secure way, and these can be managed using transformation procedures. So this is basically a user interface that a user has to access the objects. And there's something called as integrity verification procedures. So this will just keep a check of integrity. So again, example, when you transfer the fund from one to the other, a process will make sure that the transaction is, when it is completed, it makes sure that the data is has its integrity. So when you, if you, for example, if you transfer $5,000 from the other, integrity verification procedures will make sure the new balance that you can see is 5,000 less than the previous one. Or when you're doing any input while transferring funds, So it will validate that the input value is correct. So you cannot add a alphanumeric number while selecting the fun time. So integrity verification procedures checks the consistency of CDI with external reality, so that the data integrity is maintained. So there's no integrity issue, or the data is stable or true in nature. So the trueness of the data is being validated by uh, next model is Brew model. So in this is also called as Chinese wall, and the best way to, or the property for this model is it works on to protect conflict of interest. So anywhere in the, even in CISSP, if you see anything which says conflict of interest, you can be sure that they are referring to Brewer and Nash model. So the main goal of the model is to protect against conflict of interest by users access attempt. So how this works is, so for example, I'll give an example. So you're working in a company and access to data for multiple customers. And these customers are conflict of interest. So for example, you're working in a company and you have access to a very confidential data for organization A and organization B. So based on your user activity, based on your activities, based on the previous access that you have, if data for company A is in conflict with data of organization B, then you will not, due to conflict of interest, you will not have access to data for customer B or organization B. So that is how. So if you look at the diagram at the inside, so client organization A and client organization B have got certain data which is competitive in nature or in conflict of interest. A user might have access to both of the data and can manipulate the data. So because of the conflict between the data, the user should not have access to one data at any have access to both the data at any given point. So either it could have access to data A or only to data B. So that is how, what is the concept of Brewer. So we'll just read to this. A Brewer and Nash model, also called as Chinese wall model, states that subject to an object if and only if the subject cannot read another object that is in the different data set. It was created to provide access control that can change dynamically depending upon user's previous action. The main goal of model is to protect against conflict of interest by users access attempt. So whenever you see conflict of interest, any statement, you can see that this is okay. Again, this is a Graham Dealing model. Now this model states 8 different rules to implement a security model. The model defines basic rights in terms of commands that a subject can execute over an object. It has 8 protection rights that details how these functionality should take place. So these are basically rules, eight rules that are defined to create a secure system. So these are the 8 rules, how to securely create, how to securely create a subject, how to securely delete a subject, how to securely provide and read access rights, how to provide the grant access right, how to securely provide and delete access right, how to securely provide transfer access right. So these are 8 rules, 8 ways of defining how to achieve a. So anywhere where you can see 8 protection rights for to achieve a security model, you can refer this to as Graham. Again, Sutherland model is based on integrity model. So there's no definition or a formal specification on how to implement that. So it's an integrated model. It focuses on interference in support of integrity. It is a formally based on state machine model and information flow model. However, it does not directly indicate specific mechanism or protection of integrity. Instead, the model is based on an idea of defining the state of set of system state, initial state, and transition state through the use of only these predetermined secure states. Integrity is maintained and interference. So there's no defined mechanism on how to implement that, but it just state it is based on state machine model, where it just defines that you have every state, initial state and the transition state should be secure. So that is what it states. A common example of Sutherland model is to prevent covert channels from being used to influence the outcome of process or activity. So there's no, you won't get any questions. So again, I mean, it just, so Graham Deaning in the book that I given or anywhere, it will just state these rules. How to securely create. I mean, there's how, I mean, there's no specific rules that are mentioned, right? Or any of these when you look at it. So even Brewer-Nash model is a conceptual model that if you have any data, if there's conflict of interest, you should not be having access. So this is how security is being implemented with a thought conflict of interest. So grant model, this is used for again. This is similar to Axix. So what take grant model states is so it is represented with directed graph. So what you can see on the right is directed graphs where you have subjects and objects. So there are again 4 rules with take grant model. So take rule allows a subject to take right subject. Grant rule allows the subject to grant rights to an object. Create rule allows subject to create new rules. Remove rule allows subject to remove a right it has. I would try to give an example around this. Consider that there are 3 different roles where you have a manager, an administrator, and employee. So as administrator, you will have access to grant permissions, read write access on an object. So you can, with grant rule, you can grant permissions to a manager to read and write, or you can grant access to an employee just to read, and you can remove as well. You can revoke access for the manager and an employee. And with a rule, you can just state a rule that a manager will be able to grant access to his employees, or remove a rule where it can say that manager will not be able to grant any access to anyone else. So this is how I have try with an example. You can understand this, where you have 3 different roles: administrator, and a manager, and an employee. So an administrator will have all the accesses to either grant access, revoke access, or create a rule or remove a rule. So it is represented by graphs, which is called as directed graph, which we can see on the okay. Okay, code channels again. This is what we were discussing about. So, so covert channel is basically a hidden channel to access unauthorized. Okay, so let me explain this give an example. So it is a type of attack that creates capability to transfer information, objects between processes that are not supposed to be allowed to communicate by computer security policy or by usual communication channel. There are 2 types of covert channels. Covert storage channel communicates by modifying storage locations such as hard drives. Occurs when out of band data is stored in message for the purpose of memory reuse. Example, steganography. We'll understand what steganography is. I think we have it in the next few slides. And covert channel timing performs operations that affect uh, real response time observed by the okay. Monitoring of timing of operations. Again, we have an example later ahead. So let me just give you an example of how covert channel works, or with a very basic example. So for example, you have user A and user B. So user A has got access to a confidential data uh, to a file, and user A also has got access to a shared drive uh, at a and there's a user 2 which has got access to the same shared drive, and the shared drive is common, which is not in used. But user B has got lesser security clearance and should not have access to confidential data. So in case if user A accesses the file, a confidential file, and keeps it on a shared drive, and the second user who's got less clearance, does not have access to confidential data, also has got access to a shared drive. In that case, the file is being transferred from one security clearance to the other because both have got access to a common share drive. So the person with lower security clearance will have access to the file and will be able to access the confidential. Okay, so this was a very basic of example of how covert channel works is. Um, so covert channel is basically a hidden channel where a data flows from one security level to the other, and an unauthorized subject will have access to the data. So even in an example of an app, so there could be one process or an application that will be running and would be keeping a data in a memory location, in a RAM primary memory. So what we call as data in use. So we've seen what data in rest is, data in use, data in transit is, right? So where there's a scenario where an application is trying to access a data or working on a specific data in a certain memory location, it could happen that there is another program which has got access to the same memory location and is able to fetch the data and move it from one program to the other. So there could be two different programs, and one program A is working on a specified confidential data, and there's application 2 with a hidden channel has somehow managed to got access to the same memory location and is able to uh, use the same memory location and read the data, so that there'll be transfer of data that can happen. So it uh, is considered as a channel. We'll understand what steganography is. Steganography is basically hiding of data in different mediums. So you could have a JPG file and could store a confidential information within the zeros and ones of the file and can transfer the information. So that is something called. Okay. In security model, there's something called as trust and assurance. So what is trust? So in a security system or a system, when you implement multiple security controls to make sure that system is in a secure state and performs in a say, such system is called as a trusted system. So when you have security controls in place for a system, that is what is called as trust. And when you do an assessment of a system, when you do a actual testing of the same system where you have implemented security controls and everything, when you perform an assessment, uh, the level of confidence, the degree of confidence that that the system provides is called. So we'll just go through this and then come up with an example. So trust is a belief that computer entity will do what it should do to protect resources and be safe attack. A system is trustworthy if there is sufficient credible evidence leading one to believe that the system will meet a set of given requirements. So for example, you have a very important system, a critical system, uh, which is dealing with very confidential data. So only if you implement security controls like maybe encryption, if you install antivirus, you add a firewall to make sure that there's no unauthorized traffic passing to the system, there's proper hardening that is being performed. So if you implement multiple security controls on a system, that is when you will call the system to be in trust. You will trust the system. A system is trustworthy. But when you actually perform an assessment, when you do a testing, maybe you will try to attack the system, check all its functionality. Uh, so that will give you an assurance. So assurance is the degree of confidence that an entity meets with its security requirement based on specific evidence provided by application of assurance techniques. So application of assurance technique is basically an assessment that you can perform. It is much deeper than trust, states that system will work in correct and predictable manner in each and every computing situation. So this is the trust or the confidence or the degree of confidence which states that the system will work and will work without any issues and with all the security. So trust is more intended to define the functionality, and assurance is more intended to define quality. So this is okay even if you don't remember this, but assurance you need to remember that this is the degree of confidence that uh, the system will provide in terms of its security. Whereas or a trusted system is something where security is being. Okay, security evaluation. So these are some guidelines which were created. So on the right hand side that you can see, this is something called as the Orange Book, which was developed by Department of Defense, DoD, by US military, uh, to evaluate systems that were used in military. So security evaluation examines the security relevant part of the system, that is the TCB. We've seen what TCB is. TCB is the most secure part of a system which enforces security policy on the system. Access control, who's got access to what, access control mechanism, reference monitor, kernel, again, it's part of TCB, and protection mechanism. The relationship and interaction between these components are evaluated in order to determine the level of protection required by the provided by systems. So basically there was a book that was created, Trusted Computer System Evaluation, which is also called as TCSEC. This was created in December 1985 by US. So this was only specific to US Department of Defense, or to evaluate system security which were used in it. So this is not anymore. We'll see what exactly is being used now. There's something called as common criteria which is in place. So this was created but not in use anymore. You would not even find this in the syllabus or the book that we are referring to. So the purpose of this was to measure security of products and systems, provide a common mechanism to evaluate vendor products, publish and publish the finding or rating of the product tested, give level of security assurance to product, allow customers to select product based on evaluation rating. So basically, if you need to procure a system, you would do a security evaluation, basically a testing of it, and based on your testing, you will rate the system. So there were some rating rating levels. So as you can see on the right, these are the labels: A1, B3, B2, B1, C2, C1, D3. So D is the minimum security and A is verified design, which is a maximum security. So they had created different level of labels to define the level of security. So a product will be evaluated and given a label, and then it will let you decide the level. So these are the label and these are the requirements. D stands for minimal security, the least, and A1 is the highest security. So you will, using this book and all the guidelines mentioned in the book, you will evaluate the system, you will rate it and use it according to your requirements. So similar to TCSec, which was US developed, there was something called as ITSec. So ITSec was developed by European Union, which was similar to TCSec. Again, they have created their own guidelines to um, evaluate a security system, and again they had their own different labeling systems. So this is again not much in use. This is not so TCSec and ITSec is replaced by so common criteria is commonly used across EU and US now to perform an evaluation of security of, and again they have their own defined labels. So we'll just go through the slide. Common criteria for information technology security evaluation is official name for international standard, which is the ISO 15408. It is an international set of specification and guidelines developed for evaluation of information security products. Similar to ITSec and TCSec, just that it's new and common or used across the globe. Evaluated products are assigned evaluation assurance level, which is called as EL. EL is again the label. So what you saw here, labels like A1, B2, B3, C1, C2, D. So these are the label in common criteria. The labels have an E. So this is how it looks like when you perform evaluation on any of the system. in terms when you do a security evaluation of a system, you do a testing, and these are the different types of level: E1, E2, E3, E4. Sorry, EL1, EL2, EL3, EL4 to 7, and these are the level of security. So EL is the least functionally tested, which has got a least security, and EL7 is the has got highest level of security. So based on your evaluation, you will assign a label to the system, and you. So there are processes that takes place, and there's some terminologies which is used in while performing a security evaluation for. So the common criteria uses following specific term: protection profile, target of evaluation, security targets, and evaluation assurance level. So EL is something that we've already seen. These are just nothing but just labels that tell you what is the level of security that that the product has. So EL is degree or score of evaluation of tested system or products. Okay, so this is the security level. Now what is PP, TOE, and ST, or people protection profile? So protection profile is basically a requirement from the customer. So for example, you want to procure a system, so you will have some security requirements to fulfill your security needs. So that is what is called as protection profile. So the list of rules or the list of security requirements that you would is called as protection profile. So for particular category of system or products such as firewall or IDS, IDS stands for intrusion detection system. PP or protection profile is an independent set of security requirements and objectives. It is basically your requirements to procure the set. So protection profile is your is the security requirement that you want to implement in a system is called as PP. Target of evaluation is the actual product which will be evaluated using the common criteria process or the common criteria evaluation guidelines. So if you need to procure a IDS, so your target of evaluation would be the actual product, IDS or firewall, antivirus, anything that you need to procure. Security target is the document that describes the target of evaluation. So security target is something that the vendor claims the level of security that the product will provide. So that's the claim that the vendor makes. So the document that describes the target of evaluation, uh, the actual target, the product, which includes security requirements and operational environment. So the main difference between this is protection profile states what are your requirements, what are the security requirements that you need. Target of evaluation is the product that you will evaluate, and security targets are the claims that a vendor will or the product makes to complete that. So based on the with whatever the claims are made by the product, an assessment will be done, and based on the assessment, it will give a rating, so which will be between EL1 and EL7. So what would be the rating of the evaluation? So that is how a common criteria. So if you look at the right, this is just a flow chart of it. So protection profile, request for specific security solution. Target of evaluation is the product. Target security, vendor explaining the functionality and assure component. We've seen what assurance is, the degree of confidence that the system. And then security functionality requirement, security assurance requirements, different families and classes of requirements. So there'll be an evaluation process that will be conducted, and evaluation assurance level is assigned. So now we know what assurance means when you actually look at an example of what EL. Okay, moving to the next topic, which is certification. So basically what is a certification is? So certification is a confirmation or validation that the product meets a specific security standards. So that is, so basically a third, so if you have a security system, so that has been evaluated, so it could be a system or a process or anything. And I mean, it's a very generic, certification is a very generic term. So we can say this as a process when So a process or a system is evaluated by a third party, and based on the assessment, if it fulfills the need, it has been certified. So certification, technical review and assesses technical review that assesses the security mechanism and evaluates their effectiveness. Process may safeguard evaluation, risk analysis, verification, testing, and auditing techniques. The goal is to ensure that system is right for customers' purpose. Certification is often an internal verification that is trusted only within the organization. Again, certification could be either an outside entity or internal entity. Um so basically, certification is a process where uh, a body will certify. So, for example, even when we are doing a CISSP certification, we go through an assessment, which is the examination, and based on the assessment and evaluation, IC2 will provide a certification. So certification basically states that the candidate has is eligible and passes the examination, and we certify that the candidate has got knowledge on the security domain. So that is how it works. So certification is being conducted based on an accreditation is a formal declaration by designated approving authority, which is also called as DA, that an IT system is approved to operate in a particular security mode using a prescribed set of security at an acceptable level of risk. Once accreditation is performed, management can formally accept the adequacy of overall security performance of an evaluated system. So, when an official body gives recognition to the system or the process is called as accreditation. But we are sure, I mean, this is only specific to security systems, but I'm sure you've heard of certification accreditation. So giving you a very different example apart from cybersecurity or information system, this we all know, so there's something called as FSSAI for food products. So FSSAI for food evaluation is a body which does a certification. Once it is certified, NABL is another firm which will give an accreditation or a recognition based on the certification that it has provided, gained from F. So this is the a basic difference of what is a certification and accreditation. Certification will perform it will validate the entire processes and systems within each and every processes within the organization, whereas accreditation is only refers to the main or the critical processes of an organization. With accreditation, there's something called as ATO, authorized to operate. So when you completed an assessment, with accreditation, there's a certificate that you get which is called as authorized to operate. So if there's some critical system, for example, any financial institutions that needs to meet some security guidelines in their system, the systems are evaluated and an ATO is being granted. So only if you have ATO only or authorized to operate, only then you can function as a business. So there's something that you can read again. And there is deep in detail mentioned in the book as well. Open versus closed. Okay, I'll just explain it with a example. So open systems are systems which follow standards, um, global standards and protocols. So to give you a very simple example about Android. So you have an Android system which is installed on different types of mobile. So you could have a Samsung, you could have a MI mobile, you could have Oppo, Vivo, different types of hardware, and on a different hardware you can have an Android system. So Android system is an open system because it follows standards and protocols. Whereas for an Apple system, for an iOS, it only works on an Apple device. So that is a closed system. So uh, systems that uses standard protocols are considered as open systems, whereas systems that used non-standard protocols or proprietary protocols are considered as closed systems. So it is difficult to work with. It is interoperability is not possible with closed. open systems, you can have different hardwares and interoperability is possible. So an open system built upon standard protocol and interface have published specification, provide interoperability between products created by different vendors, provide interface that enable each systems to easily communicate other systems, add-ons to hook into system easily. Most systems in use today are open. Okay, standards and protocols. Okay, so protocol, you could say that for network protocol, maybe, or standards are basically something which is defined or which is commonly used. I mean, for a simple example, the Type-C cable that we use, that is a part of an open system. So you can use a Type-C charger in any of the Android devices, whereas for an iPhone, now you can use a Type-C, but previously they had a different. Type-C is can be considered as an open system. I'm just giving this as an analogy to understand how open system works is. But standard protocols or is so there could be application different types of application that might use proprietary protocols. So it could be so for example, if you need to access a website using HTTPS protocol, the port that you use is 443, right? But I could have a system. I mean, my application is web hosted and using 443, but now I can create a similar system which is only for internal use, and I can create a different port number for it. So that is called as a closed system. Or you could have some different protocols to, right? Yes. So closed system use architecture that does not follow industry standards. Interoperability and standard interface are not employed to enable easy communication between different types of system and add-on features. They are proprietary, meaning system can only communicate with like systems. Example, as you've seen, the Apple systems can potentially provide more security to system because it may operate in more secluded environment than an open system. So the only benefit of the pros and cons. So with open system, this is easy to use and interoperability can be used. But in closed system, you can interoperability is not possible, but they provide more security because they are not available to different. So this is basically used for security devices as well in managing network devices. Network devices have their own protocols and communication ways. So that is when you can have open systems and closed systems. So the only difference is this is vendor neutral or hardware neutral open systems, whereas closed systems are hardware specific or protocol specific, proprietary use of protocols. Client versus server-based systems. This is again easy to understand. So what a client-based system is, basically client-based systems are, you can also say it as standalone systems. For example, you have a computer and you have installed an application to perform a specific task. So there's no communication that happens. There's no client server system which is being implemented. You need not communicate with any other system. So those are called as client systems or client-based systems. Built-in application that executes entirely on one user device. Example, a text editor. You don't need to communicate with any other servers to run a text editor. Installed on specific computer, and the user can interact with it with no network connectivity. It's a standalone system. The application may still reach out to reach out for update, but none of its core features require remote processing, tend to have weak or no authentication mechanism. Data is usually stored in plain text because it's a standalone system. There's very less of security which has been implemented. Data is in plain text because the whole application is working on a single system, and because there's no traffic that is reaching the system, there's no connectivity with any of the other system. Uh, it could have a basic access control matrix implemented or a simple authentication and authorization mechanism. maybe a Windows computer, which is used maybe for running a simple application. So you just log in using a username and password into the system, into computer, and run an application. Whereas in a server based, you have two or more systems. Uh, a simple example is any of the website where you have a server and client. So if you try to access any of a website, uh, so your computer, so you have a computer, you have a browser. So you're considered as a client side where browser works or runs on your computer, and there's something called a server, which will provide the data, or the application runs on a server. So between these communication, this is done in a very secure way. There's more security implemented. Encryption is being used. Data is stored in a very secure way. Even the query or there's proper input validation that has been done. So whatever data that you request has to be in a specified format. So a lot of security mechanisms are in place. So server-based require two or more separate application interact with each other across the network. Example, web. Distributed systems is more than one systems to perform a specific task. A system in which multiple computing nodes interconnected by network exchange information for accomplishment of a collective task. A client server system is specific kind of a distributed system in which device in one group or a tier acts as client for the device in an adjacent group. Distributed system pose special challenge in terms of security simply because the number of devices that are involved susceptible to attacks like man in middle attack. So a simple example of distributed system is with a system with multiple nodes, multiple systems running, performing different types of tasks collectively. So a banking example, if you need to access your bank account from internet banking, when you try to access it from your computer is the client, which is one system through which you are accessing. You could try accessing through a website. So there could be a web server hosted, which is running the application or website. And when you actually request for some data or fund transfer, there could be a mainframe server which is behind, or a third computer which is only responsible for performing transactions. So collectively, all these three systems can be considered as a distributed system where to perform one task, there are multiple nodes and every node will have some, and there are specific security challenges because every component will have its own security challenges. Maybe your website will have its own different security challenges. Like I mentioned, input validation could be one of the security control. Someone will try to hack a website before hacking the server. And the communication between a mainframe server, and because mainframe server or the core server needs to be well managed because it has got critical data. So again, access control could be a challenge. The, so this is our distributed. Okay, cloud computing. So cloud computing is basically remote computing. Cloud computing is the use of shared remote computing devices for purpose of providing improved efficiencies, performance, reliability, scalability, and security. These devices are usually based on virtual machines and can be outsourced to third-party providers or provided in-house. So I think we are all aware of what cloud is. Cloud computing is basically a remote location where you could either store your data or you could buy, or you can basically rent a computer service remotely is what a cloud computing is. So there are three types of models that are used: software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure. So in a software as a service, your software or your application is hosted on cloud. I'm sure we are all aware of what Amazon cloud is, or AWS is, or Microsoft Azure is. So in a software as uh, a software or a application is hosted on a third party vendor or on a different remote location, and which is being accessed uh, through your systems. In platform as a service, uh, basically you get a computer or your virtual machine is being hosted on in cloud, maybe on an Amazon Web Service platform. So so platform as a service basically gives you a whole machine to manage, and infrastructure is basically a remote location where you could have everything from scratch from your infrastructure, networking, and everything. So we'll just look into the next slide. What is the difference between all this? So on-premise, basically your data center where everything is being managed by your organization. So you create a data center, you have everything, all the physical infrastructure in place. So it could be from setting up racks, uh, installing the hardware, servers, network switches, all these servers on the rack, and then you install an hypervisor. And based on hypervisor, again, you configure your network traffic. On hypervisor, you install your operating system, and operating system, you build your application, and then application will have data on it, and you also need to manage the user access part of it, who should have what level. In an IaaS, what you do is you basically rent a system or move your hardware part or leverage your hardware from a different provider. So you basically if you have a provider which is AWS, IaaS as a service, AWS will provide you the whole data center. Your responsibility would be to set up your own traffic rules, your network rules. They'll provide you a hypervisor with a cost. On the hypervisor, you need to set up your own operating system, install your application, maintain your own data, and manage the access on the systems. That is called as infrastructure as service, where you just rent a infrastructure from a vendor, on a cloud platform, on a remote service. In platform as a service, there's something which is more add-on to it, where they also provide you the whole infrastructure, but they also set up the network traffic rules and operating system part of it. So you basically get a ready-made computer on the platform, and the only thing that you need to manage is your application. You have a ready computer, a virtual computer ready for use. You install your application, install your software, and manage your data. So managing data is again what we saw in the previous domain, classifying, retention, deleting, everything to do with data, and access control. Who should have access to what level on the system? And software as a service is again, you skip the application part as well. Again, the application is something that is provided by the vendor. You only manage the access control and data. Okay, so I think on the you can see on the which is whatever is mentioned in red is the customer responsibility, and whatever is in gray is the cloud provider. Okay, a data system. There are two common issues or security related issues which are called as aggregation and inference. So I'll just quickly go through what these two are. So what is aggregation is? Aggregation is basically collection of data. So using your access, you collect the data in pieces, and inference is basically is an intended result of aggregation. So basically you have access to small pieces of data, and then you basically deduce the information and disclose or find out information which you're unauthorized to access to. So that is called as inference. So I'll just explain this with an suppose you're working in there's an employee who's working in an HR system who has got access to the monthly expense of salary for an organization, and that is the total number of expense that uh, he has got access to. So there could be hundreds of employees working in a company, and the HR employee only has the access of the total of salaries that are being spent in an average month. So he does not have actual access to the data of individual salaries. Uh, so with aggregation, use the HR employee will collect every month. He will collect the data, and if there is an employee who will leave the organization or any employee joining the organization, he can see the change in the amount of salary which is spent for that specific month. So for example, in the month of March or month of February, there was a new employee which was hired, and the expense of salary has gone up by $20,000 from month of February to March. So with this information, he can perform an inference or can conclude that the new employee which is joined gets a monthly salary of 20,000. So ideally, he should not have access to how much the employees with salary, but he only has access to who is joining, what type, what the onboarding and offboarding data. So that access that he's got, and monthly expenditure of the organization of a salary. So there are two types of data that he has, but he does not have the in-depth information of an individual salary. But using aggregation and inference, he was able to conclude that the newly joined employee in the month of February is getting a salary of 20,000 because there's a rise of 20,000 in the salary. So this is how aggregation and so aggregation is collecting data in bits and pieces and then collecting and averaging out and identifying information which is about the security. So aggregation happens when the user does not have the clearance or permissions to access specific information, but have the permission to access components of this information. User then user then figure out the rest and obtains restricted information. So inference is intended result of aggregation. The inference problem happens when subject deduces the full story from pieces he learned through aggregation. Inference is the ability to derive information not explicitly available. So this is a difference. To prevent aggregation and inference, subject and any application or process acting on subject's behalf need to be prevented from gaining access to whole collection, including the independent components. So you need to implement different types of security controls to avoid aggregation and inference. In identity and access management domain, you would see a specific controls to tackle aggregation. Okay, some other to prevent different types of attacks, the access controls that needs to be implemented are available in main. So content dependent access control is one. So you should only have user should have access to data based on content. Content dependent access control is based on the sensitivity of data. The more sensitive the data, smaller the subset of individual who can gain. So again, as we've learned, different types of clearance, security clearance, and different level of data classification. So clearance and data classification, based on that, you would give access. Higher the clearance, higher the access to sensitive data. Context dependent control means that the software understands what action should be allowed based upon the state and sequence of request. The database software would need to keep a track of what user is requested. Okay, let me explain this in a simple way. Context dependent access control basically gives access based on scenarios. So the system can set few list of orders, and the access will only be granted in the last line of the order. So I'll give you a simple example of an online shopping. So for example, you need to buy a PDF online. You need to buy a CISSP latest version document from a e-copy from Amazon or a Kindle version. So you would only have access to that data or that PDF file only when you perform a right? So what context dependent access means is, so the user will have data only if payment has been completed. So you will go to Amazon, you will search for the book, you'll add to cart, you will go to, and it will take you to the payment gateway. You will complete all the procedures, and only then it will say order confirm, and you'll be able to download the PDF. So context dependent, you need to have specific process completed only to get the access to data. So if you have not completed the payment, if your payment is not complete, you would not be able to download the PDF. That's how context dependent access control works. Cell suppression is basically hiding a specific cell which contains sensitive information or which could be used for inference attack. Partitioning the database involve creating different database with different information so that these cannot be combined, and make sure that there is correct access control to make sure that data cannot be deduced using multiple from same database. So partitioning of data involves dividing the database into different parts, which makes much harder for unauthorized individual to find connecting pieces of data that can be brought all together and other information that can be deduced or uncovered. Noise or permutation is basically adding bogus information, misleading information. Is a technique of inserting bogus information in hopes of misdirecting an attacker a matter enough that actual attack will not be fruitful. So these are some prevention techniques to. Okay, for web-based, there's some security controls that needs to be implemented to keep a web system safe. So few of the important controls that can be implemented is simplicity. Clear and simpler a website architecture, easier it is to its various security aspect. So the simpler and smaller your system is, it is easy to do an assessment or analysis. You can perform a risk assessment, vulnerability assessment if the system is smaller in size and simple to use. In addition, again, this is a technique where if you have a web-based system and your system is expecting an input from user, the input that is passed from a user needs to be validated. For example, there's a field where the user needs to enter a telephone number. So as part of input validation, you need to have an implementation in place which will validate it. So you need to make sure that the user is not entering any alphabets in the input. The value should be of 10 digit. It should only be numbers. So these are some parameters that you need to implement, or security measures that you need to implement. So that is called as input validation. Input validation, user generated input field in a website needs to be critically scrutinized. Encryption. So you need to implement encryption, data at rest, data in transit, data in use. So help secure input output operation of the web application. So any data that resides on a web application needs to be encrypted. Communication should be in a channel. Use IPsec TLS to communicate. Fail securely. In an event of an error, website should behave in a predictable and non-compromising manner. If there's any issues, the system should fail in a. And WAF, which is Web Application Firewall, is a system that inspects the traffic going to or coming from web server in order to filter out potential malicious activity. So basically implementing a application firewall on the to mobile systems. So mobile is considered as an endpoint in organization, just as laptops. Even laptop is considered as an endpoint. So as part of mobile security, there are some measures that should be taken. So there in a real life scenario, there's an application called as MDM, mobile device management. So using mobile device management, mobile phones are managed securely in an organization. So it gives you so there's a MDM console. As an administrator, you can perform activities remotely. So I can actually clear the data from, as an administrator from a remote computer, I can just click on a remote, and through network, the whole phone can be wiped off as well. Or you could implement security policies, just as group policies. There's something called as group policies in Windows. Similarly, using the MDM, you can implement um, security policies on your mobile phone. Security policies like a password lock or a screen. Since mobile devices basically small computers, most of most of the same security vulnerability, threat, and risk apply to them. They can be compromised by malware, sensitive data is stolen from them, denial of service attack can take place. Mobile devices may provide a jumping point to malware from one mobile device, from mobile device to the computer system, and that may directly connect it to corporate networks. Enterprise mobile device security principles. So all these are being managed using the MDM console, mobile device management. Only devices that can be centrally managed should be allowed access to corporate resources. No other mobile phone should be able to connect to corporate networks apart from company provided assets, company provided mobile phones. Remote policies should be pushed to each device and user profile should be encrypted with no local options for modifications. Just like group policy in that you have in Windows, using MDM, you push mobile device. Data encryption, ideal timeout lock, screensaver lockout, authentication, and remote wipe. Remote wipe is again, as I mentioned, you clean up the data remotely. If your phone is stolen, or if you have lost your phone somewhere, so you could just raise a request with administrator, and it could be remotely wiped off. So all the data would be deleted. Bluetooth capabilities should be locked down. Only allowed application should be installed. Camera policies should be enforced and restrictions on social media sites. Basically, you harden your mobile device. Endpoint security should expand the mobile endpoints. 802x. Now this is a network protocol. Should be implemented on wireless VoIP. This is voice over IP clients on mobile devices. 8021x is a network security protocol which we would be learning in network and communication. The embedded systems. So what are all embedded systems? So embedded systems. So examples like calculator, washing. So these are few examples of what are embedded digital thermometer, traffic light. The main challenge in securing embedded system is that of ensuring the security of software that many vendors build their embedded system around commercially available but use their own proprietary code that is difficult if not impossible for. So again, the programs that are being used by vendor could be a vulnerability, so it has to be well evaluated before implementing it into your IoT. Okay, so IoT is basically all the devices that can be connected to internet. So in today's world, we have a lot of smart devices. For example, all smart devices, even a smart bulb or a smart fan, which could be connected to a Wi-Fi and through can be controlled on a mobile phone and on an internet. So all these devices are considered as part of it. So there are some security issues related to the IoT devices as well. Authentication, they are very loose authentication um, in these devices. Uh, Low level of encryption and security updates are not available for this. So let's go through this. IoT is global network of connected embedded systems. In IoT, each node is connected to internet and is uniquely addressable. Most visible aspect of this explosion is in the area of smart homes, in which light, furnaces, and even refrigerator collab to create the best environment for residents. So what are the security issues related to IoT is authentication. Most IoT devices are very poor. So you could just make a connection to device with a very basic authentication. And if you are able to breach it, someone else might have access to your IoT devices and the information. Encryption, cryptography is expensive in terms of processing powers, of which very limited in IoT devices. The fallout of is that data at rest and data in motion can be vulnerable in many parts of IoT. And there's no security updates. We know what security updates are. We generally get it on phone. So many IoT vendors don't provide functionality to automatically update their software and firmware when patches are okay. Moving to next from embedded systems to IoT to industrial control systems. So what are ICSs? Again, ICS are embedded systems which are used in industries or factories. So industrial control system consists of information technology that is specifically designed to control physical devices and industrial processes. For example, conveyor belts. ICS exist on factory floors to control conveyor belt, industrial robots. They exist in power and water infrastructure to control the flow of these utilities. Unlike most IT system, control things that can directly cause physical harm to For these two reasons, efficiency and safety, securing ICS requires slightly different approach than the traditional IT system. So ICS are again machines or information systems that are used in companies or in factories basically to operate conveyor belts, robots, or factories like steel plants or somewhere in an oil refinery. So that is where the systems that are being used, the computer systems that are being used are classified as industrial control systems. So there are three types of they're like basically categorized into three called as PLC, DCS, and SCADA. So PLC is a standalone system considered to be very small. In a distributed system is something which consists of multiple PSs, and it is a system which uh, does a continuous monitoring of the system, kind of a where example like a conveyor belt. And a SCADA is a centralized system that has been used to control huge systems. So we'll just go through a bit of these all systems. So PLC, uh, programmable logic controller, small industrial computer originally designed for factory automation and industrial process control, can be programmed as per the process that needs to be controlled. Use primary controller in smaller system configuration, used extensively in almost all industrial process. So simple systems like switching on a pump or switching on a system, switching on or switching off is generally done by a PLC, which is only used for a smaller system. Whereas a distributed system is comparatively larger in size, monitor and control distributed equipments in process plants and industrial process. Unlike PLC, which is a standalone, TCS consists dividing plant or process control into several areas, each managing own controller, and the whole system is connected from a single entity. So distributed control system is basically multiple systems controlled together using DCS. And SCADA is used is the biggest system. Uh, for example, in an oil refinery, you have a system, a centralized location where you can monitor the entire factory. All divisions, all machines can be monitored, like maintaining temperature, maybe in a steel factory, identifying what is the temperature in the furnace, where exactly are the conveyor belts. So a complex SCADA is basically a very complex system that is being used. So monitor and control plant or equipment in industries such as telecommunication, water and waste control, energy, oil and gas refining, etc. Consist of remote terminal units spread geographically for collecting of data and are collected to master station for centralized data acquisition via any communication system. So you need not by heart this, but just a basic of a PLC, DCS, and one-liner definition to just know what this system are is enough. You need not, I mean, you will not have anything detailed difference between the any two. But these are just some terminologies that you would need to know to. So this might be used in any of the questions. The single greatest vulnerability in ICS is they're increasing connectivity to traditional IT networks. So recommendation for ICS security is apply a risk management process for ICS, segment the network to place IDS, which is intrusion detection system, and intrusion prevention system at the subnet boundaries to make sure that these are again controlled by network. So the whole equipment needs to be placed, needs to be secured with an IDS or IPS. Disable unneeded ports and services on all ICS devices. This is also called hardening. So when you say a system hardening basically means you block or disable all the ports and services of system. So all which is not necessary, you disable it. Implement ICS, use and wherever feasible. Ensure there is a process for patch management. So patch is basically a small piece of code that has been implemented. So when you identify a vulnerability for any of the device, you create a fix. You create a small code of program that will handle the vulnerability. So that is what is a patch. Patch management is installing or implementing that small piece of code on the system. And the last is monitor audit. Okay, some common threats are maintenance hook. Maintenance hook is basically a backdoor. So, for example, when you're developing a system, as part of developer, you will always have some uh, access to the core of the system. You generally bypass the system during the development phase. But if these backdoors are kept open and are in production, it is important to make sure that these backdoor systems are not being accessed or being disabled. So maintenance hook are a type of backdoor. They are instructions which gives the developer easy access to code during development phase. These can be very useful, but if they are not removed before software going into production, they can cause a major issue. So what are the preventive actions is use an IDS, intrusion detection system, which will monitor the system and identify if there's a entry from any backdoor system. Use file system encryption to protect sensitive data. Implement audit to detect any kind of backdoor use. Again, there's an attack called as data diddling and this is very similar to data inference and aggregation that we saw. So data diddling occurs when an attacker gains access to system and makes small, random or incremental changes to data during storage, processing, input, output, or transaction rather than obviously altering file contains content or damaging or deleting the entire file. So data diddling is basically very small, unnoticeable changes are made into system uh, to carry out an attack. And salami attack is again similar to data diddling, but this is to do with the financial attack. So we have heard about a very common scam where very small piece of financial theft is being performed. So okay, time of check, time of use. This is a very common vulnerability which is being identified. So how it works is if so time of check and time of attack is so I'll explain it with a small example. If there are two processes that are running uh, to access the file, so the first process will be an authentication process where the process will check if a subject has got access to user or not. So it will do an authentication. And once the authentication is completed, a second process will trigger where the subject will be provided access to the file. Okay, so there are basically two processes. So time of check and time of use is an attack where after the process is being completed, the first is done, uh, the attacker will replace the file. So the first process will validate if the user has access or not, the subject has access or not. And once the authentication is completed, the next step would be providing access to the user of a file at a specific location. So what an attacker will do is he will let the first operation complete for a file for a file that he has got access to. And once the authentication is completed, he will replace the location with a different file, or he will replace the location for the next process to access the file which he does not have access to. So that is how the attack is carried between two consecutive processes. So here's the example. If process 1 validates the authorization of use of a user to open non-critical text file, and process 2 carries out the open command. If attacker can change out the non-critical text file with password file, while process 1 is carrying out its task, she has just obtained access to a critical file. So this is how it works. So time of check and time of use. So countermeasure to protect against race condition attack, it's best to not split up critical task and can have their sequence altered. This means the system should use atomic operation for access control function to avoid time of check, time of use attack. The OS can apply software lock to items it will use when it is carrying out its checking task. So if user requests access to the file while the system is validating user's authorization, it should put the software lock on the file being requested. So this is just a countermeasure that has to be implemented at a buffer overflow is again when you fail to perform an input validation. That's when you get this issue, buffer overflow, where your input data will cross the memory bound. So buffer overflow occurs when programmer fail to validate input data sufficiently, particularly when you do not impose a limit on the amount of data that software will accept as input. So for example, you have an application where you need to enter your telephone number. If there's no input validation that has been done, and if I uh, send a huge amount of data, and that's when the system will not be able to process, uh, and the chances that the system might fail. When a normal, when the normal maximum size of buffer is exceeded, the extra data is called as overflow. Thus, the type of attack that results when someone attempts to supply malicious instruction or code as part of the program input is called as solicited. Developers must follow such limitations when building code that solicits, accepts. Okay.
Just a quick info, guys. Intellipaat offers cybersecurity course in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee and EC Council. Through this course, you will master tools and techniques of cybersecurity such as IAM, network security, cryptography, Linux, SQL injection, SOC, ethical hacking, cloud security, and much more from the top IIT faculty and industry experts. With this course, we have already helped thousands of professionals in successful career transition. You can check out their testimonials on our Achievers channel, whose link is given in the description below. Without a doubt, this course can set your career to new heights. So visit the course page link given below in the description and take the first step towards career growth in the field of cybersecurity.